When the quest line...
mobs again.
How many dev gates do you have, Fabo?
4.
Hmm.
Come on, come on.
How's the trash loot
still
looking,
back,
guys?
gates.
How much did we loot?
I used the extraction, but
Oh, the last mob is upstairs,
You-
Mini. I just
you
tried to get
one-shot
out of
that dude.
combat.
I'm resetting
Oh,
my power,
nice.
dude.
I
need
like
ammo.
that Havoc, dude.
I think we need to kill this.
Just,
Maybe on the
seven-
reset
seven
push.
No, we just
Use your
Just take a survival.
Oh, keep running, I guess.
Kill it. It says there's still a quest there for
Oh,
us. One.
just running.
Put up
Does
a
yours say-
sound stone again.
But it's chat, so if I...
I have one.
Okay.
City.
Grim, can you put up something for them?
Did you turn in the other one?
There we go. Now I got another one.
Like, this is the worst group I've ever been in.
Can you click at the mount? Brago, no.
The gate? No.
What the fuck? Got I know it again?
Getting saw.
Wait,
I can
this is the
still
boss.
check my vault. I kept it for the end.
Any more peeps here? Doesn't seem like it.
Dude, I'm opening it right now, dude.
There's one.
What did I get?
Yikes.
Let's go come back, I guess.
I didn't need to pull some of this stuff.
Got a weapon?
There's big ass dogs.
Did you actually get weapon?
From M plus 252.
I got 2 weapons
on your
actually. My
shaman?
vault bugged out there.
Oh,
Continue.
I got a
good.
PvP.
I mean, that character is boss, so I won't be surprised.
With the gates there?
My shaman will get some crazy, yeah.
Yeah, it's a gate
Yeah.
here. But where is the
So
last
I got a
one?
haste crit staff.
Do you see any prisoners?
No.
Ooh, I do actually.
Oh, it's like super far down, you see it?
Yeah.
Bloodlust.
Upstairs.
That's the bloodless.
I don't like this quest, Chief.
I have the last
We
prisoner
get
here.
this thing here.
They're not
What's this
guaranteed
stomp?
server, look. Huh? Oh no, they are.
Let's see if the miniboss or the... They should spawn soon, I think.
Did you kill it, Swag?
Huh?
One more guy.
Oh, Swag. Did you
Oh,
kill
no.
it?
What?
Did you kill it just
I'm-
now?
There he is.
Oh. They should respawn fast then, because we just left.
Where is the NPC?
You
Where's the
ready?
main
This is
NPC?
here.
Yeah,
Make sure you dispel the big mob. He does more damage.
Oh, we made a mistake by finishing that.
Yo, Mike, are you done with this shit?
Oh, I thought you could only do it when he...
Yeah, we lost our button.
Yeah, I lost my button as well for some
Dark, are
reason,
you
I don't know.
tanking, dude?
For hell yeah.
Yeah, I can actually.
What? No.
I mean, the plague first after.
Oh! I can
Save this
tank the
guy
plague
now,
files, Perfecto. Okay.
Good old plague fights then.
Okay,
Any-
like my
anytime now.
character bugged out during the quest. Love it.
Anytime now, copium. There we go.
Nice. Blasting.
Bro,
Same.
I should expect wind
how
walk
can
out
it
with
be
this,
that I've been in
guys.
coffee for 10 minutes and my bags are just completely fucked?
Yeah, make sure.
It is actually so bad.
It is. It just keeps on going.
It just...
Oh, she's running away.
Oh my!
Hit the
Hold
loot,
it,
by the way.
Jukes me,
Uh,
dude.
We run the game.
Speak to Ed Coffee, that's a wormhole. Wait, on it.
There's a death gate here, dude. There's a death gate.
Oh. Holy moly.
Bro, I was trying to move your ads all the time, Roger, yeah? But it was your ads. I just realized.
Oh.
What?
I was trying to
Yeah,
move
your
your rotating banner. I was like, why the fuck
What,
is
where
this
is it?
not moving? And it
I
was
think it's
yours, yeah.
here.
Yours. I was watching you.
The struggles, dude.
Yeah, I got it.
That's it,
Ready
dude.
to come.
Yeah, we're done,
What is
guys.
yours?
Yeah, I got it. Just
And have
leak those.
trash now, let's go.
I mean, I need to go and click
Did you
my
get
soul
nice?
ones
Yeah,
first,
yeah.
but yeah. Then I
Wait,
will have
did we
to-
not get
Oh,
the
yeah,
100
sure.
soul sinners? Did they remove that?
Yeah, it's
It's a weekly. What do you mean? You got it from the campaign last week, Noga.
Oh?
Bro, like,
It was the end of the. It was the end of the quest last week. You
Is
got
every
100 soul
healer in on the
sinners.
first boss or what?
Did we get that last week? That's not a weekly,
Yes.
by the way. It's a one-time thing.
Yeah, that's what, I don't know what I said, but that's, we got it last week.
Yeah, so we had it last week. Okay.
I mean,
You got it
Waiting for you here a little
right
bit?
before you got the flying.
I'm a bit
What's
behind.
up,
I got
Perfecto?
stuck.
I remember now.
it's
fine.
fine, bro. Hey, it's
are you
fine,
taking
bro.
combat?
Everything's
You
good.
gotta help you, sorry.
I'm gonna open my weekly vault.
No, save
Like-
it though. Perfecto, say it.
It's all good, bro.
Downstairs here.
Can someone help me purge these mobs when they
Is it
are...
What the
downstairs?
fuck? There's a tear in his eye, dude. I could see it. It's shining.
No.
Just think
Perfecto.
Wait, is Noggy opening his box? I'm watching.
guys joined, the trash group was even worse.
It's scars, I cannot click the prisoners. But are you guys damage trash or what?
Double glider?
You have to kill the mob that
And
stands in front
we
of
are
the
back.
Already?
Fortunately or unfortunately, depending on which kind of viewer you are. But we're back and we're here to stay. We're still watching them continue to prep before the race. They haven't quite gone in yet. You know, we're just excited as you guys are. We really hope to see them start pulling the first boss. We really want to see the classes they bring, you know, because that might give us a little bit of insight on what we might expect to see them do for the last bosses. So yeah, we're still currently watching them, some doing the world bosses, some doing some quests. Yeah, not too much has changed. Still lots of Maw point of views. A little bit of Mr. GM's cat in the background. You know, more of the same.
Yep. More of the same for a little bit longer. But they should, in theory, potentially, possibly, maybe, I heard a rumor that they might be starting soon. Fairly soon. Like within the next, you know, maybe 7 minutes or something. Just a random guess, you know, it's just completely random number I just made up out of nowhere. But yeah, no, it sounds like they're finishing up the campaign. They're finding out what happens to Thrall and Draka and stuff. You know, nothing happens with them, obviously. But, you know, and then they're going to start. Currently, right now, looking at our most favorite scoreboard list people, Raider.io, there is nobody on the EU leaderboard. So get in there. You know, we could form a guild from the chat right now and kill the first boss. And then we can get it, you know, 1 out of 10 EU world first. Make sure it's Alliance, though, obviously. Who the hell plays Horde? Idiots. Yeah, so yeah, we're gonna get a look. It's in the group finder, guys. Just search Mr. GM Mythic first, right? And then we'll get a group together and we'll do it on stream and we'll beat Echo finally. We'll dethrone them. EU EU Alliance first. Very specific, very, very specific. Although, as I mentioned before, the Alliance are like doing. Don't want to jinx it, you know. There's 3 out of 10 on US Sargeras, you know. Emphasis are on 3 out of 10. So this is the tier for the blue boys, all right? We're going to see these blue boys. They're going to... The funniest thing that I've always found of the races was, and I guess it's still the same, there's like a meme, obviously, of Australia being like upside down. Like all of the world first guilds in Australia are Alliance. It's a true fact. It's so funny. Like, why? I mean, is it Club Camel was one of the guilds from back then, and I can't remember the rest of the names, but yeah, that's so good. I love that so much.
Yeah.
Oh wait, there's no guilds. No guilds have killed mythic bosses at the moment. That's upsetting. Club Camel went Horde.
I actually played on OCE for a few years. I was really wondering like why it was just like this lone little island of players that were still playing Alliance. I'm not exactly sure why. I think it just kind of coincidentally maybe happened that way because their player base is about like 1/10 of the size of North America. So I think they all just kind of happen to like stay Alliance. But you know, it is pretty cool because when we see the NA guilds over there, they have 2 like very good Alliance guilds. One of them is Ethical and then the other one being Honestly. Honestly used to like be the reigning king for years, but then Ethical kind of crept up and they're actually like a lower hour guild for the incredible ranks that they get.
Yeah,
but
I remember. Yeah. Sorry, I cut you off. Keep going. Sorry.
Oh no, I was just gonna say there's like one more thing. Bottom of my heart, at my soul, I am actually an Alliance player myself, but I switched over to Horde because, you know, if we want to beat the jailer, we gotta go to Horde, right? It's just kind of funny because whenever like Lust is called or anything, I by default, just because I played Alliance for so long, I say hero and it just outs me like that. They're like, wait, what?
Dude.
So.
Everyone is Alliance player. They just play Horde because their friends are playing Horde. It's a true fact. But speaking of honestly, I remember years ago when I did one of these races, we did an interview with one of the guys, and it was like the most Australian guy. He was like, hello, mate. Yeah, we're just having a few beers, doing a bit of Mythic first raiding. And I was like, oh my God. Like, the guy was literally so stereotypical, and he was honestly like the funniest guy. And he was so casual. He was like, yeah, we do a bit of raiding like here and there. You know, and they were like really doing really well, and they were just like super like, yeah, we're just raiding, you know, just chilling.
Any chance you remember who that was?
No, it's a long time ago. But yeah, it was they were great, honestly. Like they were a wonderful guild. But unfortunately, yeah, no one's currently raiding. But I mean, what's the time there now? Like, it must be super late. Let's have a look. It is. Oh no, it's like 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Oh, there you go. So maybe yeah, people are gonna start soon, I suppose. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, it's 6 p.m. There you go. There you go. Chatterpedia coming in with the time zones. 6:15 or 6:18 p.m. over in Australia. But yeah, so as we said, the guys are gonna probably be starting soon, and we'll see what happens in regards to that. Looks like, why is it... Wait, who is this with one thing in their vault?
No, it
Is
must be
Scribe?
an alt. This has got to be like a split.
Oh, Scribe's actually playing. Oh.
With a vault like that, I don't know.
Oh, there you
Oh,
go.
wait.
There's
I spoke
some
a little too
Wait,
soon.
what happened there?
Oops.
Why was there one thing and then suddenly 3?
He's probably like
Emote.
switching between like multi-boxing legally, of course.
Multi-box. That's
Maybe
it.
that's what he's doing.
I'm calling him. Blizzard. Yeah, I want to report a multi-boxer in Bern, Switzerland.
Okay,
not even
and
on.
docs.
Phone's not even on. Yeah. Someone said fellow Australian. I couldn't be less Australian. No, I'm from England, mate. You know, it's coming home and whatnot. Yeah. So, yeah. Oh dear. Oh. He is logging in. Like.
I know that gave me a little PTSD. I'm like, wait. Oh, it scared me for a second.
Dude, look at the chat. Look at the chat. Oh, you just got to say it. You just got to say about football and they start going crazy. Oh, love it. Love it. Love the football. It's my favorite. But yeah, anyway, I was looking at some other POVs of other guilds while I was mentioning, like while I was, we were on a little break there, just seeing what other people were up to. There were some people doing Torghast, which was interesting. In other guilds, we haven't seen any of the Echo guys doing any Torghast at the moment, but I mean, is it? So what is it this week? Is it layer 11? Is it this opening? Is it layers? Is it floors? No, it's layers, isn't it? Like onions.
I check out when I do Torghast. So.
Oh come on! They made look. They really tried.
Oh man.
This time.
I don't know. Like maybe they nerfed like the wings uptime drops on Paladin or something, because I'm just, from my point of view, I don't see him anymore. I don't know what happened to him, so I'm just kind of, I check out. I just press W and I
look, they really tried to make it better. I kind of enjoyed it. Like when they first brought out the changes on PTR and stuff, I played around with it a little bit. It was okay. Doesn't really make sense though, like the scoring system. I just get really upset because you're like blasting, you're like, yeah man, having the best run ever, not dead, killing everything, and then you get to the end, it's like 2 stars. You're like, what the fuck? Like, what happened?
They clearly are trying to get people to like utilize everything in there. So like obviously you get a lot more points when you like do everything. It's part of the completion. That's like more important than doing it fast now, which I kind of I'm gonna make a little bit of a weird comparison here, but it's just kind of like comparing it to Legion M+. You just run and you pull everything and it dies, and it was just in general really fun to people. Now it's like they intentionally have a lot of mobs you can't CC, so you have to pull certain ways, you have to do things a certain way, and just making a really loose comparison here, it kind of feels like that a little bit with like the Torghast. They're trying to get you to like click on all the mini quests in there, click on all the little objectives, do the little puzzles that I know how to do, by the way, I promise. But they just make you like do all of them, and it just kind of, you just want to go in there and hit everything, and me that kind of orc personally. But
You're gonna have to tell me how you do these puzzles, because I just click it non-stop until it opens. Like the little the switchy one, just click, 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 click. Oh, it's open. And then the colored ones with the chains, you're like, yep, just click it until it. Is there cheat codes? You got the cheat codes for that? I just click it. I thought that was I thought that was what people did.
I do what you're not supposed to, and like for the levers, I just like do them in each. I have the combos memorized in my head, but I just keep doing it until it's the right one. And then for the color one, I just keep going left to right until they unlock. So I'm definitely not doing them right, but I still to this day just do it like that.
Oh, well, there you go. I mean, maybe there is a big brain strat to it, and we've like nobody knows. Maybe this is something that the World First Raiders do. Next time someone does Torghast, I want production to zoom in on their hands and the chests thing. So I want to see how they do it. I want to see the cheat codes there, because there's got to be a way to do it. People say it's binary. I don't know what binary is. Is that the 1001 thing? I don't know what that is. Look, I just play WoW. All right, like, I don't know what I don't know what that is. But yeah, no, there is. I'm sure there is some strategy, and I'm surprised there's no weak aura for it. You know, but yeah, looks like the fellas are heading over to the raid. I'll tell you what.
Finally.
I really dislike the run to the raid. It reminds me of like vanilla Deadmines. You know, like when you're running through and they're like, "Arr!" and they're like chasing after you, and then you've got like 4 elites, and then you're dead, and you have to run back. This is what this is like. It's horrible. It's absolutely horrible. I don't know. Like, I get what they were trying to do to make it seem like it's dangerous as you're coming up to the raid or whatever, but it sucks. Please, Blizzard, please just change it.
No way, man. Deadmines, nah. What is it? It was like Nookbrook or something. Northbrook? I don't remember.
Northbrook. Moonbrook.
Moonbrook. Yeah, that's what it was. Nah, you know what? I think I'm falling in a nostalgia trap. You're probably actually right. Yeah, just even getting that instance was a bit of a pain, but I think I was just kind of thinking of Deadmines itself, which at the time, like when I was like, oh God, dating myself here, but when I was 13, running Deadmines, it was like so epic at the time, but you know.
I was 26 running Deadmines in Classic WoW.
Okay, to be fair, I was running it like I was new in like late BC, so I was with a new tune. I did Deadmines, so
yeah.
The
no,
gap
I
it's a little small.
Yeah, I did it back in the day. It was horrible. But no, it's funny. Like now in retail, like obviously you just kind of teleport to the dungeons. So like having this kind of, you know, massive elites before the raid is just something that we haven't seen in a long time. You know, it's interesting. But yeah, I don't like it. I don't know what chat. How do you feel about it? Do you guys like the massive amounts of elites before the raid? Like where you like, yeah, I said, I understand how like it makes sense. Meant to be dangerous. You're meant to be arriving at this like kind of dangerous place. But it's, you know, considering what we've got now, like, and what we've had over the past, it's like kind of a thing of the past, you know, like it doesn't really make sense. Who plays WoW? I don't know. What is WoW? I don't know what that is. But it fits. Yeah, it fits. I get that. But, you know, remember Bizarre Law? That was in Borealis, or that other Horde. I can't remember the Horde place. Bizarre Law, I guess it was. Yeah, so I don't know. It's weird. Like, we've not had it for a long time. Like, what was the last raid? It was Nathria, right? It was just a bunch of like Venthir people outside it, and you could just walk around them, you know.
Oh yeah, the flight point was pretty quick. They were pretty non-elite mobs. It was pretty easy to get there, and I just kind of would run prot spec to not get dismounted. And there's like also the item you can get. Yeah, that wasn't too bad. This run is definitely a lot worse. Sorry, of like the 4 times that we've tried to go there, I think I've been summoned every single time. So the first time I was like, wait, how do I even get there? Yeah, I didn't. These feet are not meant to walk. I get summoned. So.
Christ, there was so this is maybe relatable to like the super casuals in the chat, right? This was day 1 of 9.1, so there was nothing to do really. There was the Korthia stuff, but there wasn't really any like, you know, season 2 hadn't started or anything. So I thought it'd be really fun to do the Treasures of Korthia achievement. So I did all the ones in Korthia, and they were super easy. Just ran around, picked them all up, and there were 2 in the place that I can't remember the name of. It begins with a D. I want to call it like Demi Lovato, but I don't think it's called that. I think it's like Demethion or something, right? And yeah, so I went over there, and there was 2 treasures that I still haven't got because I was on a warrior, and it was the worst. It was honestly like there's like these elites everywhere, and there's a cave, and it's just awful, and I'm never gonna get that achievement until like, you know, next expansion or whatever. Someone goes, what are you talking about? Don't you just queue for the raid, then join up when LFR fills up? True, man. We're gonna be 3 out of 10 tonight. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, it's 3 out of 10. LFR, really been looking at the strats. They're really, really difficult. But hopefully gonna get 3 out of 10 tonight. Really looking forward to that. So then hopefully, you know, I can actually cast over some bosses and know what's going on.
Oh wow, looks like we're going into some I haven't seen this boss yet. It looks like that they just they turned to a point of view. I don't know. What do you think of this one?
The arena boss?
Yeah.
We're back in Mop. Is it Mop time walking? The PvP boss, yeah. Why is he doing PvP? It's just like, you know what, boys, got nothing else to do. Let's do some arena.
Oh man, it looks
There's
like
got to be a
they're
reason
phase
for it. What would he possibly need from arena like this at this hour? Who does ranked arena at 10 in the morning? Like, what is this?
I
Could
don't
be a
know.
conduit. Oh yeah, maybe. Yeah, that's conquest for the upgrades.
Oh,
of
true.
course. Yeah. No, you've got it. Well done, chat. See, this is why. Like, this is why you have the chat open. I don't even have the stream open. I just have the chat open, and they tell me what's going on.
Oh, some of them are
they're
actually doing
in.
the trash. They're starting to get the
anime powers.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh, he's got the legendary bow, didn't he? Old Roger. Bless him. This is pretty cool. He's got wailing arrow now, which is kind of exciting. A new little ability that you get from the legendary bow. I think he got the quiver as well. Hopefully he's using it like as a transform because it looks pretty cool. But yeah, looks like the lads are clearing trash. They're getting their anime powers. Get some IARs in the chat, please, chat. And yeah, they're gonna pick it. So I presume with the anime powers, they're just gonna pick like there's got to. I wouldn't imagine Blizz would add like too much RNG in regards to that. Like that was kind of my worry when we looked at it on PTR. But I presume it's just the same, and they just pick the ones that are the best. They're sim the best, and they're like, yeah, that'll do. So it's not really that creative in regards to that. Like I wanted to like. I think were we talking off stream or were we talking on stream? I can't remember. This day's a blur. But I think I wish they went full on, you know, and gave you proper RNG, proper crazy anima powers, and like, you know, you got a chance to either completely annihilate the Terragru or do it kind of rubbish. You know, you get one where you can't move backwards. You know, I want that one. I want to see hunters use that one.
They do have one that stops you from jumping.
Oh, yes.
So they
love
do have
that.
one of those. I to be honest, I'm pretty sure that they actually do have. There's different powers depending on which day you go in. I don't remember, but I'm pretty sure that is how they have it. Some of it is a little bit RNG. When it comes to the powers, from memory, I'm not the one that usually has to take these, thank God. But there's one that you want where it's like it stops you from getting like feared, which is pretty good because you have that mechanic that comes out where a lot of people have to get dispelled. If you get dispelled near somebody, the people that are near you can get feared. It could just be pretty easily countered with like a Trenor Totem or another Dispel, but you know, there's only so many Dispels that can go out since they added the Dispel CD in like Cataclysm or something. There's also the one that gets you, you're like immune to stun. You need one person to take that because there's basically this like spear mechanic that gets thrown to usually how people do it is they have a certain spot that's designated. When it gets thrown, you have that person that is like immune to it. They basically block it for the person it's fixating. So someone has to bite the bullet, not take their HPS or not take their DPS anime power, and you know, be the hero that we all need and don't deserve. But the rest of it, yeah, you just take all those damage ones. And I do kind of agree with you where it is fun if they have a bunch of these like super RNG ones, and I think something like that is perfectly okay for a first boss. I'm sure people would be up in arms if this was like a later boss, but this is definitely a very intentional move by Blizzard where it's like, look, we understand that this boss can be RNG with how much damage or healing you might do, but it is just the first boss. So I think they just try to, you know, let players like have some fun with it, and I think that we've had like more laughs on this boss than any other one. So
yeah, it's cool. It is interesting. I mean, it would have been silly for them not to put the anime powers in, right, with the Terragru and stuff like that. I think it would have been so funny if they had it like throughout the whole raid though. Like imagine doing the other bosses with all those powers like the entire time. That'd be wild. One interesting thing, I guess, is looking at Roger Brown. Now this is where I get 100% of my raiding knowledge and like min-max knowledge from Preach. And he was streaming and he had a hunter and he was talking about race changing to min-max. And I believe the highest simming Horde race was a Tauren, right? And Roger Brown, as we saw a second ago, is actually an Orc. So yeah, he's not. I think he has a Tauren hunter though. I'm pretty sure he has a Tauren hunter. But yeah, he's running the Orc, unless my eyes deceive me. Yeah, it looks like that. So maybe, you know, maybe he's just chilling. Maybe he just wants to look really cool and be upright. I mean, they look pretty cool with that, you know, legendary shoulders and stuff. Orc is better. I mean, maybe. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Oh, the Tauren has worse gear. He's got like 1 million hunters. I was looking at the roster and I was like, what on earth? He's got like Roger Blue, Roger Red, Roger Green, Orange. Like, he's got like 7 hunters. It's nuts. Absolutely wild.
Yeah.
The
eye level one is pretty cranked though.
Holy, goodness gracious. Because he got the bow on the Tauren, I believe. Because he's not wearing it here, as you can see. So. Unless he is. Oh, wait. No. Oh, wait, no, he is. He is wearing it. I'm an idiot. Okay, sorry. It's a bit blur. But, guys, we're going to listen in and see what the guys are saying. Hopefully, no profanity. Watch your profanity. Hopefully they don't, but we'll see. All right. We'll be back real soon.
Ball looking great. Stroke.
Ryzen does
who's in the
undisclosed,
first?
and so does even, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Yeah.
And then Ken is back up or if we miss or whatever.
Yeah. Just need to get into the group and then we Gucci Whisper.
You need to go.
Am I still doing Holy Chris or Shadow?
Gingy, you going to fire loot again?
Doesn't matter. You can be Shadow on this bus. It's fine.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah. Also, you don't complain to the Young Remnant, by the way.
Help some, please.
Yeah.
Jarax.
Yeah, it's coming.
Can you, Jarax, are you there?
Yep.
Can you join this group with a monk instead? When you can?
Just
Time for
put
this
him on
ball.
ignore on ZT. ZT ignore.
I don't know how to do that. Okay,
It's
we do
custom
that later.
options. Yeah, okay.
Okay, we do
Do
that.
that.
later.
Also,
Let's go.
Radix, please don't be a healer.
Can
Yeah.
get spec into hints or whatever.
One sec.
Yeah. Shall I log to a monk or can I
No,
stay
you're
on
fine
chain?
like
Not
this.
now,
I think.
not now. After this boss.
Quick log out for the
FPS.
Scribe, I've set up
Quick
Douglas
restart,
reminder on pull because everyone else did. Is that fine?
Oh, yeah. Whatever, yeah. One pull's good. We know it anyways, that's fine.
When Ken is back, we can pull.
I'm back.
That is watching me. And when the weight of the world's on your shoulders, I will hold you. I will hold you.
Okay, I'm
Don't
pre-rolling
tell-
powers.
don't tell
I'm
that,
going.
bro.
There's dog, no?
That's fine.
not the heads. Or not.
Or we can just tank the AoE, dude.
And-
Fuck it.
Say when you're ready, Roger, and then we're good.
So we're literally just standing and everything, yeah. Yeah. Ready.
I mean, you should
Okay.
sort more.
Hey, let's start around
Yeah.
green, guys. Around green.
Wait, Fabo, what time is it?
Well, 1st o'clock, boys.
Can I get a look? Nah,
Listen,
please stop it.
remember quickly, Bloodlust from Pool, Spreading for the Fears, Odd One is Rise in the spell. Like, don't rely 100% on the spell, right? Just move after 1 sec.
Hello there. What's up, guys? Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's us again. Yeah, how you doing? Me and Stake Loins, we're just chilling. We're just watching the bosses just like you. And yeah, this is the first pull of the Terror Brew here in Mythic Ny'alotha. They are absolutely melting it, it looks like. But yeah, well, I guess, like, before we continue, like, chat, be nice, please. You know, we're just trying our hardest, right? Please, smiles in chat. Any smilers? Ny'alotha? Did I say Ny'alotha? Christ, man. I'm done. I'm over. I'm fired. What is it? Sanctum of Domination. Yeah, there you go. Look at the smiley boys. How you doing, Steak Lines? You watching the boss?
Oh yeah, I'm doing good. We can just very easily expect a one shot here. As you can see, they're already getting the second chains cast, and that's where they're gonna have someone either intercept or the person with the chains immune, depending on what class it is. But yeah, just like you said, they're absolutely melting this boss. It's very, very easy. People that have the fear on them, all they have to do is spread out, get dispelled, and there's not too much. When the boss hits its intentional enrage timer, we're going to see it when it gets really low. It's just going to walk around. If it reaches any of the players that it's going after, it will one-shot them. So it's just kind of another little fun mechanic that Blizzard added. Hopefully, you just got to hope that it goes on a, class that's really good at kiting, because that way they can just, like, teleport all over the room, get as little dust as possible, except there's the, if you have a rep paladin, you'll usually see them foaming at the mouths, hoping that, it reaches the player, they get those extra wings. But yeah, this boss is very, very simple. We've already pretty much seen all the mechanics. You have players soak the circles, and that's pretty much it.
That's pretty much it. See? That's why you're here. I wouldn't be able to give you that breakdown. I'll just say, yeah, look, he's pretty cool. He's a guy from Torghast. Torghast? Who am I? Yeah, no, it's 50% now. They're just going to do the little triangle mechanic bit. I don't know, as a hunter, I find this bit kind of fun. I can just disengage bouncy into the old holes. Some classes find it harder than others. But you can see the guys here just like clockwork. This mechanic is obviously on normal and heroic, so it's something that they will be rehearsing, or not rehearsing, sorry, that they would know quite well at this point. Something just a simple mechanic there. I think the mechanics of the boss are fine. I think it's a fun boss, for sure. As you said, that kind of enrage thing at the end, of kind of just kiting it around and whatnot. I think I'm... I'm going to sound so casual. So I went Necrolord Hunter because I thought that they look cool, right? That's how hardcore I am. But they have this soulbind that makes it so you can live after you die, right? You play as your armor, and it's perfect for this. You know, I die, and then I get like a couple seconds of extra damage. Be it, 1,000 DPS, but it's something. But look at JMY there, absolutely blasting on the Demon Hunter. Look at that damage.
This is where
Holy
we really
moly.
This is where we really see the anime powers come into play here, right? If you get like the god rolls, if you get the good powers and you aren't one of the people that are asked to take one of the utility ones for the rest of the raid, you'll see some people do some absurd amounts of damage. Some of these are better on some classes than others. But yeah, if you're also one of the people that are just not expected to really do the mechanics, this is just like a 10-10 boss for you. I really feel like, actually, we're going to listen to some comms, so we'll be back with you guys soon.
And Gigi, you're gonna change the roar.
We're going last phase after this dance.
Yeah.
By the way, the plan is
You taunt the boss here. I will call the Bible Sword once.
Exactly. Robin does the calling.
Sorry?
For the spell, yeah.
Need single dispel, please?
You arrange
Phasing?
to
Fine,
spread.
it's phasing. It's fine.
Single
Just chill there, Laura.
I taunt now, yeah.
Fine, Lord. Okay, I'm gonna start. After me, it's Frago, okay? You die by the sword,
Yeah,
you will taunt Frago. I start. Okay, I'm going. Wait, did you taunt again? Okay.
I got you.
Okay, Frago go now. Frago go now. Taunt. Revis, you're out. Revis, you're out.
Spec.
Revis now.
1.
Swagger next.
Vi healer here, kan jeg?
Swag now. Nice.
This is why you
He
bring
does-
3 fucking warriors.
Swag!
I shouted. You didn't.
It's taunt.
Oh, Scarlet Shield, right?
Any next socket looters, dude?
Wait, you got
Wait, Servo. Oh.
This is what I mean, yeah. I loot the neck, I'm happy, Servo gets the socket.
Sorry, just... you guys also had 20 FPS, or what would it be? Or what did you meet, just me, or like?
I was their Pog. Any Poggers? Poggies! Yeah, they had to call the police. It was such a good kill. Yeah, there you go, boys. 1 out of 10. Easy clap. The boys are 1 out of 10. That little celebration was kind of cool. I love being able to cut to the comms. That's the best. Yeah, the loot police are coming. I didn't see the loot, actually. I didn't see what dropped there. But look at this little animation. Look at that. We are blessed with our graphics team. That is so cool. But yeah, Terragru is down. F's in chat for the Terragru. He is gone. Deleted, some may say, in a very, very smooth way. Did anyone even die? I didn't see.
I don't think anyone did.
There it is. There it is. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. But yeah, welcome back, guys. I know you missed us. I missed you, more importantly, chat. I just didn't know what to do without you. So yeah, we're moving on now into some more trash. And we're going to see what boss we get next. So this is where they get a choice, right? They get a choice of bosses?
I'm not really... I actually don't remember if you can go in different directions or not, but pretty much everybody just goes straight to I from here. So with I, the extra mythic mechanic is the Hopeless Lethargy. So any players within the players that are targeted with this mechanic, they have their speed reduced and then they take dot damage. They just kind of have to get away from the raid. And then the other one too is when the teams, they have to split up because the ads come out. There's 2 eyes on each side. You kind of get this mechanic similar to the one in Dragons in Emerald Nightmare, except this time, if you cross over with each other, because they each give you unique, basically unique IDs. If you cross over with each other at all, it will blow up the raid. It's actually probably more comparable to the, what's his name? Star Augur and Nighthold. If you run into anyone you aren't supposed to, blows up the whole raid. So it's actually pretty similar to Heroic. Still a pretty easy boss. So honestly, just same as the first one. I really expect them just to like one-shot it.
Yeah. I think, as chat was saying, you do get a choice between the Eye and the 9, and the Eye is just an easy win, easy boss, easy life, 2 out of 10. Do you think we're going to see a one-shot?
Oh, absolutely. I think that we'll see a one-shot on both this one and the 9. They are very, very easy. In fact, I almost want to say that the 9 felt a bit easier than Eye of the Jailer.
Isn't the 9 actually 3 bosses? Like, there's 9, like, Valkyria things there, but you're actually killing just 3. What is this,
Yeah,
Blizzard? False advertising. I expected 9... It reminds me of, like, an anime fight, right? Where, like, the 2 are fighting in the middle, and then everyone's just gathered around the side. Like, why wouldn't they just swoop in and kill everyone, you know? Where's the logic there? It's like an anime battle. Not that I watch anime.
Yeah, me neither.
For the record.
Weird. Nah, it does kind of feel like any like movie scene that you're seeing, right? Where it's like, why don't you just kind of go at them at once? Why don't you all just cast your ability at the same time? You know?
Yeah. Bloody Sylvanas and a rubbish henchman.
Exactly, but RP reasons, I'm sure.
Yeah. That's it. Yeah, it's all about all about making it epic. But yeah, the 3 is coming up after this boss. But yeah, it looks like they are going for the Eye here, and they're just gonna, as I said, just blast it. I really dislike Fragrance's. Is it Fragrance? It's a bit blurry, but yeah, his bars, his nameplates are cursed. They're so cursed.
Why? What's wrong with them?
Oh, they're like, it looks like everyone's dead all the time.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I personally just recently reverted to the very simple like black and white with class color names as well. So a lot of my color schemes kind of look similar. So I think personally I'm just kind of used to it.
So you're just like, yeah, it's all normal, right? It's the same. Yeah. There was I was watching some Raiders yesterday actually, and some of the guys actually had default UIs. I couldn't believe it. I was like, wow, that's kind of nuts. It's so funny. Like, I casted over a classic WoW speedrun event, right? And it was so funny to see like the high level classic WoW players all play with default UI, and then comparing it to the Race to World First, where literally pretty much everyone uses like Elf UI or some sort of custom UI. It's interesting, like the difference there. I suppose it's to do with the difficulty of the game. I'm just saying, but like it's I think it's is it Trill? Yeah, Trill is the one that uses the default UI. I couldn't believe it. I was like, wow, that's kind of wild. I mean, if it works for him, then that's fine, right? I don't know. It's interesting.
Yeah, I used a lot of the base Blizzard things for a long time myself, but I can't say it's because I had some like big brain reason. Honestly, I'm just a bit lazy with add-ons. If there's something I can just like import and it's there, I strongly just prefer that.
Yeah. I mean, could you believe it? I used the default UI, funnily enough. What a surprise. But yeah, no, people are saying because Trill is a PvP god. I mean, he's just Mr. World of Warcraft, isn't he? He's just, top raider, top PvPer, top guy. So it is what it is. But yeah, so interesting. As I said, like it depends on the player, I suppose, and how they enjoy playing and how they've always played forever. A lot of people get muscle memory from that. I've seen some really wild ways that people play, honestly. I've seen ones where they use, on like the full UI, you've got like different pages. They had like hotkeys to switch pages for different things and stuff. It was wild. But again, like, I don't know, it's just how people play. I don't want a backseat game because I'm just not in a position for that. But yeah, we'll see what happens. But it looks like they're going to get a pull in very, very shortly with the Eye of the Jailer, which is so funny actually because it was such a funny, stupid, annoying mechanic during 9.0, and then it comes a boss and it just falls over. You're like, oh, well, you deserve it, really. It's a stupid idiot.
Yeah. I remember really early on PTR, a lot of people were complaining because this boss was not friendly to pet classes at all. They were just like running all over the platform or just some weird things. I couldn't really relate because I don't really play any pet classes, but they were doing something wonky, and it was just like undoable. But that's the point of beta. It's fine. Clearly it's fixed. And now this is just like a weird little fun early boss. I think early on a lot of people didn't really like this one that much, but I kind of thought the judgments came a little early. Just for another early one, I'm still similar to the first one, pretty indifferent about this one. It's got its like cute little fun things. It's a little different, different phases, and yeah, I think it's fine. Just
yeah, I think they seem to like always do kind of like experimental bosses, I guess. Remember in oh god, what was it? The Asharo's Palace, the underwater boss. What was it called? It was called Blackwater Behemoth, right? That's the boss. Do you remember that boss? And that was like an early boss. They kind of played around with that, like an underwater boss. Like they wouldn't do that boss like later on in the fight or in the raid, but they always like, I don't know. I feel like they test the waters with kind of fun little bosses at the start of the raid, and then towards the end it becomes a bit more of a traditional sort of raid with kind of normal mechanics. But then I say that, and then you've got Painsmith with rolling massive balls that you have to attack and giant spikes. So you know, I guess the jury's out on that one. But yeah, it's so funny though. Like generally speaking, the Painsmith fight, like everyone says it's really good. Like everyone really enjoys it. I haven't heard personally anyone that says that it's bad. It's difficult, but it's still a good fight, right? I don't know. Do you know anyone that? Do you think it's bad? What do you think of it?
Are you talking about Painsmith?
Yeah, Painsmith. Yeah.
Oh no, I think it's a really great boss. I think a lot of people are really excited for that one to come up. It's really the expected wall, or I should say at least first real wall to come up. You could technically count Soul Render, but that one was just pretty severely overtuned for it being like a 4th/5th boss. But no, personally, I think it's very fun. Though my attitude switched significantly depending on whether I was on my shaman or my paladin. Being chained to melee, I did not have that much fun on that boss. When I was playing a ranged, oh, it was super fun. So I think the perspective of the role you're playing may really matter there.
Big time. I moved from melee to range this tier, and I don't know who makes those bosses, but they hate melee. They hate it so much. Honestly, like, being ranged on bosses, like, especially something like Painsmith, or any boss ever, is, like, the best thing ever. I'm like, what on earth? Like, this is the greatest. Like, it made me like the game again. Like, I was like, it's just miserable as melee, like, some of these bosses. And, because I tested them on the PTR, like, with melee, and it just wasn't fun. I didn't have fun with it. So, yeah, playing ranged is so lovely as a hunter, just... You know, chilling at the back, no problem. It's fine. It's easy.
Yeah. I definitely have. I used to like not mind melee, but I've definitely just kind of switched over to. I think I just kind of prefer range these days. I think like one super melee friendly raid that comes to mind is like Nighthold. We saw so many in there, and it wasn't just limited to like just the DH and all this. It's like I remember even on Cooldown, the final boss, you strictly only wanted to have like 5 or 6 range, just because of how some of the mechanics worked. It was a very melee friendly tier. I don't think we've seen one as friendly as Nighthold since then, but hopefully we can kind of see one coming up. Right now for these early bosses, they seem like people are bringing some melee, but are they necessarily fun? I personally don't really think they're super fun for melee, but that's definitely like a personal opinion.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? It's an opinion at the end of the day. Like, people have different opinions on different things, and sometimes we don't agree, sometimes we do agree, and that's how the world works. But unfortunately for some people, they don't understand that. But anyway, we are just about to get a pull in, it looks like. They've got the Warlock Gate there, so they can jump and hop and skip across the thing nice and easily during that phase where you got the 2 separated. I presume that's what they're saying. And it sounds like there was a really loud noise. I don't know. I don't know if the stream heard that too. I think that was it a ready check? I don't know what that was.
I heard it too. I think it is, but
It's a ready check, yeah. I was like, what on earth? Kind of made me jump a little bit. I feel like the ready checks are like way louder than anything else in the game. Like, I'd feel like whenever you turn the volume down, they're still super loud. Like, whenever you do it. But looks like we're just about to get a pull. The ready check has gone out. Chat, how many pulls is this going to take? Are they going to one-shot the eye? Or are they going to have a cheeky little Wiperino?
5,
and then maybe do it the second time?
4,
Let's see what happens. One shot,
2,
one opportunity.
Why don't they just bring in like those in-game bottles of bleach and just throw it at it? You know what I mean? That's got to be like a super effective, like...
Against the eye, yeah. That's the cheat codes.
Yeah, you know? Has no one thought of this yet?
Imagine it would just be like that. Yeah, just throw bleach at the eye.
Yep, but opening, we are getting a first look at the mechanics. There's the chains, and what you need people to do is have people soak them as a group. After a short amount of time, it will pull the ads down, and you have to DPS the ads. You have to DPS them down. In the back, you see these people with these circles. They just move in the back. You don't want them to help soak the chains because they will slow the rest of the group and potentially get them pulled off the platform because they can't run away. So this is basically all you're seeing at the first phase. The boss will do his little spin around with his eye beam. Of course, you don't want to get hit by that because that will just absolutely one-shot you. As a group, you just take the chains over. There are some people that might be kind of risky and like door shadows through them, but even in my own raid, I didn't really see any people try to avoid that. But that's just how this phase goes. And he will eventually, after he hits a certain percentage, that's when we will start to see the next phase, and you will see them. Oh, you're seeing it right now. Intermission, they split up into 2 different groups, and you have to kill them evenly. If you don't kill them evenly, if one stays alive too long, they will start pulsing this massive raid damage that will nearly one-shot them, so you need to make sure that they die pretty much at the same time. And also, you can see that people, depending on what side they are on, will take different debuffs. If these debuffs, as mentioned earlier, if they cross over with each other, it will just destroy the entire raid. Though it looks like, real quick, they're all standing on one side. I didn't see it handled like this before, so I'm curious how they're doing it exactly like this. But yeah, also that Weakor is going nuts.
Any air horns? Crikey. Yeah, that's it. You know, I couldn't have said it better myself. That air horn is really annoying. What are they doing? Is that just Scripe's really good impression of an air horn? I don't know. Don't worry, it's been turned down a little bit, I guess. But yeah, you see the jump and a skip and a hop across the thing there to skip the eye mechanic, or get away from the beam. As you can see, they're going to split up and kill the 2 eyes here. Super easy. I mean, so far so good. No one dead. Healer POV always makes me super nervous. I don't like watching it. I don't like looking at it. It scares me.
Oh no, I love it.
For you, I bet you're like, yes, this is it. This is my jam.
Okay, what I think happened there is, so what happens if the 2 eyes also, if they get too close to each other, they will also just destroy the raid. Yeah, it looks like the eyes might have just gotten too close to each other. I'm not exactly sure what the plan is here, but I think what they're doing is they're just having the whole raid DPS one side. Once it gets low enough, they switch over to the other side. The first debuff that they get drops off, which is Scorn. They move over here. Over time, that drops off. They start to get the other debuff instead. And what I think they're trying to do is just DPS this one down, have them all together as a raid so that it's pretty easy to manage the healing CDs. And then once it's low, they'll have some people break off to the other side, kill them evenly so that they don't have to deal with more than 1 tick of like the massive nuke that the ads do. I believe that's how they're handling this. Again, I haven't seen anyone do it like this before, but it's not like I got to go around and see all the point of views. But if I had to guess, it seems like that might be how they're handling it, which is pretty interesting. I just really didn't expect that.
Yeah, that was a little bit weird. I don't know if they're like testing the waters of a mechanic or whatever, but yeah, that was kind of unusual. But yeah, it was definitely like a planned wipe, obviously, after one of the guys went down or whatever there. So let's have a little listen on the guys and see what they're talking about. Profanity warning, probably, I would imagine. But yeah, here you go, guys.
You don't need to go out the side. I mean, the ad will be closed anyways. And we're going to leave at 4 stacks already, okay? 4 stacks, we're going to leave, so now can do damage in peace. And then if something goes wrong, Laura can bring us to victory.
And in case, do I just pop right after? Okay, I don't know.
If you see something is not dying, like last time, you would just pop Convoke and try to finish it off.
I'll just literally not use my cooldowns until you tell me, whatever.
Yeah, right now we face the boss too fast anyway, so exactly. I will just say Convoke. I also, Chris, I know on the death gaze, feel free to call it out next time. There was too much chatter. Oh, did we fix the Vikara, yeah?
I did. Yeah.
He sent me to
God bless.
Oh my gosh. I couldn't hear anything anymore.
User left your channel.
That was great.
It was perfectly playable.
But you guys are a Weakor?
It wasn't for me.
All right, we're back in the fray. We're punching an eye, I guess. is the term. But yeah, we're another pool number 2. Whoever said that they weren't gonna get it first time I'm sorry to break your heart, guys. You were not correct, unfortunately. But we're gonna get it this time for sure. This time, 100%. What do you reckon, Steak Loins?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like I was already wrong. I really just expected the one shot. But yeah, like I said, they're just handling it in a very unique way. And they went to a pretty silly thing, which again, it looked like the eyes got too close to each other. I believe if the range is if they get specifically 55 yards is when they will do the mass AoE. I believe it's enough damage to live, but since it's unexpected, it will very likely kill your raid because it's definitely not an intended amount of damage that your raid is supposed to take. But since I'm sure they figured out whatever small thing it is, we've pretty much now seen all the mechanics of this fight. It is pretty simple, but it does have one final phase where over time, on top of there just being a ton of raid damage going out, there will be a stacking debuff that everybody gets, which is the healing received is reduced by 10%. It stacks all the way up to the point where you're pretty much receiving no healing at all. This is basically the soften rage, and you have to kill the boss within that time. And that is also typically when people lust. It looks like that they haven't lusted, so that's very likely what they're doing. But yeah, now it looks like that they're heading into the intermission. They're doing that same thing where the whole raid is sitting on one side. This is where it's close to 70 or 80 in-game yards that you have to stand away from the other one to not receive the buff. They're all getting the Scorn debuff, and they're trying to nuke down the ad as fast as they can, and then we're going to see them switch over to the other side where the other tank is, nuke that one down, and then see if the hypothesis is correct with how they are with how they're doing this. Again, I totally did not expect them to be handling the eyes this way. This is very unique.
Yeah, it is a little bit different. How did I heard a rumor that you're 3 out of 10. How did you handle the eyes?
Yeah, we just split the raid. We just split the raid and DPS them down differently. So what that does is it allows it so we don't have to take chains to get to the other side. It reduces the amount of movement you have to do. The downside to it is it splits your healers. Generally, the more people are stacked up, even if you have more healers, the easier that healing is to do. As you can see here, it's like you can also stack more raid CDs this way. So this way, it's like everybody's together. It makes it a bit easier, and it looks like that we might, or it's hard to see from the minimap, but I think we saw some people they're getting ready to veer off to damage the other ads evenly. They're keeping them super far apart so that they don't end up nuking the raid, and it looks like this one's about to go down, and the other one, their health is super even. And yep, then they're just going back into the early phase. Everything is done perfect.
Wow, that was exactly how it's meant to go down, pretty much. Right there. But yeah, that's an interesting, as you said, it's an interesting way to do it. I don't know, I just would have thought just split the raid and kill it, but no, I guess they're doing it that way, and it works. I mean, that's the thing, isn't it, at the end of the day? And I believe they did test, like, obviously Mythic, either Jailer was tested on PTR. They don't get a ton of time on PTR, though. It's really just an hour per boss, and I'm pretty sure they only test the boss once, at least on each difficulty. So really, I mean, this is kind of like, you know, you get like a very small time to test the boss out on Mythic. Obviously, doing it on Heroic is kind of similar. We do have a death there, unfortunately, though, from Frag. But we're going to see boss is at 50%. So I guess at this point, we could probably take a little look at the comms and see what the guys are talking about, see how the raid is progressing, and whether or not they're going to get this boss down, guys. Chat, get your I was there pogs at the ready. Don't press enter yet. But as soon as it goes down, I want to see it. I want to see that stuff there.
Under you guys. There's cleavings, and Ginger, you're gonna roar the laser. We're going to the right this time.
You want me to just wait for phase 3 then?
Yeah, unless you need it to stay alive yourself. A little bit sketchy last time.
Yeah, it was spooky.
Hey, Robin, you go right side now.
Push,
I have nothing
push
left.
the boss.
The boss quick.
Yeah, pushing it is fine with 10 seconds, it says. We're good. Go to the left side again. Same thing, boys. Melee, don't fuck it up. Range, and now, okay, I guess Maris will come to us this time. Okay.
Yep.
Bull's going out soon. Watch the death gazes and don't die to that.
Try to stay close to the hook, yeah?
Bull's out. Beam getting out. Do the dispels.
10 seconds, we have raid damage. It'll be Scaris' Devo and Noggy's aims it.
Okay, third tick.
Get
ready.
Get in
Get in position. Yeah, get in position with raid damage.
Yeah.
In the aim set. And we are lines.
I think someone flew it
Nah,
early.
it's all good. It's all
I
good. I
have 4
checked.
stacks.
Don't
it's fine.
do not go on the tank. Do not
Scary
go on the
second.
healer. Watch your feet.
Carefully melee. I see a lot of demon.
It's fine.
You
Ready
can
first. Second one coming.
Meris soon. And you can bring it Meris. Don't do it too close though. Range. You can position yourself in the middle and multi dot.
Ray damage
Do
coming
you-
soon.
Tell
Can
me
we
if you
rise
want my
barrier?
points
Keep
now,
Meris
like, whenever.
Great damage.
Fast say.
Barrier rally, Jesse bubble.
Oh, okay. Guys, you can multi dot. You don't take extra damage from going to the middle. Just don't bring the bosses too close to each other.
Yeah, careful Mercy, I'm a bit close.
Watch the beam out. I mean, we can just
Just
rally
let me
you with
please.
this, or you don't want to, Chris?
Yeah, we should. We should.
Rise and give me.
Alright, boys, take a health pot here. As soon as useless, anyways. Everybody health pot right now.
Jesse, you can send the CDs and make sure it hits where the boss will spawn as well. Use it.
Equalize boss HP.
I can't reach right now.
Equalize.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
It's
There, it's fine.
I sent.
Damage coming. Fraggy
Nice.
rally, Jesse Devo, and just live this.
Don't have to.
Tonic.
You start.
It's
Help me,
cancel. It's good. It's good.
Yeah, soul stone.
Can I rest him?
Bloodlust.
I go rest.
Pump
Yeah, rest,
bloodlust
rest,
rest me.
potions.
I got him. Don't just play.
Alright, bloodlust potions, pump. Slow skidding out. Don't stand in the group. Blazer out. Mini sprint totem this in the middle. Nice. Drag running. Watch the swirlies. And soon
That-
laser coming. This is fucking easy, dude.
Ramping Ryzen.
Okay, so Fraggle. Okay,
Few people
Canix,
there.
you're roaring.
Actually gonna come after this, but it's
Can be so, should we?
I use all your health tonics and shit like that early and keep your defenses for late.
Yeah, if you have a health body, you should use it now. If you somehow still have one.
Yeah, any
After
health pods, tonics.
Kill the boss,
Devo.
dude.
Yeah, just G Devo, whatever.
Whatever.
Take your loose specs.
Nice boys.
Let's go. Go fucking next, dude.
Oh,
Tonic brownie.
guys, I need healing.
Oh no.
How can I do
Oh,
that
no,
shit
not
as a
this
tank,
trinket.
man? It's so fucking garbage.
Oh no, Robin, no.
Hello there. What's up, guys? They did it. Pogs in chat. And could you believe it? We actually have something like you saw the guys get some wonderful loot there. But we have some loot for you. Yeah, we have some stuff and things and stuff for you guys to win here at the Echo Race War First. Don't say we don't spoil ya. After every boss here, apart from obviously the first one, we're going to do a giveaway for some stuff and things for you. Yeah, for you in the chat. Yeah, you guys. Now I believe it's set up. At least I hope so. We are giving away. It looks like there's a little picture if we can throw that up potentially. It looks like a woolly mammoth mount, like a TCG mount. There's some TCG items there as well. Looks like some gold as well potentially. There's a lot of stuff here, guys. Like you just can't even. I can't even comprehend the amount of stuff you're gonna get. But anywho, hopefully this works. Exclamation mark. Ready? Exclamation mark. EYE in the chat to join the giveaway. No one's joined the giveaway, Stake Lines. Can you? No one's even typed it.
What do you mean?
I'm choking. There's lots of spam.
Oh, I was like, okay, that just went so far over my head. Oh my god. I was like,
Oh yeah, whoops. It's EU only. Sorry. Ah, damn. Oh, I forgot to mention that. Oh, there's no degenerate NAs in the chat anyway. That everyone's EU. Everybody's here is EU, right?
Oh, okay.
Everybody. All right. Yeah. So we got some stuff and things to give away after every boss. Super exciting, man. I wish. You know what? I'm gonna join it too. Can I win? Am I allowed to win? I want this stuff. It's really good. It's great stuff. I want it. But yeah, exclamation mark I in the chat, guys. Congrats to the boys at Echo. 2 out of 10. 2 out of 10 right now with the Race War First. Oh, look, looks like a couple more guilds have actually made it over the 1 out of 10. Looks like, is it Exposed, Pieces, Aversion, and I can't see the other one. I don't know why, but yeah, looks like a couple more guilds have made it over the 1 out of 10. On the EU side, of course, NA being slightly ahead because they had it open yesterday. Not that that's a problem. But yeah, so there you go. Very, very exciting. Very, very exciting. I'm looking forward to seeing where it goes. Someone said, can we talk about Limit's progress? Who have you ever heard? I've not heard of that guild. Limit. I don't know. No. I don't know who that is. But anyway, yeah, Echo, 2 out of 10 right now. I'm joking. Yeah, of course. Right now, obviously the world first guild Limit are currently in the lead, of course, with 5 out of 10. Complexity, yeah, complex limity. Oh, poor Ariana. But yeah, yeah. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, 2 out of 10 for the boys at Echo, who have just been raiding just under an hour, I believe. At this point, it's 11 a.m. CEST locally over in Switzerland. They're probably gonna be taking a lunch break within the next couple hours, so we're probably going to see a couple more bosses in our shift. We've got about 2 more hours of us, and I know chat can't get enough of us. They just don't want us to leave. I don't want to leave either. I love the sound of my own voice. It's wonderful, and you guys love the sound of our voices as well. So you know, let's get shaken. But it looks like we're already at the 9. We're already at the 9. Steak Loins, do you want to lay it on the chat? What's going to go on in this little fight, if you know off the top of your head?
Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna cast a curse this one off the bat. I think we're gonna see a one-shot, but Steak Loins, you said that last time. Shut up, I don't want to hear it. I do think that this one is... I do think that this boss is easier than the I was. It has a deceptive amount of mechanics. It looks like a lot is going on at the same time, but honestly, for pretty much everything that you see, it's pretty much don't stand in it, except for one of them. You will see a mechanic where you're being blown out of a circle. You just want to make sure that you run inside of it. So the mythic mechanic here is Fragments of Destiny. What happens is there's going to be a few people that get a dispellable debuff on them. What they generally do, or how this is just generally handled, again, I don't want to, just in case they do something weird here, with this dispellable mechanic, they all stand near each other. And when you dispel it, it goes to the nearest player. Once they all land on the same player, basically a shard is going to spawn, and it sits there. You just don't walk in it because it slows you and damages you. Technically, the softened rage would be in a way where the whole platform gets filled up. Where you might think that would take a while to fill up the platform, there's other mechanics that will make that a little difficult, but what we're going to do is have a listen to their comms before they start pulling, and we'll be back with you soon.
Such a small bear can
we keep faith on Ken? Like play faith if you want to know?
Can't you take like the pet Tauren, Gamma,
I can
or
do as well.
something?
Ken,
don't you remember the OG Ken? A Tomb of Intelligence.
What the fuck is the OG?
This one, you always use this one.
A swapping thingy. Yeah.
Alright, listen. Is like this is so important. Fuck it, alright? We marked Ken? He's blue?
Yeah, I'm blue.
Okay, so push is at 2 minutes ready. No BL, no potions. We only use 2 minutes, nothing longer. Literally Huntsman, okay? Same thing. Huntsman strat. 220, we push, we let Skya land. That's when we fucking go crazy, okay? Can you mark the soaks? With the correct colors as well?
Oh, correct color. Okay.
I think it's...
And
yeah, Roger there.
We need to assign interrupt, yeah. That's what I wanted to say.
Yeah. Can you do that? I don't know.
I don't checking. Maybe I have the node left.
I think we say if you just click some shit, or we really. I don't think we need to.
I have it here, guys. 1 sec.
Add the thing from yesterday, yeah.
Gaming.
Yeah, put like this. Kira has a bit more HP.
We push at the same time.
Crush is not in that thing.
Oh yeah, of course. Crush is not in the raid. 1 sec. It will be Jimmy.
Yeah.
Jimmy is first. Yeah, I'm swapping.
Yes,
we need 5 interrupts, yeah? Crazy.
Jesse, don't Ash and Hallow when you first want to go.
There you go.
For when we push the second
Just wings?
Yeah, just wings on the first.
Okay.
Can you remind me, like, in terms of the assignment for the soaks, how was it? Like, on looking at the note now? I would be green in this case, right?
No idea, dude, but it will
No,
tell you
you're
once.
diamond probably. Sorry, yeah, you're green. Yeah, I think so.
I mean, we get the first soak and it's gonna be that soak repeating, right?
Yeah, it's star, circle, diamond, green. That's it, yeah?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Ready check?
But lower your star, clicks your circle, Canex, diamond, change it green.
Wait, why you put skull on Signa?
So we should have roar
I don't know
reminders,
what spell
right?
is.
But I don't actually want them, I think. Again, for now. Garrix, I'm sorry.
I meant to
Yeah,
be
they
bunking,
are
okay?
already disabled.
Okay, perfect. Let's go.
Who has the green marker right now? Can you remove?
Me.
Wait.
Because of
Yeah. Nice. Okay.
Okay.
Remove the green marker from Jith, please, Maris. Okay.
What I did?
Okay.
yeah, as,
Eating
at the
gaming,
same
let's
moment
go.
I did.
Alright, let's
Pulling.
sending.
No pots.
No pots, but 2 minutes, yes.
4, 3, 2, 1.
No potions, yeah. 2 minutes, exact. Good.
And we are back. They just pulled the boss. But as you were saying before, Mythic mechanic here is Fragments of Destiny. This is pretty much all on the healers. All the ook DPS or other players have to do is get to the arena. Healers can get the dispel as well. I should mention that. But once they get out to the side, we just need the healers to dispel them in the right way. Sometimes what people do actually is they make a little box mechanic where you have like all the people stand outside the person you want it to go on, and you can just mass dispel at the same time. But that takes a decent amount of coordination. So sometimes people just kind of YOLO it. They're just like, go near the person, dispel it until it gets the right way, or until it gets to just one person. I've seen that with a few POBs. It's not too hard to handle. The damage from the dispels themselves aren't super serious. What we're gonna see a lot of the damage come from is the spell called Resentment. Periodically throughout the fight, we're just gonna see a bunch of massive AoE damage come out. That's where you see people use the CDs. It's unlucky with some people if they have some circles they have to get out. But overall, boss is pretty simple. Lots of cleave, lots of potential to do a lot of damage here. And as I said, I'm predicting a one-shot. I do think that this boss is very, it's pretty easy.
Yeah, you're gonna predict the one-shot. Chat, what do you guys reckon? Now, chat is always right. Now, that's what you got to remember, Steaklines. Chat, 100% of the time, is right. Chat, how many pulls is this going to be? Is it going to be a one-shot? Is it going to be a two-shot, a three-shot? You know, are we caster cursing it? Look, I'm not saying anything. Look, I've got a... In fact, we won't talk about my track record with casting. But, you know, not very good, let's just say. 3-shot, 70-shot. 70? Wow, we're going to be all week. 4 pulls, 169. That's the thing. So, right. Looks like we're getting a pull. I mean, look at they are absolutely blasting the 3 that you actually do kill during this fight right now. They are going down faster than my Siege of Ogrima solo runs. They are really just blasting it down right now. One of the bosses, yeah, it's sub 20% right now. Yeah, it's crazy. Crazy.
Here's one of the mechanics we were talking about earlier. She'll just try to push you out of the circle. All you gotta do is stay inside, and you saw the AoE burst come from it after a certain amount of time. Again, pretty easy to sit in. Looking at this boss from the outside, it does look like it has a deceptive amount of mechanics, but again, they're actually quite easy. Pretty much anything you see on the ground, generally speaking, you don't want to stand in except for maybe 1 or 2 things. Any circles, you gotta get out. And then, once again, there's just a dispel. One thing, by the way, any warning for people that may be going in on this, for some reason, some add-ons may not track resentment correctly. I know we had a little bit of those issues with that in our raid, which is where the big damage comes out. So want to be mindful of that. Sometimes it's not tracked very well. And also these lines on the ground, they work exactly like they do in Sire. You just don't want to get hit by them or they will deal a significant amount of damage to you. I'm not actually sure if they'll kill you or not, just because we luckily in my raid didn't have anyone get hit by them. But yeah, all you have to do is dodge. Very, very easy. And pretty much with this, you've just seen most of the fight. Slowly, the platform gets a little filled up, which is... Oh, looks like they're intentionally wiping. All right.
What?
At first I thought...
cursed?
Oh my god, I'm actually just caster cursing every pull. I don't know.
So it just goes one shot, by the way. Oh, what have you done? What have you done? This is why you don't say it. You just say, this might be it, you know, or you do the opposite and you say, right, this is not it. They're not going to kill it. But I mean, what happened? That was like, everything was going so swimmingly. What the devil?
Yeah.
Any idea?
So we're actually going to listen in on comms at the start in the next poll so that you guys can see how they're going to coordinate some things. We're going to see what they're talking about. Maybe we'll see, you know, maybe they'll talk about some things they did wrong. Maybe some memes, hopefully some PG-10. It's pretty up in the air whether or not we'll hear some, you know how the EU boys
some
talk.
naughty words. I hope not. We are not past the watershed, which apparently is just a British thing, and you probably no idea what that even means. But there'll be like one like really boomer UK guy that'll be like, he said watershed, that's hilarious. But no, everyone else is like, what on earth is he talking about? Yeah, so we're just about to get another pool. So they're literally just getting straight back up, straight back in, and straight into the fight. They got a 10-second pool timer, guys. And as we said previously, we are going to jump into the comms for this fight. So, guys, we will be right back with some more casting.
Of course. I come.
Yes, in pot boys.
There's some more. That will come. Oh, G, I think. And Mike come.
Got some blades.
And then can Maris come to me somehow?
I can. Yeah.
Go, Maris. Anyone? I don't have. Okay, excellent.
Meteor coming.
Gareth Stevo.
Sorry, Favo.
Oh god, just don't use it anymore.
Yeah.
Sprint totem mini. Running away soon with the sprint. Range might want to dip in, I don't know.
On me. Right, coming. There's. Keith. Ogre come.
Barcode him.
To this.
Oh my god. Yes. Ad coming and go in clicks roar. And after this, position the boss to the edge soon. For the
Get a
shield.
backup on the next kick.
There might be debuffs coming soon again. Look at me, I'm blue.
Moving slowly.
Yeah, Frago come. I do.
On the high HP a bit.
You don't have
a mark, by the way.
Yeah, I'm blue. Go mini, G, and
Gingy just
Jimmy come.
roar these soaks.
Please not on star, yeah?
Yeah.
Need to
Oh
calm
my
down on damage
dude.
scribe, otherwise we push.
Fine, Lorgok.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, just hold damage, just stop damage, stop. Just do yours. Make
Yeah,
damage. Off heal.
Everyone stop damage,
Heal's coming,
please.
running out,
Just
running
keep them in the
out.
shield, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, just run out slowly. I didn't roar into
I'm on the
that.
right of the boss now. You fly first.
Lorgok roar.
Ravage ready?
Yeah, get the ad set.
Guys. Okay, yeah, perfect. Sol come.
Keep kicking, guys.
Good.
You can get out the
back up
ads.
here.
Focus Kyra. I don't think we need to wait till 220 anyways. Interrupt. Okay, get him in. Right, run in. Canucks roar.
Do we focus?
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Lay the bloodlust and cooldowns a little bit.
I'm in front of the boss on the right. Those coming soon probably.
Get Haunter.
And now
Yeah,
pause
don't do
boss
that,
and get Skya. Don't let her melee.
I'm
Yeah,
taunting him.
full pump now. Just cleave from Skya. Okay, new ads and fragments it says. Let's see.
Look at my position. I'm front right. Here we
Put
come.
the ad in. Fragments going out.
Frago first. Come.
Yeah, like
I grip you.
penalty or mark.
Yeah. Figure it out beforehand. Scares. He's coming.
Some raid damage. Watch you
Go.
can.
And Fabo's coming a little bit far.
Watch you can now. I have third walk here. What are we using, Chris?
On the meteor, it's Ryzen Barrier and Jimmy Douglas.
Okay. As soon as the meteor is up, use those things. Watch the blades first. And clicks are gonna roar the runaway. Clicks roar now. And as soon as you soak, we run.
I'm on the right.
Or run. Okay, never mind.
Calm down, dude.
Change you first on me.
I thought it was faster. It's
Like
fine.
next, over
Recall
here.
is what?
Back ready? We're spell warding the meteor on next Rico.
Ryzen come.
Alright. And
Beat as well.
spell warding on
Pablo, we're going a little bit far.
Spell warding soul. Nice.
Good.
Keep gaming.
Bot. Oh, sorry, wrong button.
I get ready. We're gonna run in. Yeah, we can just use a sprint totem here on the gateway. Okay, nice, brother. Come in, boys.
I'm front right.
We're gonna move the boss a little bit into the middle here.
First.
After the disperse.
Back come.
And Ginger, you roar
Thanks,
these
well.
soaks. Can we
Garrison
just
right.
sacrifice the meat here?
Fraggy ready?
Third on Rising.
Sure, if you want. We have a res,
Hill,
guess,
we're
yeah.
coming here.
Let's do it.
Yeah, fuck it, yeah.
Middle.
Yeah,
One
go
drink
soak,
here,
go
but-
soak. Yeah, nice. Get the
Yes,
roar.
Scarus Diva.
And then small bombs out, and we need to run away as well. Canix will roar it for the team. Just roar this, and you suicide can, and we res you.
Oh, really?
Soulstone can, yeah.
I can't, I'm out of range.
I rest him, it's fine.
I can. Okay, you do my.
A recall is happening. Soaks and meat here again.
BT will be Jesse Devo, Personals, and Ken
I
Williams.
can solo.
Oh, perfect.
After you...
These fragments are gonna be
Okay,
rough.
yeah.
I need an external,
Rally
please.
insta.
I need an
Rally.
external.
Res Phil as well.
Fraggle
And
come.
then debuff handling.
Get him. Bogger coming. Teeth as well. Bravo, we're going last. Excellent.
And then you need to come into this thing again, Ken. Just group
Finish
Ken or
group?
something. Alright. Lork
Good.
roar.
We're good.
We will be going between the, like on orange after this, okay? Kill them
Oh yeah,
both.
orange. Look at it, guys.
Valkyrie
Yeah.
is big bombs and small bombs, so lots of
Can
spreading,
I-
guys.
Yeah,
Be ready.
and the shield after. Careful
Yeah,
with your
I will not. I
DPS.
will not roar this. You need to spread without roar. Actually,
I will keep the boss and taunt him, okay?
Yeah.
I, know, I might roar it.
Yeah, look
Yeah,
at my
big
position.
bomb, you
Fragments
need to
coming. I'm
pass
on the right.
Yeah.
Double
Clicks
first.
you roar.
User
Like
left
I'm on
your
logger.
channel.
I'm
Toby.
stuck in mid.
Okay.
Coming.
Big
Thanks,
bombs,
boss.
person.
Running away.
On Logok. Scaris.
Full personals here. Tonics,
Third one,
potions,
Canix.
whatever you want. Run away as well.
Third as well. Mechanics.
Mini.
Wait, last
When
one.
Sprint Totem is ready, place it on
dispel
top
me
of the
someone?
boss.
Okay.
Clock in.
Excellent.
Nice.
Okay, good.
Sprint Totem up. You're gonna spread again. Double spread. And shield is gonna come as well. Get ready to move. And
We get fast.
any tonic and health potion right now. All personals. Just use everything. Resentment's coming soon as well. Okay.
Yeah, Rising Barrier.
Watch health. Watch health. Link assistance even more. Watch health.
Fragments
And
on
running.
the right. On blue. Fraggle first. Got him.
Running in
Second
here.
one. Scaris.
Fuck it, Ginger Roar.
Go. I might need a CD here.
Watch Ken. Yeah, Robin Sack Ken.
Alright, we got him.
And
I have Ashen now.
I'll do the Jimmy dispel here. Last one is gonna be Ujith on Canix now.
Just Jimmy Darkness here. It's fine.
Use
And
all
me
that
take
you
the
have.
suicide.
Suicide meteor. No more.
We can
You
spell
don't need to
it.
dispel
We can
anymore.
spell it.
Okay, yeah, this is spell running intended. Fuck it, I don't give a shit.
One pool, man. Let's go, dude. Leave me go.
Force
And I
Nice,
don't
nice,
wanna
nice.
complain, yeah, but you destroyed me,
Loot
bro.
specs,
I know, I know.
loot specs, loot
I
specs.
know, I know.
Please weapon, please weapon.
Get the fucking dagger. Let's go.
What the fuck?
Why the fuck is our tank getting all the gear, dude?
Wait, who looted?
One res.
Nez.
What on earth was that noise? What? I was like, I don't even know. But anyway, there it is, chat. 3 out of 10. Easy clap. No mount though. I don't think the mount dropped. That was a Hoya. Yes, that was good. That was good. Yeah, I mean, pretty easy for the boys to get that down there, and good stuff. But guys, you remember like 10 minutes ago when we did that giveaway for stuff and things? Look, we haven't started yet. Calm down, guys. Yeah, we're giving away some stuff and things. So you can see right there, 3 giveaway winners. Exclamation mark 9. Look, they already know. They already know. Exclamation mark 9. EU only, I believe, as far as I'm aware, unless could be corrected. Exclamation mark 9 in the chat, guys. Not 10, not 11, not 8, but 9. Yeah. How did you enjoy the fight, Stake Loins? Was it really fun? Alright. It is
sorry,
EU
what was
only.
that?
It was EU
Oh,
only.
EU only. Okay.
Yeah, Stars Boys.
Yeah, you know, I think it's a great fight. I still do wish that it was harder because it's like it's like the third boss. It would be nice for it to take like, maybe like 5 to 10 pulls or something like that, at least for these like world first competitor guilds. As mentioned, it has like a deceptive amount of mechanics. It's actually a lot more simple than it looks. And I will say, on a personal note, it took Echo two pulls to kill this boss, but it also took my guild 2 pulls to kill this boss. So,
wait, are you in a mythic raiding guild? You didn't mention it.
I might be, but I don't know. We just threw the raid together and just went in and
yeah,
you know,
mostly pugs was it? Just random people.
Yeah, mostly some pugs. Yeah.
Yeah. Love that. But yeah, it looks like the boys are progressing very, very nicely. We are 3 out of 10 right now here in the Echo Race to World First. I keep slipping up with words from Nathria. Like I said Sire earlier. I said like Nihilotha earlier. I need to like just sit down and be like, right, it's Sanctum of Domination, it's Echo, and that's how it is, right? I don't know. My brain is all scrambled because it's, you know, I had to get up early. Yeah, 3 out of 10 Mythic. Yeah, Cahoon. Yeah, we're doing Mythic Cahoon. Please, never again. Yeah, so as we progress now, we're going to move on to the next boss, which is Ner'zhul, right? Yeah, because you do Ner'zhul and then you get a choice between... No, then you... Yeah, so you do Ner'zhul or Soul Render, is it? Is that how it works?
Yeah, people go to either. Like, originally, so Limit was the first to get there. They started going to Soul Render right away, and that's when they ran into the issues. BDG followed as well. They started going there. I believe it's likely because these guilds probably thought that it looked like the most doable one. But, you know, that's when they quickly learned that boss's tuning is pretty insane. It's another one of those bosses where it doesn't necessarily have, like, an execute phase or anything. Like, of course, the boss does go in execute range, but it doesn't have, like, you know, some different mechanics as the boss's health gets lower. It's just a very, very difficult boss. Ner'zhul, however, it's the opposite. As the fight goes on, it gets harder and harder and harder. Yeah, they, you know, I'm not sure which one we'll see them. I'm not sure which one we'll see them go to. They do, yeah, we'll just see, I guess.
We will see. We will definitely see as they smash through the ads like it's nobody's business here. And, yeah, so guys, we're still doing it. If you're just joining, they just killed the 9, and we're doing !9 in the chat if you're interested in that giveaway. Also, they're doing Ner'zhul, which was, I believe, talking of Warlords of Draenor that we were talking about earlier. Yeah, well, it was a boss in Warlords of Draenor, right? Did you remember that? Remember that wonderful, wonderful boss? I think it was a dungeon boss, actually, if I remember rightly. Back in WoD. Best expansion ever. I wish we could go back. Yeah, so... Yeah, looks like we're going to do Ner'zhul. I saw a funny meme over on Reddit about Death Knights, about the pushback mechanic here, where they were just like chilling and everyone else just gets blasted off the platform and they're just like doing nothing. It's brilliant. But this fight stressed me out a little bit, mainly because we had like a bit of a janky mechanic when we, a bit of a janky like tactic when we did it. But yeah, I think it's an okay fight in general. The model is amazing for the boss, right? I think it looks great. Obviously, you know.
Yeah.
But how do you find it? Do you like it? Nice, stressful healing fight?
Yeah. This boss definitely is like a stress test for you know, everyone all around. It definitely does a decent amount of tank damage. But yeah, as the fight goes on, the healing requirement is pretty insane. From the beginning, especially once you kind of get it down, it's pretty manageable. But as you start seeing them get to the last phase, there's a lot more movement because the entire platform gets covered with swirls. On top of that, there's the orbs that come out. They're also doing damage to the raid at the same time, as long as the dispels. When the dispels go out for the knockback, that does damage on top of everything. So it's like, especially if you're someone that's already low as it is, you really need to manage your personals here. This isn't something where it's like, oh, if X happens, use defensive. It's like, you really got to think, can I survive this? Can I hold on to it for a little longer for later in the fight? But this does definitely become a bit stressful. The test for the DPS is when the orbs are out. They really need to be nuked down pretty early. There were some early talks about maybe leave them up because for single targets, some classes can like generate more single target by keeping them up. But pretty soon, from a lot of the point of views I was watching, they usually decided just to, you know, try and kill them as quickly as they can. So yeah, this is actually a big stress test all around. Definitely not a fight to be reckoned with. This one, I will not cast or curse, and I do not think this one will be a one-shot. It'll definitely take a few pulls, or more than a few pulls, so we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I think Limit had a few pulls on this one. This was kind of like a little unexpected wall, I think. I was just looking at the Mythic mechanic, right? So it says, in Mythic, obviously I know this off the top of my head, I'm totally not reading it. Each piece of shattered armor drops on the ground and duplicates one of the remnants of Ner'zhul's spell casts. So that's called Shatter, right? Shatter is obviously the mechanic that's already in there, but in Mythic it has a little bit of a extra bit to it. But according to the Dungeon Journal, which is correct 100% of the time, that is the only extra Mythic part, right? Is that correct?
Sorry, what
there
was
it
that?
is. The Shatter, like there's like an extra Mythic part of it in Shatter, where a piece of shattered armor drops on the ground and duplicates Ner'zhul's abilities, apparently.
Oh yeah, that's exactly what causes the fight to get harder as it goes on. I'm just going to double check. The percentages are the first shatter's at 80, then it's at 60, and then at 30%. So sub 30% is when you see most of the mechanics duplicated. This is also, or because of that, this is also when you're going to see most guilds use Lust. Some change it a little bit depending, because if you lust a little earlier, sometimes it can allow you to skip a certain mechanic going into the next phase because you don't want to get some like nasty damage overlaps. But yeah, exactly what you said, because of the shatters and because of the progressive difficulty of the boss, that is also when most guilds seem to be wanting to use Lust.
Perfect. There it is. I think we're actually getting a pull very, very shortly. Looks like they're kind of readying up for a pull on Ner'zhul here. Guys, chat, good morning, good afternoon, how are we doing? Don't forget, look, I'm reading you constantly, guys. If you're going to be, be nice, everyone, be nice. So, how many pulls are going to be, chat? Are we talking 1, 2, 3, 4, 69, 420? How many chats? How many chats? How many pulls? How many pulls on the boss? 15, 6, 9. See, I think, like, yeah, 4 seems reasonable. Seems like a reasonable amount. 15? Wow, it's quite a lot. 9. 20 chads. 20? How many? So, do you know how many pulls Limit had on it, or any of the other guilds?
I'm not sure how many pulls they had. I know near the end, because I was like raiding at the same time. I know that at the end, BDG was still pulling it. I know that their lowest pull got to about 15%, and they were getting close to about 60 pulls. Limit obviously must have killed it, much less than that, but I'm not actually sure exactly how many pulls that it took them to
say
kill
60?
It.
60?
Yep, 660, yep. It was taking them a bit. Oh,
15 for Limit, okay. Interesting.
Yeah, that's a bit of a discrepancy.
It's quite a lot, though, considering like how, quickly the other bosses fell over.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll certainly see what happens here. But I love these little transition things. I presume they're created by Preheat, all the guys over there at the graphics team. They're wonderful.
Yeah, I heard he made the I believe the intro video as well. That really cool, and that we saw at the beginning of the stream.
Yeah, he had his own like little logo. It was like Preheat Productions or something like that. It was awesome. Yeah, good stuff. Super cool. But listen, Ready Check has gone out, so we're just about to get a little pull here from the boys. I don't know how many of the guys are actually over in Switzerland. I think the majority of them are over there, which definitely helps for sure, right? Like especially on like breaks and stuff like that, they can actually like physically go and stand next to each other and talk about stuff, and even show stuff like on screens and whatnot. It just makes everything like way easier to communicate as a guild, being there physically. So
yeah, I'm not exactly sure of the ups and downs. It's never even close to a situation that I've been in myself, so I'm sure it is nice. Maybe a nice little warm community feeling, but amongst each other might be super helpful as well. They can hype each other up, get a nice little din before the actual raid times that we saw on Twitter. Cute,
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't know. Hopefully we'll just see some pulls on this boss soon. I can't imagine it will take them too long. If it took Limit 15 pulls, then we'll probably see Echo take around that many. And there's not too many like different strats you can do here. It's pretty straightforward. Dispels are generally handled the same way. There's different ways you can adjust the healing CDs, which are also generally used around the dispels. But yeah, there's not too much variation that you can really expect to see with this boss. So it's probably just going to be pulling it until they kind of get it down, get what they want to do, and see a kill, and then move on to Soul Render.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think Surrender, super cool fight. I love that fight a lot. The like the little dance thing that you do with the little triangle bits. That kind of stressed me out a little bit, but I thought it was a cool little mechanic. Looking forward to see that. It's like Sachet Left. You remember that from Nihilotha?
Unfortunately, yeah.
God, I can't remember. It was Sachet Left. I'm sure chat will know. Do you remember what the actual words were that
Shimmy
they used?
Right, sashay
Shimmy.
left, boogie down,
Boogie down.
prance forward. Oh yeah.
Did I say
Dance
Nihilotha
masters.
again? Oh my god, man. I'm so fired. I'm done. I'm done. Steak loins. I don't know where you're gonna find another caster from, but I'm donezo.
I do the same thing. I was like, especially since I was looking at different point of views, like I'll like confuse poll counts with each of them, and sometimes I'm just like, oh wait, that was the other one. Like, no, I completely understand. My head has just been like swarmed with all of this stuff. It just it's expected.
I mean, it feels like the last raid I casted over was frickin' Nihilotha, you know, like. But no, it was actually Nathria, another, you know, one with an N there.
Yep.
But so we have a pull on Nazul. Imagine if they one-shot it. Imagine.
Oh my god! Then
Imagine if they one-shot it.
I'm officially the reason if they one shot it why they don't one shot things. It would just
Yeah,
be
that's what
completely my
you
fault,
just say
Cassickers.
like, oh, they're definitely not going to do it this time. Absolutely not. No chance at all that they're going to one-shot it. And then, you know, don't say it out loud, but you know, they do. Yeah,
Yep.
So.
But early on in the boss, we can see that the orbs you were talking about earlier, so these orbs that are up, they just basically do passive damage to the raid. Luckily, it's not too spiky, but it just kind of individually hits players at like a rapid pace. Once you kill the orb, you can basically pick it up and then you got to throw it off the edge so that stops doing damage to the raid. At the same time, you'll see those giant like black and white pillars above people. How these are handled and how it seems that every guild is handling these is they have these people run out to the edge together and they get them mass dispelled. Once that happens, the whole raid gets knocked back. So they all need to be kind of standing in the same area and get knocked back together. Luckily, that makes it very useful for cooldowns like, Barrier and Spirit Link. Here, we actually see the Dispels doing the same thing. You see them both running to Star. They're getting ready for the Mass Dispel. It goes out, and then everybody's safe. Run back in, dodge the ground, and that's mostly how it goes. As mentioned before, it shatters at 3 different stages in the fight. The first one being 80%, the second time being 60%, and the third time being 30%. During each of these, that's when they start doing double casts of certain mechanics. At 80%, the suffering casts are duplicated. At 60%, it's grasp, and at 30%, it's malevolence. It looks like right now that they're already past the 80% and then they're moving onto the 60%. I can't quite see the percent on the health frames because my eyes are not very good, but I do believe they're getting pretty close to that, or may have already passed it. Maybe you can see it a little better than I can.
They're getting there. Yeah, let's just say they are certainly getting there. But yeah, no, they are blasting so far. Nobody dead. Little knockback there that I really hate a lot, but they seem to just do it like clockwork. Again, that's a mechanic that's in Heroic as well, so you would rehearse that quite a lot. Obviously, we're doing the hideous amount of splits that they have done. But the boss currently, as of right now, is around about just under 60%. So yeah, we've just passed the 60% mark. As I said, there is one death gone out, unfortunately. Maybe they'll be able to get him back up and trying to find the battle res thing on this screen. But oh, yep, there it is. No battle reses currently for at least another minute or so. So we're going to see what happens with that. We'll probably just keep him dead for the minute and see what happens. But again, just passing the 50% mark here on the first pull of Nazul, doing that knockback mechanic like an absolute dream, of course. And the swirly boys are just going to avoid that. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. And off they go. Still, oh no, someone got super low there, but his cursed frames. When people get super low on his frames, it looks like they die, but...
Yep, and we are going to be moving into listening comms since they're near 50%, and we'll see how they're going to handle the rest of the fight.
Hey, D-Boss is going out, feel outside.
And even
Watch it though. First, maybe throw the orbs away. Lasers, watch it.
Healthstones, personals, Fuzzy Link, last second.
We're going in 3, 2, 1, Masterspell. There's still an orb on the floor.
There was 3 of them at the same time, so...
Yeah.
Okay, so a few things. The raid CDs are completely fucked because on the first shatter, we just panic used a bunch of shit, yeah? That wasn't not supposed to use. then we had nothing for the rest. The other thing, I mean, that's partly my bad as well. Yeah? I didn't announce early enough because I looked away at the spreadsheet. Other thing is we're still not trying to get in all the like not everyone's getting the barriers, the links and stuff. You need to move in, guys. You can't just stand around. No matter how long towards the episode.
Honestly, I think the marker scribe is like whatever, or like.
And we are back. You could hear Potter, the healing officer, scolding those raiders. You gotta stand in those barriers, stand in those links, or else that's what happens. But yeah, what he's basically talking about there is the double the spell. Just going back to that again, 2 players that get to the spell, they have to go to the outside. The rest of the raid follows, stands nearby, and they just put some barriers and links down for the knockback and the damage because it will do a significant amount to the raid. So yeah, he's just talking about apparently, because I couldn't quite see all the healing CDs, but according to him, it just sounded like they panic put a bunch of things down and not everyone was standing in the barriers and the links, which is likely what contributed to these deaths. So that's something that we'll see a lot on this fight, especially when you get the lower percentage, especially sub 50%, you really start to see some individuals you'll start to see some individuals die, and the more that happens, the longer the orbs stay up and the more raid damage that happens. So it's definitely a bit of a snowball effect.
Steak loins, I don't feel so good. Oh no, I've gone.
Is it me?
I went into the I don't know. I went into the Matrix and then I think I'm back. No, it's not you.
Okay.
All right, I think we're good. I think we're. I'm not doing anything. Oh no, it's happening again. It's nothing to do with me. It's just this is what happens, you know, when you do these things remote. You can't predict these things, unfortunately. You know, Thanos comes in, snaps a little bit, I disappear, but then I come back because Tony Stark saved the world. But yeah. Anyway, we're back. Welcome back, and that was a. One wipe, as we said, limit 15 pools, I think was obviously the how they did it. But yeah, I love listening on the comms. It's something that we haven't had, well, at least I haven't had. We had it in the last race, but not the previous race, and it's been so great to be able to hear like their actual POVs of the fights, because beforehand you would just guess, right? And you'd be like, oh, I don't know what they just did. But then you actually hear them saying it, and it's kind of nice. It's super chill as well. Like, you'd expect the voice comms to just be absolutely nuts, but honestly, it's just kind of Scribe just calling shots and being pretty chill about it. But look, Deep Shades, as we were talking earlier, is using the default UI. There's literally, what has he got? He's got like a damage, he's got using details, but other than that, obviously a few weak cores here and there, but that is default. How do you feel about that, Steak Lines? Does it make you skin crawl?
If it works, it works. Like I said, I used a lot of default stuff for a very long time. I'm pretty sure those are default frames as well, which I also used. However, I hate the 3D effect. Please just make it like it's like the flat colors, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
It's kind of like in the 90s, people using flame text. When I see any sort of like 3D, I'm like, absolutely not. That needs to go.
Actually, I'm curious, chat. We're gonna do a quick chat poll. Just say, like, do you guys use a custom UI or default? Now, I use default because I'm so good at the game that I don't even need a custom UI. So I'm curious about you guys, if you kind of go custom or default.
Ooh,
it does make me curious, like the level of like kind of like how hardcore rating or how hardcore into the game they get depending on their UI. Like, as you see, Deep Shades, I mean, he's on the the top 1% of the gamers, and he's using the default UI. So it does make me curious how many people do actually use it at that kind of level. But half custom.
Yeah,
custom. Oh, there's a poll.
I'd say...
Look, create a poll.
Yeah, I'd say I was on the half train. Like, I wouldn't even know how to answer that myself, because for the longest time I was like halfway. But I'm pretty much full on the custom side now. But yeah,
I remember.
Yeah.
The other races I do, like, when I did Nathria and stuff, I see like the UIs and I'm like, oh yeah, man, I'm gonna go home and I'm gonna make an amazing UI and I'm gonna love it. And I made one and I was like, this is kind of cool. And then my boomer brain was like, I don't like change. I'm putting it back. I don't like it. It scares me. So I ended up just not having a custom UI. But yeah, I mean, you obviously people have add-ons and stuff like for different things, but yeah, the actual UI itself. I mean, as I said, like if it works for him, then who am I to judge? You know, they can do whatever the
Yeah.
hell they want.
Yeah. Oh, but it looks like we're finally seeing another poll timer. We're gonna get another poll in. Again, this isn't gonna. This probably won't be similar to the I or the 9, where they're gonna get on the second poll. They didn't even technically get into the hardest phase yet, which is where most of the damage is coming out. So hopefully they kind of resolve the healing CDs. Potter was probably, you know, whipping them into shape and making sure that they know specifically where they're gonna use it, getting on people to make sure that they're standing in the barriers and inside of the links, because again, damage, this like raid damage, which none of it is super unexpected. This is really what'll kill you here, and not getting the orbs in time, because the orbs on top of explosions, that will just kind of be what whittles you down, and you know, your defensive and your pot can only last so long throughout the fight. But it looks like we're seeing the earlier set of the dispels going out, rest of the raid following, because that knockback is massive, except for the powerful warlocks that could just, you know, mechanics don't matter for warlocks. But yeah, we're seeing this. They're getting, they might have hit the 80%. Again, I still can't quite see the percentage, but I think, do you see that? Are they at the 80%? I can't quite see it. 79. Oh, they just hit it. Yep.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, it's a little bit hard to see sometimes because of just, I don't know, their stuff, but yeah. Away they go with the mechanics here. Now, the last pool we got was 44.6% on their best pool, which was the first pool that they ever did. I think that was pretty good for a first pool, not gonna lie. Like, I'm pretty impressed with that for sure. But yeah, as you said, the Warlocks are absolutely blasting on this fight as well. A lot of them being in the kind of precipice of the top DPS. They're absolutely just destroying the boss. I mean, these bosses are going down so quick, but it's just the mechanics that are getting them. What happened?
So, oh, he just got knocked back on the edge. It just freaked me out. Just like perfectly. That was like precision, perfect, like knowing exactly how far it's gonna knock you back. It just scared me. I was like, oh my gosh.
Oh yeah, it's not their first radio. I think they, and that's the thing. I mean, I was just thinking about this with the with the bosses. Like this one especially, like there isn't that much mythic like differences, right, from heroic. I mean, there's that one mechanic obviously with the armor falling down, but other than that, there's literally nothing. And then some of the bosses are not completely different, but there is a lot more mechanics in mythic. So I think obviously, you know, they've been doing heroic splits all week, and it's probably driving them nuts, you know. But yeah, they've done this boss quite a few times at this point, but it looks like they are wiped up with number 2, unfortunately. But
yep,
it's okay.
But yeah, what you said is definitely right. This fight is actually pretty similar to heroic. It's off the top of my head, it does kind of seem like they are keeping a lot of the bosses kind of similar to heroic. A lot of the mythic mechanics are just like an empowered version of the mechanic, or like a little bit of an adjustment. But this is kind of like what you said. This is a perfect example of it. A lot of the mechanics here, again, the mythic mechanic is that they're just kind of empowered, or there's more casts of it. So it's just the added mechanic is basically, you know, extra damage, manage it better. DPS check is also a lot tighter. And again, the orbs, especially going to the dispel overlap, we'll see them, they start to get really, really dangerous around like the 40% mark, and especially going to the last phase. But the orbs can almost be handled a little bit easier because that's also when they're entering the lust phase. So DPS get a big boost. Healers can catch up if they're falling a little behind on the health. So I'm really excited to see them get into the last phase. Hopefully it gets handled really quickly. But yeah, I really don't expect them to take too many pulls on this boss. It is actually pretty simple, and it's relatively similar to heroic.
Yeah, I mean, that was obviously a second pull. Looks like they're getting a ready check straight away. Like, they are just pumping. I am curious when they are going to do splits. I'm hoping it's not during our shift, so we have to cast over that. I remember a couple races ago, there was one point where they were doing Mythic Plus and splits, and it was just miserable. Like, I am not going to be recruited for the MDI, let's just say, anytime soon. But yeah, that was rough. But I mean, Mythic Plus, realistically, I mean, how much do you think they're going to be doing this week to gear up? Do you think it's going to be important?
I honestly don't know. I don't know what people's go-to is for gear. I do remember they were doing something about gating weapons, so that like in CN, one of the issues was some people could kind of RNG like a 233 weapon out of their vault week 1. I think they did something to combat that. I'm not sure, because I am terrible at PvP, so it's something that just doesn't even concern me. but yeah, I'm not sure exactly what the go-to spam is. I know you definitely want to get your 10 vaults. I know you definitely want to get your 3 PvP things, which is just kind of getting like enough conquest throughout the week. So yeah, also there's like the Valor cap. I think it's just filling out your vault then to like absolutely fill the rest of your time. I'm not exactly sure what that looks like.
Yeah, no, that's understandable. I mean, it's an interesting one. Like, I definitely think they got to, like, you know, completely fill out the vault for the end of the week, and they'll probably maybe even do that on Tuesday, depending on where they are. Obviously, the reset being on Wednesday morning. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting race for sure. I'm looking forward to it. I love these races. You can never predict what's going to happen. There's always like something crazy, something different happens. There's always hot fixes and all sorts of different memes that kind of arise from it. I think there's a lot more guilds this time as well competing for the race to world first. Obviously, you've got, you know, Echo Limit, Method, and BDGG, and then you've got others. You know, you've got this new Chinese mega guild, right? That's kind of formed. Is it called Aster or something like that? I keep hearing about. And they're doing a whole thing. They had like apparently they had a massive opening ceremony with music and a band and stuff. And now I'm jealous. We should have recruited like Jay the Bard or something like that to come play us a little jaunty tune to bring us in. But Pieces as well, of course. Yeah, sorry, can't count them out. They are actually a world first guild as well, of course. Very nice people over there. I like Pieces.
Unat.
Can't count them out. But yeah, so it's just one of those. I think every year, every tier, sorry, not every year. Every tier it gets bigger and bigger. The events get bigger and bigger. People doing different events. It's awesome. There's so many different POVs. This is something we didn't have a couple of years ago, like at all. You know, before it was just like whispers and rumors and stuff like that. So, and now you get like full-on events with casters that everyone knows and loves. Of course, you guys love us so much. And yeah, it's wonderful. Honestly, I'm really grateful to have the opportunity to talk you through these wonderful bosses with my extremely knowledgeable WoW knowledge, of course. But yeah, anyway, enough about that. Boss, how's it looking? Everyone alive? Everyone looking good?
Yeah, it's looking all right so far. I believe it looks like we have like a dead gamer on the frames, but it looks and just more people thought I couldn't even finish a thought. Yeah, looks like they lost someone. Just kind of snowballed from there. Didn't even make a 50% one there. That was not the greatest poll. So you cast a curse that one. That one's on you.
A dead gamer. I love that. That's amazing. Yeah, no, they're yeah, it's over. F's in chat. That's what, pool number 4? Or is that yeah, it's pool 3, right? I don't know. I feel like some of the pools sometimes they're like kind of like just feeling it out, trying to get that kind of muscle memory in for the fight and whatnot. Number 3? Number 3. Oh dear.
I don't even know what boss we're on, honestly.
This is boss number 3. No, boss number 4, in fact. Yeah, we're 3 out of 10 right now.
Oh, right.
Over here in Echo, I'm sure there's a lot of EU people in the chat. And NA, probably some NA people waking up. Super early NAers. Any North Americans in the chat that are waking up? It must be like, what, like 3... it's super late for you. So it must be like 5 in the morning now, right?
Yes, it is 5 in the morning right now.
Is the sun rising? Can you see it?
I'm slowly doxing where I live, but no, I cannot. Not yet.
Who's... She can't see the sun. She must live.
Dude, people are gonna like triangulate my location based off like the sun rays coming through my window. And like...
That would be impressive. I mean, yeah, but it's pretty unlikely. Some people... Oh yeah, of course, like, yeah, you've got OCE as well. Obviously, it's like in the... It's probably, what, like, Tuesday night at this point?
Yeah, it's like
no, Wednesday night.
Right now.
Yeah, so... Anyway, either or, we're happy for you guys to be here. We're happy for you guys hanging out with me and Stake Loins today. We've been having fun. It's the first shift. You know, you have teething problems. You have different things, like keep making mistakes with different raids. But don't worry, tomorrow, guys, I'll mess it up even more. But we'll see what happens. And hopefully we get some good pulls today. The guys are going to be going probably late tonight. Probably like maybe midnight if they're feeling it. Depends how the pulls are going and whatnot. But Scribe gave us a prediction at the beginning of the day that they're going to get to Painsmith and see what happens there. Limit and the other NA guilds will probably be arising from their slumber within the next 4 hours or so, depending on how late they stayed up. So we'll see what happens. I love it when it's neck and neck, when people are going at the same time. That's the best bit for me. And the chat at that point is so lovely. No one ever toxic. It's so everyone's so great. Just really there's no toxic fandom or anything like that. Like everyone's just such great people. But yeah, yeah. Smile. Any smilers? Lots of smiley chat people. But yeah, good times. Good times. Yeah, be nice. At the end of the day, it's awesome. I love the race. Like everyone's wonderful. See, lots of smiley people.
Oh, we have one frowny Darkgate 99. That's not what we want to see.
It's the most edgelord name ever.
Oh yeah, true. But in a nice way, of course.
Yeah. You just pressed the wrong button. That's all it was. That's all it was.
Typo.
Yeah, that's it. All right, we have another pool though. Enough about the smiley chat and stuff. We have another pool with the boys. This is pool number 4. Best pool, as we mentioned, 44.6%, which was their first pool. And we are going into left fight now. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty standard stuff, right? Would you say it's like quite a scripted fight? Would you say there's much RNG in regards to how it goes down?
Yeah, it's pretty scripted. I haven't really gotten to pull this boss myself, so it's like there might be some things I realize when I actually do it. But like the shatter damage is really predictable. The damage that comes from the dispel is pretty predictable. The only thing is like the torment, right? Is that debuff kind of gets like cast on random people. Sometimes you might get hit with one you don't expect it. And then there's the classic, I was expecting a heal, so I did defensive kind of thing. But most of this is pretty scripted. A lot of it is expected. It's just about managing the CDs, playing perfectly. It is a very, very tight boss for it especially being the third one. One thing that you'll notice is they're using really strong CDs early, like Barrier and Link. That is very likely because they are going to want to save them for the nasty overlaps later. So it's pretty often we see that. That does mean that later on, sometimes you kind of see like through the middle of the fight, it almost feels like they're using weaker CDs where they're like dying. But sometimes that's just something that you have to do to make sure that you have the big ones up for the later end of the fight. Because this fight is really not that long. They're already hitting the second phase and they're getting really close to 60% where they're going to get their second shatter. But then after that is usually when we start to see the wipes. We usually start to see one person get picked off, 1 or 2, and then it kind of snowballs from there. Again, just from 1 DPS dying and not getting a res, it makes orbs die slower. Raid gets hit with a lot more damage and it becomes a lot harder to recover. If people aren't topped before those dispels come out, that is another thing that will kill people pretty easily. So you pretty much have to be on top of that. And now that you think about it, one kind of RNG thing is maybe you could get unlucky with certain classes getting the debuff on them that they have to dispel. Some aren't as good at managing moving while being able to like cast, you know what I mean? So now I think about it, that is definitely one of the things that could be a bit of an RNG element. You just don't want to be like the unlucky class to get it.
Yeah, well there you go. See, you kind of answered your own question just by kind of revising the strats in your head.
Using my noodle.
Yeah, that's it. Big brain. Early morning big brains.
Yeah.
The swirlies on the floor, I mean, they seem like a non-issue for the guys, but they are relentless. I mean, they're literally everywhere.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's actually another thing is when you get to the last phase, you'll see them cover the entire platform. It's another thing where it looks like deceptively hard to dodge. It's one of those mechanics where one spawns and new one spawns, and then you just stand on the new one and then move back. Looks like they got hit by one there and it silences you. It doesn't kill you, but it will damage you a bit and silence you, so that can become deadly later on, especially if you're a healer and you get silenced. That's just like a big, like, it's over. Like, imagine being a disc in the middle of your ramp and you get hit with a silence. It's just like that. That is pretty much just like an assured wipe for your raid. But just to answer someone that I saw in the chat, yes, they are double dispelling. It seems a lot of guilds are just using mass dispel and just doing them all at once. It makes sense because it minimizes the amount of knockbacks that you get, so it's less movement that you're forced to do, and just makes everything quicker. And we are heading into the 40%. It's almost there, almost to the 30%. This is where we're getting to one of those more dangerous overlaps. The raid is starting to rot out a little bit, but it actually is being sustained pretty well. We're going to move back into comms. The poll's going really great. We'll be back with you soon.
In 2, 1, master spelling.
What?
No.
Hi. Elson, if you need guys, just live some out.
It's fine. Yeah, stay alive. Stay alive. Doom bloodless.
When is last? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, at 30%.
Let's see, can you drop mana to it?
Okay, watch the laser, watch the
Only
laser,
two,
watch the laser.
only
Yeah. Only two, yeah.
You're
Tank those two.
On the Shatter, it's going to be
Shatter
Ken's
soon.
barrier and Scarus' Devo. You need to be in the barrier. 2% health.
Just last now, just last now. Ah, fuck, we got the bombs.
Scarus on
Perfecto
the
out.
see this?
Oh my
Okay.
god. Yeah, after this laser in
Right
2,
after this.
1, master
You
spelling,
can rest me whenever.
into Shatter.
Yeah,
Every bunny,
rest-
every
Oh
person.
my
Rest in Orgok, I beg.
god. This is fucked.
So,
Oh, I see.
The one time it mattered, fuck it. Okay, let's just keep. Oh, okay, now.
I think it's okay.
Oh, bro. The one
Man,
time.
let's
Okay,
take a
great.
break, analyze the timings, see when
Well,
we should
can't you
quit
just kill,
pushing.
man? One more pull.
No, it was just the one time. It was the timer was wrong. Is
I
what
told you we
mattered
can
with
kill
the
before
bombs.
break.
The bombs were fine up until that one timing.
You want
where
to
I said
kill now
push
or
it.
take a break?
A break.
I think you can.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Jonas, I delayed
How
the
long-
CDs,
how long is the
and then
break?
the Havoc was on a non-targeted orb, yeah?
Yeah,
was so
that's
sad.
it,
Hi.
bro.
Reminder, by the way, reminder we will get the ads, yeah? Remember, don't get like blasted soon.
Hello there. A break. A break? A break, they say. Yeah, they're going to take a break, as that sounds like. I was doing some extremely important research during the part where we weren't talking. Aversion are now 3 out of 10. How about that? How cool is that? So currently right now in the EU, it's Echo, Aversion, Pieces, Exposed, Bloom, and Sloth, who are an Alliance guild. That's the best part of it all. Top Alliance guild, Sloth on. There it is. But yeah, sounds like they're taking a break. I don't know how long the break is or whatnot, but yeah, a quick repose, I say, was the copy pasta from a couple years ago, something like that. But yeah, how that was pretty close though, wasn't it, Stake Lines? Though it did pretty well.
Overall, it kind of looked like I'm not sure about close, but it looked like a pretty clean poll. At the end of the comms there, you could talk about them talking about like I kind of semi-forgot what it was already, but they were talking about like the push timing. This is something that some other guilds were running into around this time in the boss. You get to a really weird time where it's like you'll have some more orb spawn, and again, it's just like some dangerous overlaps. This is where we did see BDG. They were considering like moving the Lust a little bit earlier to see if they could skip something like that, but also that does mean that you'll be remaining in phase 3 a bit longer. So yeah, what they're probably gonna do is just go and sorry, they're just gonna go recoup, maybe reassign some CDs. I just saw that I bet Stake Lanes has a cat, just made me laugh.
Yeah,
Yes,
I
there's-
saw that.
there's one
I was
right
just
there.
like,
yeah. But yeah, no, it looked like a super clean poll. They had one death, and then it just kind of looked like it went a little downhill from there. But yeah, they're just probably gonna fix a few things, make a couple adjustments. Boss is very close to being dead already.
yeah, I think they'll come back after the break. It's a 30-minute break. It looks like from looking at their UI. So yeah, it's a 30-minute break. They're gonna quickly maybe grab some food. I mean, it is midday over there, but you know, as they take a break, I think we're going to take a small repose. Guys, me and Stake Lines will be back in around about 10 or so minutes, so don't go anywhere with the Echo Race to Well First.
Hey, we're Marcelian and Flame from Marcelian Online, and we've been using the CurseForge client for like 6-7 months now since its launch with no problems. Get new cool add-ons, we update all of our existing ones with one button. I mean, it is the add-ons manager of our choice.
And it's also the choice of the Echo players who use CurseForge app for their add-on needs. And it's really cool that Curse gives 70% of their revenue to the add-on developers.
So you know what you have to do?
You gotta check out curseforge.com/echo to get the CurseForge app and see the add-ons that all the players use and get them for yourself.
Are you struggling with staying focused when gaming for longer periods of time? That's exactly why we developed the ELX Energy Elixir, the perfect companion for those long gaming sessions when you want to stay sharp and focused from start to finish. The ELX is a crash-free energy drink optimized for high-level gaming. It's specifically designed with the best vitamins and nootropics to ensure the best performance for gamers. That's why everyone at Echo uses ELX to stay ahead of the competition during the world's first race. Do like everyone at Echo and get your own ELX today. Use the discount code ECHO10 at the end of checkout to get 10% off your purchase. But hurry up, the offer is only valid until we kill the last boss on Mythic.
Hey guys, I'm Tags from Complexity Limit.
And I'm Roger Brown from Echo.
And we're here to announce that we're teaming up with Rise Against the Disorder.
Links to our joint donation campaign will be on both the Echo and Limit streams, and 100% of those donations will go straight to Rise Against the Disorder.
And we're also co-releasing merch so you can pick up t-shirts and hoodie where 100% of the proceeds will go to Rise Against the Disorder.
Keep an eye out for donation goals because we have a lot of cool things planned.
And we'll see you in the Sanctum of Domination.
Hello, welcome back. As you could see, the players are doing a really good job behind me. They're actually currently on a break. They're having their well-deserved lunch break. They killed 3 bosses so far, which is really good. They have been wiping a little bit. There was a really awkward wipe with a hippo, sort of blue hippo, which was a little bit funny, but a little bit awkward. I hope that they're going to be one-shotting from here on out, at least until the 5th boss, so that they're all caught up with the rest. Mr. GM and Steak Loins are going to be here soon as well. I just want to quickly tell you guys that we still have the charity running. The charity for RAD, which is Rise Above the Disorder. As you can see, we have a lot of really cool giveaways, incentives. The first one that we're getting is for €1,000, which will be a merch discount code for the Echo merch store. We'll also have behind the scenes content that you guys can unlock. Some of the raiders are going to get a cake in the face or a pie in the face. We'll have Echo Raider Karaoke. I don't really know if we want to unlock that. I'm a little bit worried, but I'm also very excited. Then we got Gingy doing a labor simulator, which is going to give him a lot of pain. So I'm not sure if you guys want to donate, but if you do, thank you so much. I'm really curious to see Gingy be in labor. Then we also have a raid with casters/players, Roger and Scribe in real life fishing stream, public week hour release, and the Echo calendar for 2022. Right before the break, we had $800 already raised. Thank you so much if you were one of the donators. You can also buy merchandise to support this course as well. And I believe that Mr. GM and Steak Loins are ready again right here. So I will be passing. There we go. Hi. Good to see you. Good to see you. Hi. How are you feeling? Confident in the team?
I'm doing all right. Yeah. Oh, it's been a fun morning. I mean, me and Steak Loins have just been chilling, chatting, watching them kill bosses. I think they're 3 out of 10 now. I just made a cup of tea in my favorite cup. I'm sure the chat would have to agree with
no.
that.
Oh no.
Yum.
Oh, Steak,
yeah, very
please
good.
tell me you've got a Horde one.
I have a pink cup from TJ Maxx.
Oh, okay. Well, my background is red, so we'll just pretend that's for the Horde. Mr. GM, we would like you to not drink so much because you have to go to the toilet. So I just put it away for now.
It'll be all right.
Thank you very much. I wanted to discuss something with you, and it's about whether or not you are a lucky charm. Because so far, 3 of the bosses have been killed. All 3 were with you guys as the casters. So maybe you're not aware of it, but there is currently a caster competition happening. So you're 3 points ahead of all the other casters. Do you think you're gonna get another point out today before we swap around 1 o'clock to other casters?
Look. I didn't want to say it earlier, but I'm gonna say it now. So I've done a few of these races. I've done a few of them over the years. Probably like this is my 4th or 5th one at this point. And I don't know why they keep hiring me, because every single race I've done, they've lost.
Okay, but you got an advantage now, right? I mean, you personally have an advantage on the other casters at least, because these were the easy bosses, right? The 3 points were kind of easy. After this, it will get harder. So maybe, GM, if you just would leave from here on out, that would be super cool.
Look, I'm off in like 46 minutes, all right?
All right.
And then they're just not gonna kill any bosses till tomorrow morning when I'm back on, and then we're just gonna win. I mean, what am I? You say 3? They're probably gonna get those all down after the break, easy peasy. and then that'll be 4, and then really, I mean, realistically, no one's gonna beat that. So, yeah.
Right.
What do I win? What's the reward?
What do you want? Because we haven't actually
That
come up
pillow.
with that yet.
Is it a curse forge pillow? Is that what that is?
Do you want this one? But this is mine. But do you want it?
What? What about the one? What about the other ones?
No, they're also mine.
Oh.
Yeah, I can. Okay, let's make a deal. The caster with the most kills gets this pillow, this specific one. Deal?
All right, cool.
All right,
Yeah,
you guys are probably gonna win because you guys started, right? So.
Yeah.
Probably. All right, the raid is going to continue soon, so I'm just gonna pass the full mic to the both of you. Good luck, and please bring luck to the team.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Ariana. Just like that, we're gonna get an awesome new pillow. You've got the best cat. It's such a good cat. My cat would be going crazy, just like ripping me apart, just chilling. What's your cat's name?
Socks. Oh, well, she's gone.
Oh,
thanks.
She heard you. She heard me.
Yeah. Well, I didn't want to say anything, but I definitely won't win that because I did the double. This is gonna be a one shot, and then it wasn't, and you know.
It's alright.
So I think I already lost.
It'll be alright. We already got 3 kills, and then realistically, they're gonna get to like 5 today, and then tomorrow morning, bright and early, you know, fresh-faced, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, they'll be killing another boss with me. I don't know who I'm with tomorrow. I think it's Nagura in the morning. That'd be exciting. So yeah, and then I think I'm gonna cast over the most bosses out of everybody because the morning is always so great. Like it's just like everyone just comes in motivated and ready to go. And that's when they do it. So we'll see what happens. I want that pillow. I think it'll look great. I don't get to go there, but I get a pillow. I guess that's like, you know, commiserations, I suppose. But...
Yeah, but you're completely right. Especially in this one lockout, we should really expect them to down 5 bosses. Everybody is anticipating the Painsmith because, like, not only is it a fun fight, but it is looking to be a very difficult fight. We especially saw with like every guild going in on there at all levels when they got to Painsmith. This is the one that the top guilds couldn't quite one shot, and this is the one that, you know, like higher CE guilds. It definitely took them more than like a handful of pulls to kill it. So. Yeah, first night we'll absolutely see 5. Hopefully we'll see Echo start to get a handful of pulls on them. That would be ideal because then going into the next day, just getting those first few pulls is so important with actually just like feeling the damage and seeing the timers yourself, and then you can go back, revamp anything you need to, go into a new day, and just come out of the gate like running.
Yeah, no, I totally get that. Where do you think we're gonna be by Tuesday, just before reset? I'm thinking KT.
Like next Tuesday?
Yeah.
Oh man. I agree. I think KT won't be down by the next reset. I have faith that Blizzard will keep this race harder than the last ones, where it's not just the last boss on the last reset, you know.
Yeah.
I think I agree. I think I want to see KT not dead on the reset.
Yeah, I think the KT fight is awesome as well. I did that one on PTR. I really enjoyed that. It was kind of buggy though at the time. I think it's fine now. At least I hope so. But yeah, I don't know. I really don't want it to be like you know, like 10 days of Sylvanas or something. Like, it's just draining for the guys. It's draining for us. It's draining for the viewers and stuff. And then it eventually goes down. But I hope it's not like that, especially with the fight being super long. I mean, how long was like the Sire fight was pretty long. How long would you say Sire went on for? Like the actual length of the fight, was it longer than Sylvanas?
I don't quite remember. Are we talking about like on
like the length of the actual fight, not how long it was alive for? Like it's like about 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, Sire was around. It was like around 9 or 10 minute fight for sure. Sylvanas, like if it's anything like heroic, it's definitely going to be a lot shorter than Sylvanas. It's nice because the phases were just kind of back to back to back. People seem to tend to prefer that. So,
Yeah.
I don't know if they want to keep Sylvanas a 15-minute fight. I really hope they just do something that makes phase 2 like something. It's just like, man, it just feels like you're moving from platform to platform again. I just feel like I'm entering like a Mythic Plus key with like 20 people. It's just it's not fun.
I definitely feel like they're going to like they're going to change something, right? I think they'll see people doing like all of the like taking ages on the mechanics and stuff like that, and they'll be like, right, we're going to cut out like some of this RP potentially, just to make it just a little bit quicker potentially. But I don't know, we'll see what happens. It's always risky for Blizzard to do hotfixes on the last boss because it, you know, because then people are like, oh, you only won because of this, you know, that sort of thing, and it comes to like really kind of toxic and stuff, and then we don't want that, you know. We're a bunch of good boys and girls, so I think it'd be fine. But yeah, I don't know. It's going to be an interesting race for sure. I think some of the bosses are super cool. Painsmith obviously being that wall. After Painsmith, realistically, because people were talking about like, you know, the kind of cadence of difficulty in a raid and how, you know, a perfect raid is obviously as you go through the bosses, you have like a, you know, a perfect kind of line of difficulty. But with Painsmith, it kind of like shoots up, super difficult boss. And then after that, it's a little bit easier, right? Until KT, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, I can't speak from experience. It's not out on LFR yet, but you know, I'll find out in a couple weeks.
Yeah, I do remember going into this because like I'd regularly talk to some people doing a lot of the PTR. Personally, when I do testing, I just do it to do the boss because it helps me. I don't discover these like insane, you know, strategies or things people do. I just kind of show up to be like, hey, I'm helping, you know.
Yeah.
I'm not that big brain, but talking to a lot of people that do testing for the sake of giving feedback, talking to a lot of them, yeah, early on I was hearing the complaints of like, oh man, there's like no damage on these fights, like, oh, this is gonna be such a joke. Mostly from a healer perspective, because you know most of the people I was talking to were healers, and I'm always just sitting here like, you gotta wait because it's not always the best metric. It's not that I'm necessarily big brain, but there's been so many times where we've seen it just flipped on its head. And I mean, these early bosses, that's just like immediately what we saw. The like damage, the raid damage just being just taken throughout the whole raid is very high early on. And so high, in fact, that, you know, we're seeing 5 heal fights so early already. So yeah, from a healer perspective, you know, so far it's looking pretty fun. From a DPS perspective, I mean, yeah, it's the same thing, right? The checks that people are having to make when you get to the 4th and 5th boss so far, they seem pretty intense.
Yeah. No, it's weird, isn't it? I guess I'm just looking at the boss list here. Like Guardians of the first one, and Fate Scribe. I feel like those two bosses are gonna fall over pretty quick. As I said, like Painsmith is like obviously one of those bosses that's just like a lot of personal responsibility in regards to, you know, what you have to do during that fight and whatnot. So it'd be curious to see how that goes. I think realistically, I think Limit when they get up today will probably get Painsmith down. I don't know how well they were doing. I'm sure Chat PD can tell me. I was asleep when they were doing like most of the pulls there. I am curious how far, like, what their best pull was percentage wise on that boss. But yeah, I think realistically we're probably going to see that go down today. I mean, I'll be surprised if we see KT within 2 days. I don't know. Do you think KT is gonna? Oh, they didn't pull on stream. Ah, well, that's a pain. Well, we don't know then. We never will know. But looks like the break is actually over in just over a minute. So the guys are gathering together again, ready to rock and roll, ready to get some more pulls on Nazul. They've got, what, 4 pulls so far, with their best being 28.2%. As you said, that sub 30 is when it kind of gets a bit quicker, right? Because do you do hero at 30, did you say? Say hero, lust? God.
Lust, yeah, hero, like I said, I just out myself instantly. Yeah, generally speaking, because it is the hardest phase, you want to spend as little time as possible in it. So yeah, around the time people do hero, we're going to call it hero chat. Sometimes you'll see people maybe do it a little bit earlier because, again, it just may help with some like nasty overlaps going into the final phase, helping it so that you don't get like a shatter at a weird time. But yeah, around that time, that is when we are seeing them. We are going to see them use hero.
Yeah, actually, some of our production guys, they've been working super hard, and they haven't really had a chance to show it off yet. So they've actually got a lot of the mechanics as little videos, right? And we can throw those up on the screen and show you guys what kind of mechanics we're going to be experiencing during this fight. You know, for example, you know, when you come into the fight, we're going to be looking at what, like the shatter ability. I'm sure we have a little clip of that, or one of the abilities of the fight. But yeah, look, there it is. Amazing. Look at that EU production. Pogs in the chat. I love that. I love these little videos. They are fantastic. But yeah, they're just showing off the little mechanics here of the fight. Obviously, you know, showing off specific mythic mechanics can be a little difficult here and there because of, you know, you only get one chance to test it on thing. But yeah, it's super cool. I love that. I love that so much. So, you know, if we ever mention a mechanic and there's a little video popped up, you know, shout out to production for working really hard on that, because I know they did. So yeah, big fan of that. But we are getting into a pool very, very shortly, it looks like. The guys are gathering up. They're summoning people in. Everybody's grouped up. The break is over. Chat, we are the 4th pull of Ner'zhul. How long do you think this is going down? In the next 30 minutes. That's realistically. Like, we've got about 26 minutes left of our shift. Is this going down during our shift? Is it not? I think they're going to get some very, very low pulls. I think they're going to get some very, very low wipes, but I don't know. I don't think it's going down before the end.
I think so. Yeah, if they have 4 pulls right now, I want to say we're gonna. I'm inting again, but I want to say pull number 10. So I think within the next 30 minutes, if they pull back to back with not taking too long of breaks, like maybe 1 or 2 minutes to discuss something, I really think we'll see it very soon.
Yeah, I think it'd be. I don't know. I'm really kind of nervous about it. Like, it could just happen at any point, right? Because like 28%, it's pretty good pull, especially in 4. But yeah, so as we said before, like, I think the record right now, I presume, is the record. Limit got it in 15. So, and they were obviously the first people to tackle this boss in Mythic mode. So, obviously, you had a little bit of a disadvantage there, as you'd imagine. But, I mean, it's such an interesting thing. You know, we don't want to talk about it too much, but obviously the difference in, you know, the release times for the raids is such an interesting thing. Like, I would imagine, like, a lot of the guys probably were, you know, catching up with some of the NA pools from last night, just seeing how these mythic mechanics kind of look actually in person and how they kind of operate them. But I don't know. I think if I was in the position of EU, I'd probably use, like, yesterday to obviously prepare for the raid, but also, you know, see what's going on. You know, keep an eye out, because it'd be foolish not to, I think, honestly.
Oh, exactly. As long as they have the staggered race times, it's really the only way to do it. Until we get, like, a global release, which I don't really think will ever happen, but until that happens, yeah, that's just what's gonna have to happen. Whoever's ahead is who's going to be used for the reference point. It's the same thing that happened, you know, when Method was just taking those back-to-back world races. Everyone else used them for the reference point. It's just, unfortunately, with the staggered release, it's just the way that it has to happen. So,
yeah.
Though it's fun for all of us to watch. It's really cool for all of us to see how these bosses are done. And it looks like that we're finally going back into the 5th pull. I wonder if we're going to be seeing anything differently here. It's going to be a bit hard to tell because, again, this boss is pretty, there's a word you used earlier. Everything is pretty much the same.
Scripted.
Throughout. Scripted. It's like, what is the word? It's like on the tip of my tongue. Yep, it's pretty scripted. You don't see too much differences here. The only thing that, as mentioned earlier, can be a little weird is the person specifically that gets the debuff that they need to run out with and get dispelled. Some classes are better at handling moving and casting than others, so that can be something that can have a bit of an effect on you. But other than that, yep, the fight's pretty much the same throughout. Most of the difficulty here is figuring out what CDs you want and where, and who's going to switch to what and when. So, yeah, we're getting pretty close to the 80% mark, and I think they... Oh, same thing. Yep, 79. Okay, I could just barely make it out on my end. Yeah, they just hit the first shatter, going to the second one. Things are going to start getting a little bit more rough now, but we just need to make it past that pesky little 30% with everyone alive. I don't think we've quite seen a pull yet where everyone has made it alive for the final shatter and then going into the final phase. But once we see that, I think is when we can expect a kill, or if not, the second time they're able to pull that off would be the kill for sure. So they're getting very, very close.
Did you just say the kill for sure? Look, come on. You've done this enough to know that that's not the way to cast these events, right? You got to be like, look, it could be it. Look at these cursed frames anyway from Perfecto. That is cursed. That is actually cursed. That is, like, horrendous. How can anyone... I don't know. Like, it's horrible. Although, to be fair, they're not red going to black, so I think some of the other guys have had that one. But yeah,
okay,
you cast a cursed it.
I think that was lag right there.
The reason they wiped?
Yeah, that must have been lag for sure.
Yes, it's got to be lag.
For sure, it was lag. Is what I'm saying.
100%. It's the EU internet, man. It's just terrible. You know. It's just...
Yeah.
Love that. Yeah, it's lag. It's always lag. It's freaking lag. Man. You know how it is. But yeah, it looks like they're just gonna get straight back up and straight back in, which is nice. As I said, like back in the day, there would be like a 15-minute break between the pools, and it was agonizing, especially when they were getting like super low and stuff like that. It was kind of crazy, to be honest. But now, you know, straight back in, straight back into the fight. So good stuff. But the boss is respawning in a couple seconds, and then we're gonna get a pull. The feast is up. The boys are ready. Hello. Did you miss us? I missed you guys, as I said earlier. How are we doing?
5.
Is everyone doing good? Chat, how are we doing today? Is anyone been in here since the beginning of our shift a couple hours ago? I've been having a wonderful time. Honestly, like, I forgot how fun these things are. Yeah, I forgot how fun these are, and it's always fun to cast with new people. Like I'm casting with Steak Loins for the first time today, and some other people. And yeah, it's gonna be fun. I hope you guys are cozy and ready for some good old World of Warcraft. It's gonna be good. So yeah, we are here with Hula Hoops from Raider.io. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
As good as we can be.
As good as you can be. I've had a few bosses down already. But I do need to, for all of our fans and friends in Switzerland, where the team currently is, in Bern, I do have to say Grüezi. That is the standard typical Swiss German greeting, rather. I do have to say that to everyone out there. I am half Swiss, so I'm jealous that the team's out there.
Ooh,
I wish I could be there now.
Yeah, my godfather lives in Zurich. I've been a few times. I love it over there.
It's really nice. I hope they're enjoying the city as well as enjoying killing all these bosses. We're on number 4 now, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, this is the 4th boss. And yeah, so yeah, we got all 3 down this morning. Now on Ner'zhul. I think it's like the 4th pull? No, the 5th pull. This is the 5th pull because the last one kind of fell apart because of lag.
Yeah, that one didn't count. Lag.
Yeah, nobody counted that.
It's a mulligan, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if we track the pull counts based on that at Raider.io, but I'll let the team know that they should account for lag and just strike that one from the record.
Yeah, thank you. Kind of like invalidating logs. It's just a little, you know.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, that one just didn't count. We're just not going to count that one.
Love it. So what? I guess what do you do over at Raider.io then, Hula Hoops?
I am the production manager at Raider.io, so it's a small team. There's only about 6 or 7 of us really on the team over at Raider.io, so everything that you guys see that we do, it's a small team putting it together, but we love what we do, and basically my role is the content. So I kind of manage the content team, so all those articles we're putting out, especially if you guys saw Hype Week, as we call it over here at Raider.io, the week prior to Mythic release, we put out some Race to World First content every day coming up. We had an article about all the guilds in China and their plans, including that new mega team, Team Master, which I know you guys were talking about earlier. We're super excited to see how they do and when the race opens up in China. We talked about the 2 guilds being Echo and Complexity Limit putting on on location events and kind of the COVID restrictions and how that kind of came into play, and a bunch of other stuff. So we've been putting out some great content. We're going to be keep doing that, of course, so keep your eyes out there. So I kind of I manage that team. I also kind of do all our events coordinating, and so for the Race to Roll First specifically, we partner with a number of guilds, putting together, giving them all the data for their stream integration, just a bunch of stuff. Oh, I think we're gonna put up comms, so you guys are gonna listen to the team and not me.
Just as they wipe.
Yeah. Okay. All right, cancel that. But yeah, so basically all the events that we do, I work on that side of things and put all that stuff together, and I don't do any of the development. So if you have an issue with your add-on, don't come to me. I'm not going to be able to help you. But...
I'll delete the DM then, I guess.
Yeah. But yeah, so basically everything else is in my wheelhouse, and really trying to just grow the brand and get ourselves out there and bring to you guys some awesome events and content, and just going forward the race and all things PvE.
If there's something that I can ask from my end, well, I don't know, I guess I'll just go for it. But with the implementation of that new similar M+ scoring system, like, what do you think about that?
Oh, okay. So the new Mythic Plus rating. So we actually we did have a meeting with the devs that were putting that together, and they specified that it is Mythic Plus rating. So it's not score, it is rating. We are still calling ours IO score, just to kind of differentiate. But kind of a key thing is, I think it's a good thing to add it to the game, mostly because Radar.io score has become very well established in the community, but there's still enough players that don't use it or aren't aware of it that it kind of created an issue. People are using this IO score to gauge whether or not to bring you to a group, and some people don't even know they have one, sort of thing. So this kind of makes it, everyone now has this rating, and they all know about it. The way it's implemented, I think it's great that there's going to be rewards tied to it and different structures there. I think the threshold idea is really great, and be able to tie stuff to that. I'm not a huge fan that it's linear. The scoring, it doesn't feel as rewarding to get really high score, to get high rating, whereas Radar.io score in the past has been exponential. So there's been a different scaling component to, you get high, once you get to the super high dungeons, 25s, 26s, your score goes up, and it goes way up. Whereas it's not the case anymore. There's actually just a static linear increase. And the other thing that we actually kept a lot of things the same, being we maintained percentile. So you're going to notice you're going to have a different color on your Mythic Plus rating as opposed to your IO score. So your IO score is actually the coloring is going to stay percentile based. So it's not just like you hit 1800, you get a new color. It's actually going to, when you check your IO score, you're going to have a color that's actually going to show where you are in relation to the rest of the player base. So the oranger your color, the better you're doing.
Right.
But generally speaking, I think it's good. Is it perfect? No, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, that was definitely something I was wondering, because even from a outside perspective, because I'm someone that uses the Radar.io stuff all the time. I haven't been doing too many Key 6 expansion, but I was a big user of the add-on and everything, so I did not actually know that the score didn't go up, maybe this is a bit of the wrong word, but exponentially in the new WoW default one, because I completely agree. It's going from a 24 to a 25 and then a 25 to a 26. One is a lot harder than the other, and the score should be reflected that way. So if that's the case, then yeah, I would completely agree with your scoring system. So yeah, that's something I definitely wish that they would do too. Yeah.
Yeah, it's an interesting take that they're going to be doing. So I mean, and the main thing that they highlighted to us when we met is that they are super open to feedback. Nothing is set in stone. This is the first time they've ever brought this in, so I think actually on Twitter, Jeff Hamilton just yesterday posted, you know, hey guys, it's the Mythic Plus rating system's been in for about a month now, or no, not a month, 3 weeks or whatever, and asked for legitimate feedback on his personal Twitter. So if you guys actually have anything to say, go, you know, find him on Twitter and reply to that post. He said he's going to read every single one. So they are eager to find out what the player base thinks and want to make sure that it's really just a healthy addition to the game, which I think is great.
I might go brigade that post.
Yeah, Jeff is wonderful. I like Jeff.
Yeah, he's very passionate about the game, so.
So are you guys still in contact with them, like in regards to feedback, or is it just kind of like they were like, okay, yeah, we've had the meeting or whatever, or are you still kind of like back and forth in regards to kind of how it's developed?
We haven't had no, we've been back and forth a bit since then, just to kind of get more information to make sure that we're implementing everything properly. Since it's been implemented, we haven't really needed to have a discussion with them because everything's been working fine. But in terms of, you know, we do look at our feedback in our own, you know, Discord and social media and everything. So if we see any glaring issues that we think we should bring to the table, we will.
Okay, sounds cool. I mean, it is like a collaboration, right? Obviously, between you guys. Obviously, the idea obviously came from, I presume, was Radio.io the first like kind of like website to kind of create that sort of like score-based system in regards to like Mythic Plus? How long's Radio.io been around? Has it been Legion?
2017. But I think we're actually going to go to the comms right now real quick because we are sub 50% on Remnant of Ner'zhul.
Just wait for it. Just throw them away and chill.
Next bomb.
Lord, you will roar this.
I have a cooldown, 30 seconds.
Okay, Ginger. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Roger outside. After
later.
this laser,
Roger,
in 2, 1, dispelling.
I got Phil, mini-ank.
Watch your feet. Next orb spawn, positionings. Nice, watch the
Getting 3
cones.
again.
Nice. The beam coming and get ready to smack these orbs. Like that.
Answer.
That's you sprint totem on the, like, in between the orbs.
My RAR is back in case you want it.
Rise and give me if you can.
Perfect out, perfect out.
Comes the Zati link, Ravage Rally.
After this laser, we're gonna dispel. Spelling now?
Spelling.
Oh, it's so far. Pressure fast.
17 seconds.
10
17
seconds.
seconds.
I don't know, dude,
Fine.
like I'm spamming.
Finish the orbs.
Try to be in Ash.
Fraggle up.
Okay, just die. It's fine. Just die.
Like,
What's
the
up?
step is a
Why are
little
you spamming?
bit,
And you're not managing the.
Like I don't know. Like I do that when the thing is off, yeah. Like the cast bar is off, but like I feel like maybe I should just not even look at the caster. Maybe I should just do it when I see my character getting knocked back, because that's how I did it earlier.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe it's faster like that.
When are we bloodlusting?
It's very tight.
Like literally in like 2 seconds.
Except we are
just
really
bloodlust
laying
earlier.
off.
We're just dying there.
Yeah, I am, but maybe I
Because
shouldn't.
because what I'm doing right now at the beginning is I'm holding my CDs for like 10 seconds and then we get like them on both orbs, yeah? So
if
we
we get the
definitely
good mission, it's huge, I think, yeah?
It's right as we pop the Ashen
So
as well,
on
so
the
it would
last
be pretty good.
on the last orbs then, yeah.
I didn't want to
Finish the
pop Ashen, I just did it because we were dying.
I don't know, yeah, like if we can skip those last 3 orbs, I
No,
think it
we're
would
not
have been
gonna
good,
skip
yeah?
them. I think we're gonna kill them with the Bloodlust, or I don't think we're gonna skip them. That's super early.
Pretty sure that.
Hello, guys. How we doing? We're back. We're
good.
back in action, just like the Looney Tunes, which is a dated reference. I really need. Yeah. So that was unfortunately another wipe. Was that a new best though? I was trying to see. It wasn't. It was a pretty good one.
Looks like 28.2% best pull.
Yeah, that wasn't quite.
It wasn't
looked
quite
like,
there.
Yeah, it looked like that they wiped around, again, it's a little hard for me to see the numbers. I think it was around the 31% mark. You could hear them actually discussing just at the end. Someone had asked, when are we lusting? Because they're getting right to that point. And it was responded with, we were like literally just about to. So it seems like that they've decided what they want to do is the second that last shatter hits is when they're going to lust, or maybe just a tiny bit before, just to help top people off. We don't know exactly. But yeah, right there, that is one of the scariest overlaps. It's like a non-lust dispel, plus the orbs are up, plus you got to dodge the stuff on the ground. That is like one of the scariest overlaps. And then you go into the last phase. and that's where you just throw everything you have at it and then hope that it dies.
I don't know if you guys were awake, with your casting schedules to watch the complexity limit kill of this, but I believe they actually managed to push into the last phase before that last set of orbs spawned, which I remember watching, and they were actually talking about how that was why they got that kill on that pull, was being able to push before those orbs spawned was actually like a big deal, because that overlap, like you said, is very dangerous. And we got to hear them talk about all that on the Listen In, powered by Blue microphones, actually. Just gonna drop that
Blue,
in there.
Blue's one of our sponsors as well, I believe, as far as I'm aware.
It is.
So yeah, super great. I like them a lot.
Happens to be the microphone that I'm using right now. So.
No, what do you know?
The change of oh, you got the change your voice one. Oh, love the change of voice.
I haven't used any of the new voice things yet, though. I was really scared. I was actually gonna jump on as the Lich King. So I'm glad I didn't hit any of the wrong buttons here, because I haven't really figured it out yet. But I think before we went to comms, you were asking about just the history of Raider.io, and really interesting, actually. For people who've been around the game for a number of years, you might remember a site called WowJitsu. If that name's at all familiar, which was kind of a progression tracking site, and that's actually the precursor to Raider.io. So that was created by Jaw, who is the man, the myth, the legend, the Raider.io man himself, the creator of all things. And so he started that, and then stepped away from it, and then he brought back Raider.io in 2017. So we are on year 4, going strong and just going big. And one thing, actually, if I can keep rambling about Raider.io here, really awesome. We're actually going to be announcing it on the site hopefully later today, but one really cool thing is, with this race, we created some new stream widgets for the guilds to use and the players. So I think on some of the stream feeds we're getting, you'll see this little image of the boss, and they're wiping again. A little image of the boss and the pull count and the best percentage. And so that's actually a stream widget that we created, and we are going to make that available to the public. Awesome. So you guys will be able to grab this URL. It's just a browser source for your stream. Grab that, put in various parameters, put in your own guild, or you could have, you could have Echo up on your own stream if you want, if you're streaming, you want your viewers to be able to see that, and they'll be able to use that little widget for public use, and you can have that for your, just while you're streaming, and show your own guild's progression on all bosses in Sanctum of Domination. So very excited we get to. And another one also is kill alerts. So we've got another widget where we're gonna have banners that are going to pop up when a boss is killed anywhere in the world.
Really?
So you can, so
like
that
a notification sort of thing.
Yeah, like a little banner is going to pop up with the name of the guild that killed it, what position in the world or the region they were in. It's just going to pop up on its own.
Love that. Love that. Well, thank you very much for joining us, Hula Hoops. You're going to be staying on, right? And
yes, I am still here, but I think
me and Steak Loins are going to call it a day. We are going to switch over to JB and Nagura. And thank you very much for hanging out, chat. It's been fun. I'll be back tomorrow. Steak Loins will be back tomorrow as well, I'm sure. But take care, guys. I'll see you soon.
Bye, guys.
2, 1.
Game. Good now. Yeah, no, that's all good. Coming, we're gonna move the boss soon. Also, I don't know why I didn't see Lorgok's roar on CD. Please.
I was trying something with Grim. I internal, but now it's fixed.
Okay, all good. So you're gonna sprint him on top of the boss, like in front of him? Yeah, perfect. Servo out.
Darcy's link.
After this laser.
After?
Yeah, this part coming out.
Why did I get infected when I was
Did you face outwards?
It's fine. Inner guy faces outwards. Do the rad drivers.
Charlie.
Okay. Inner guy faces outwards. Outwards guy does his thing. Whatever it is. Leap, rally, not rally. Fucking blink all the time. Whatever. Inner guy, though. What does the inner guy do, Lorgok?
Faces outwards.
That's it.
Next bombs is Gareth Devo Cansperia.
Cones, orbs here, I think, but maybe bombs. No, bombs first. Swag out. After this laser,
Grip me right.
get into the barrier. Into the barrier. More people need to enter the barrier, guys.
45. I'm sorry.
That was close.
Now orbs and cones coming at the same time. Next time, please, more people need to enter the barrier. Okay. Coming.
Next bombs are Swags ready. Right after these bombs, we're gonna get the Shatter, which is gonna be Jimmy's Darkness and Fragos ready.
Torghast roar these and perfect it out.
Being out the side.
Laser.
Swag ready.
And dispel now.
And be ready to get in dark.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know, dude.
Voice user ready.
I feel like it's like instant, kinda.
Watch out for the video, guys.
Shatter coming.
So good.
And we're just gonna not bloodlust and play it longer, it's fine. Now I want even more damage on the orbs, guys. Full smack. Coming. I have a feeling it's bombs, but who the fuck knows?
Next bombs is Ryson's Barrier.
And bombs, fill out. That's a sprint totem, and then in the laser, dispel. Yeah. Perfect. And orbs and cones are coming. Cones, nice, easy. Coming. Nice, smack all three.
Next bombs are Jesse's Diva.
You're gonna roar the bombs. And Roger out.
You have debuff, he's personal, Roger, watch it. Jesse Diva.
And dispelling now.
Bam!
Throw the orbs away. Give me freedom. Nice.
It's coming.
Bones, nice. Beam is coming. Get ready to smack these orbs as well.
Next bombs are Zazi Link, Ravage Rally.
I have no sprint for these bombs, so be good. Or, fuck it. Use a personal if you need. Fill out.
Zazi Link, Ravage Rally.
Okay, after this laser, in 2, 1, oh, that was maybe bad. Yeah, my bad. But fine.
3% boss health, we're gonna get a big shatter.
Last orbs here. Last orbs. Try to suffering these first. Yeah. Probably the boss. Tiny bit.
When the shatter
keep
comes,
going on the boss. Keep going on the boss. Keep going on the boss.
1%.
Nice. Perfect phasing, I think.
Garrus and Devo here, and all personals now.
Bloodlust. Shameless. Yeah. Rest fill it. Rest if you can. Rest fill.
Listen.
Me.
Yeah, I'm resting.
Okay. This one. Yeah, sorry.
Kill the things, boys.
Yeah, kill the orbs as well.
Next bombs, Ken will barrier, and Waggle Rally if he has it.
Roger, look, do you see the chest on your left cross? Mark the opposite side. Top right, yes. Okay, watch the lasers. Weird. Ooh, didn't hit anything.
Oh, okay.
We're gonna get to start with the bombs. Is that the sprinter on top of the boss?
Still Roger.
Stay alive here, boys. Stay alive. And Lork out.
Fast.
Yeah, watch the laser. After that. Oh my god. It's fine. We have time. Get to the chest now. Get to the chest. 5, 4, chest.
Fraggy chain the rally now.
Fraggy now. Alright, into cones, Ginger Roar. I think. Yeah. You see? Watch the laser. Need to hit all. Yeah, anything you have, tonic, hellstone, everything, guys.
Fetching a stone.
Can actually kill these 2 orbs here, moving them.
Yeah, we need to wait for the things to land, yeah? Before the dispel. We have time.
Ryzen, you were rushing it a bit, yeah? It's all fine. Like they were just playing it slow. That's why it felt like we had to do it fast, but it's just a joke.
But look at like, I literally have to do like the same second, I think. Unless I can step a toy on the edge.
Okay, I think we're back. Hey chat, how you guys doing? I'm joined by JB and Nagura now. Mr. GM and Stake Lines are done for the day. So we've got two powerhouse casters here. Long staples of the community here to join me and basically take over from explaining stuff, because I don't do that.
And most importantly, Druid mains.
Druid mains, yes, Druid mains.
Good class.
Oh, okay, all right. I'm a paladin, all right. But that was a huge new pull. I think 11%. That one, the previous best was 28, so that was a huge jump in progression for the boys over in Bern, Switzerland there. So that was a nice big pull. Hopefully that means we're gonna get a kill here. They got to get through. I think they're full lust and everything. So, what do you guys think? Think we're gonna see a pull and kill and explore too?
Well, when it comes to Echo, maybe the correct question is, will we see a pull in the next? In the next pull or two?
Oh, they're going pretty quick. Yeah,
I mean, it looked like a really good try. I think like the biggest problem was, I think, because they had 2 players stat, right? 2 damage dealers. So there's a lot of incoming damage at the very end, and then people just died out because it just took too long, I think. So if they have those 2 damage dealers alive, they should be able to kill it very soon.
I think so. Interestingly enough, you guys are talking about being Druid mains. One thing that I noticed in the early bosses, I think, the first couple bosses, let me see, I've got it here. On the 9th, last boss, we actually saw 4 Moonkins in the raid for Echo.
Really?
Yeah, we had Kanex, Clix, Gingy, and Lorgok all on Moonkin. So it looks like they've dropped 2 of them for this boss and brought in... What did they bring in instead? Another warrior. Oh no, they had 3 warriors before.
5. It's really interesting to me that because I watched the NA guilds yesterday, and I watched like Limit specifically, and they did not have that many Moonkins. And I was wondering about that, because I was thinking that Moonkins should theoretically be really good, but of course I'm not as smart as these like world first raiders. They're obviously figuring everything out exactly beforehand, and they think about which classes would be good for the later bosses, because those of course are the most important ones for them. So they must know something that I don't. And then I was surprised that they didn't have those, like, a lot of Moonkins. But now Echo is playing a lot of them, so maybe they have different opinions between Echo and Limit, or maybe it's just specifically which items you need in a certain boss. Because on the earlier bosses, they mainly go for like gear setups rather than having the best setup for the boss, because most of the time you don't need to have the best setup for a boss if it's an early one.
Yeah, and not... Sorry, go ahead, Jimmy.
There's definitely something to keep in mind early on in the race, is that you very often don't see a guild's sort of true comp for a long time. And it's one thing that I noticed this is actually one of the most impressive parts about Echo's early run here through the bosses, is that they've been 4 healing all these early fights, and a lot of guilds were 5 healing even the first few bosses, and Echo is stuck to the 4 healer comp, I believe, for everything up until Ner'zhul here. And when you can get extra DPS in for those pulls, that's, the loot is eventually going to go your way.
Yeah, that's going to make a big difference. But one thing actually an interesting point on the Moonkin thing is with complexity limit, they had a couple bosses where they had 3 of them with Eye of the Jailer. They dropped 2 against the 9, and then both Remnant of Ner'zhul and Soul Render, they only used 1 Moonkin, but they used different Moonkins. So they used Seanin on Remnant of Ner'zhul, and then, I don't know if you guys were watching, but when they were working on Soul Render, they kind of hit that in rage and decided, let's go do some splits. And they came back to Soul Render, and suddenly the Moonkin they've got in is Goop. And I'm looking at the item levels here, and on Remnant of Ner'zhul, Sinan had 233 item level, and then on the Soul Render kill, Goop had 236.6. So I'm wondering if maybe during those heroic splits, he got real lucky and got a bunch of gear, and they're like, all right, we're bringing in Goop instead. bring in the big beefy Moonkin instead.
Yeah, so I actually I'm in a Discord with all those top Moonkin players, with the theory crafters, you know, we're like talking about, you know, what the best setup is and all that kind of stuff. And I did hear that Sanghelio said that he had the same item level now than he had the ID before. So I think he got really unlucky with any sort of item drops. And Goop got really lucky with his vault, and then probably also with his split, as you just mentioned. So it does make sense that they're bringing him.
Yeah, and that is one of the unfortunate parts of Progress is that you're not necessarily bringing like the 20 best players on any given fight when you are this early into Progress. A lot of times eye level is just that's an insurmountable difference, and sometimes your loot just dictates who gets to come in, especially for early Progress.
Yeah, it's the luck of the splits basically is going to determine. Oh, they are jumping off. That's a wipe. It's a quick way to wipe, really. Looks like they didn't get him too far that time with 39%, so just a couple early deaths and decided to take a nosedive off the platform there. I guess we're going to see a couple more pulls. We're at how many pulls now? I think I
saw it was 8 when we watched the last attempt, so I think it's like 10 now.
Yeah, it says at the bottom, right? At bottom left, it says 10, right?
I think so. Yes.
I see that now.
Oh, yes, 10 pulls. So I think what limit was on Remnant 16 pulls total. So hopefully we're gonna see next couple pulls. We'll see the Echo Boys down this boss and move on. And of course, you know, it's interesting to see the choices that a lot of the guilds are making. You know, this is something we saw in Nathri as well. The fact that the raid is semi-linear, right? So you've got a couple of places where you can make choices and others where you have to go to a specific boss. I know yesterday everyone basically took the same route except BDGG. They went after the 9, they went to Soul Render, whereas everyone else went to Remnant of Ner'zhul, and they decided that was a bad decision and decided to go back to Remnant instead. But it looks like this is kind of the pathway that everyone's taking. And so then after Soul Render, it is big ol' Paintsmith.
Now, I don't know if you guys caught this. Roger just opened up his macro, and I don't know if you saw exactly what happened here. Roger opened up his DPS cooldown macro and inserted a whisper at the end of it to Zalia saying, "Juice me up," which I think we all know is code for "hit me with the PI." And
are you sure? Maybe he wants him to throw an ELX at him.
Yeah, maybe he needs some ginger juice.
That's right. Well, honestly, when it comes to Hunter, what that might mean is hit me with pain suppression because I'm about to take damage and I got no other defensives here.
Okay. Like, yeah, it could be one or the other. We don't know.
But yeah, Roger actually said, I got a chance to talk to Roger yesterday, very briefly, when we were doing our mic check. And he said, "Look, man, I need you to really hype up Hunter on the broadcast." He's like, because I was like, "Look, Roger, I'm not gonna sit here and tell everybody Hunter's really cool, and then have you guys not bring a Hunter in for Progress. Like, don't make me look like an idiot here if I say Hunter's good, and then you guys sit Hunter the whole time." So he's like, "No, man, just if I'm in the raid, go ahead and hype up Hunter for me, and like let everybody know it's really good." And I was like, "Okay, like sure." And so here we see now. Roger's like, "This is my opportunity. Like, I got Hunter in the raid. I'm going to ask for PI. I'm going to do it. I'm going to call my shot." I bet that was an audible actually on his own. I bet he didn't discuss that with anybody in the raid. And he's just like, "I'm going to ask for power infusion and I'll see if he gives it to me."
Bam! So interestingly enough, the PI is really, really good on Moonkins now if they are Venthyr. Because as Night Fae was always pretty bad because Convoke does not scale with haste, so Moonkins never really asked for PI because we would never get it anyway because it's bad. But now with Venthyr is actually pretty good. but both Roryok and Jinji are still Night Fae, as far as I'm aware. So if you look at their raids, they don't actually have that many good PI targets, but they have a lot of healers with PI available. So I guess some of them would go to the Warlocks, I would suppose, because it is pretty good on Warlock. And Roger's just sneaking one of them because I guess other than the Warlocks, there's no one else who really benefits from it that much.
Yeah, I don't, you know,
with... No, the soul shape. Almost made it with the soul shape.
Yeah, with the, you know, with Fire Mage suddenly kind of dropping off in terms of popularity, that was one nice thing we had in the first tier was we pretty quickly figured out who your primo PI targets were, and there wasn't a lot of discussion after that. It was like, all right, we're just, you know, we're gonna throw it on one of these like 2 classes in the raid, and everybody else, shut up. And we get a new tier, so now we get the whole argument again about here's why I deserve power infusion. Let me state my case for this tier, and I'll be very, you know, I'll be curious to see who ends up coming out. If we have guilds giving PI to different classes, or if it is just a, you know, that may just be an eye level thing. Like, all right, who's got, you know, 240 eye level? Well, you get the PI.
It's Moonkins for sure. I mean, we're so good at winning arguments.
That is true. You guys deserve it. You guys do
Right?
deserve it.
We deserve everything.
I think we're gonna head into comms because we are getting close to a kill here. So let's listen in to see how the boys are doing.
Laser and flying. Bam! Watch HP, guys. Smack the orbs, throw them away. And cones coming soon again. Double cones. Watch it if you're throwing away an orb.
On a bit, sorry.
Yes. Get ready for beam. Soon ads are DPSable. Smack him now.
Damn it.
Or you will roar for the bombs.
Next bombs is Zazi Link, Reva's ready.
Roger out, Roger out. After this laser, watch it. Wait for it, and dispelling. Alright, just smack it.
You can rest on 20.
Keep going, keep going.
That's coming soon. We're gonna get in Jimmy's darkness when it comes.
I just skip this off.
Hold DPS, 2 globals. You want the suffering? One sec.
Gonna come now. Personal
Gather up.
below, in the darkness now.
Oh, do it. Oh my god. Okay, bloodless.
We can rest.
I will rest, yeah, after this.
Yeah. Rai was rally ready. Do you want him?
Yes, all cooldowns I can bog, yeah.
Right.
I got all too.
Yeah, rest Rai. Okay, whatever.
It's too late.
I already used.
It's fine.
I already used it.
Yeah, space Zazi.
Zazi, less if you have.
I got it, it's fine.
Alright.
Do anything this one?
You don't have roar, Lorok? Or
Yeah,
do
I can still have it,
Okay. Okay, after laser we get bombs.
We hold the dispel until the rally's ready, okay?
Can you freedom me? Freedom server?
Okay, check the chest, Roger. Check the chest and mark us ahead of it. Behind deep shades. Behind the boss, basically.
What?
Go, star. Go. Deep shades,
White
go.
rally,
Star.
For the personal good.
It's so far
Wait,
away.
we have time.
I'm just running,
Okay, wait for Phil. And then dispelling now.
Bam!
Alright, get to the chest. In 3, 2, 1. Ginger roar. And then the double cones. Oh my god. What the fuck happened, man?
Just getting destroyed by the orbs, though.
Yeah.
Maybe we should blast the orbs in this, or do they ignore?
Got a bad push as well.
It's fine. Yeah, it was a bad push. We should have stopped DPS a bit longer.
My cooldowns were not ready for.
Well,
Yeah,
unlucky.
that was a good try. Yeah.
That was very close.
Yeah, just you know, this is a fight where you see the raid damage kind of coming out from these orbs, and it's like it's very hectic at the end, and like especially with, you know, we saw we had Jimmy's POV there, and you're watching players have to go dump the orbs off the side of the platform, and there's a lot of movement. You got all the swirlies that come out, and you got to be moving the raid across the platform for the malevolence dispels. And there's just, at the end of the fight, it's some of my favorite kinds of raid fights are the ones where there's just like non-stop positional requirements, and there's just a ton of damage coming out. Like, it's not necessarily predictable damage events, it's just people taking damage the whole time, and you just have to you know, your healers just basically have to make plays, and your DPS have to kind of make sure that they're helping out with not taking any excess damage and doing mechanics properly. But one thing that I will say here, because I promised Roger I would, we saw there at the end of this poll, you see that green DPS bar. That thing's very close to the top, and you know, when you're competing with warriors there, like going into the end of that fight, like that's got to feel pretty good. Like when it's at down to that close to a kill, and you still got a hunter right there neck and neck with the rest of the folks. Like this is Roger's making a case. I don't know how many hunters right now are watching Roger saying, please, 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 dude, like please, this is the difference between me getting a raid spot and me being on the bench the entire rest of the tier. Like please top this meter.
5, 4, the collective weight of the hunter population of World of Warcraft is on Roger's shoulders right now.
Yes, it is, and that's very literal. I think that is very literal.
And I wonder how much damage he's actually getting from that fantastic bow that he managed to get.
None. Roger, it's all skill. It's all skill. None.
It's all skill. None of it comes from the weapon. Roger got a weapon. I think we just need to hammer that point home a few times. The curse has been broken. Roger got a weapon.
Yeah, a weapon, and chat very quickly added when I said this yesterday. I was like, you know, Roger got the weapon, like, and quiver. He got the bow and the quiver. And so it's been a good tier for Roger. Like he definitely can't complain about loot for at least one tier. Like you gotta at least one tier, you can't complain about loot after that.
And all the hunter buffs too. I mean.
Yeah, those definitely. Well. You know, you expect to see some tuning in Heroic Week to some extent, but usually you don't see. I think buffs of that magnitude coming out for a class like Hunter, and I think all the hunters were kind of resigned to their fate in Heroic Week. Like they were like, "Ah, dude, we've been, you know, campaigning for these buffs, and they're just not coming at this point. It's not going to happen. We're just going to be bad this tier." And then all of a sudden, you get like, I think I saw it was like a 7% total kind of DPS buff for them or something in that realm, and you know, for a Heroic Week buff, that's not bad.
I think I am about to head out. My first little stint of the day here is over. So, JB Nagura, it was wonderful to sit and chat with you guys while we watch them work on Remnant of Ner'zhul. I will be back later today, I believe, around dinner time. But you guys carry the torch forward and have a wonderful day.
I see you, Hula.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bam. All right, so I'm actually gonna really pay attention to one of these tries now because I have been watching the progression a little bit, but I haven't been, like, I wasn't able to pay too much attention because I have to, you know, farm Korthia and stuff on my own character, and I had to wipe on Sylvanas like the whole evening yesterday, so so I haven't been paying too much attention, but I think they're, like, the way they handle the Malevolence is that are they mass dispelling it, or are they just dispelling one after the other really quickly?
Well, let's see. This is actually one of the wonderful parts as each Race to World First, like each successive Race to World First comes and goes, we get more and more stuff at our disposal as casters, and so one of the things we got this time is access to Echo's logs, and let's see if I can pop into this most recent try and discern that answer.
Can you actually link the logs to me? Because I swear I tried to open them and it didn't seem to work.
Yeah,
but maybe I just didn't get access yet. Because, I don't know, maybe they don't like me.
That could be, yeah, that could be it. That could be it.
Alright, so it's looking like a pretty good try. Bam! If they get to like 10%, we're gonna definitely switch to comms in case they do kill it, so we can listen in on the last couple of percent. Jimmy going down, unfortunately. They do have... No, they have no battle rest available. They need to wait 40 seconds to get their battle rest up for Jimmy. Yeah, Jimmy actually has one of the most difficult jobs, I would say, because he is playing that Demon Hunter. So he's basically the one who has the job to carry out the orbs, which a Demon Hunter is really good for it because, you know, you can fly. permanently, basically. But it's still very difficult because there's so many things going on at the same time. So it's also easy to fall off as a demon hunter even, which usually is not easy, but in a fight like this, it totally can happen. Jinji going down too. Just a bunch of damage happening on him here with Malevolence. Debuff doing a lot of damage, and then while the knock happened, he had to disengage back to not fall off, and then he had to disengage into the pool. Just too much damage on him, unfortunately.
Yeah, definitely. This is kind of that double-edged sword here of having high mobility as a class. Is like, it's fun to have high mobility, but when it comes time to do mechanics, they're like, hey, guy that runs really fast, how about you be the one that carries the orb? And you're like, well, I'm not actually that fast, you know. My class kind of, I got like, you know, issues. I don't have that much speed gear on.
Yeah, it used to be the hunter curse. Like, the hunters were the ones who could always do damage while moving, or at least they didn't lose too much damage while moving, so they always had to do all of the ranged jobs. And then all the hunters are like, well, actually, we do lose a decent amount of damage from moving. Like,
yep. Yeah, that was okay. So I've been informed by chat and double checked on logs. They do that. Mass dispel is the only dispels going out on this fight. So
it's
no single
interesting.
dispels here.
I wonder how this works, because they're positioning themselves. Oh, okay, I see it now. Okay, it makes sense. So they're positioning. Okay, we're going into comms. I'm gonna finish my thought later on. Let's just listen to them.
Phone's coming. Dodge this shit.
Robin, you can spell warning someone if you see them dying out.
For 30.
Okay. Bombs coming. One more time. First lasers. Immune the dot stacks away if you get it. Like the.
Give me 3 debuffs.
Debuffs coming. And mini outside.
Every person left from these ones
the chest is on star, so after the dispel, you go to star. Dispelling it now.
And he's dead.
Oh my god. Chest on star. 2, 1. Yeah, I mean, it's super easy if we just had people alive.
Do you wanna just kill boss or something, dude?
Yeah, we would. Yeah. It's just, you know,
Just
people were
to skip
dead.
those orbs and bosses dead, yeah.
Like you just had to be alive there.
All right. Well, close again. I think they're like any pool now they can kill the boss. It's just at the end they're just losing too many players. They need everyone to be alive there at the end, and then they will have enough damage and enough healing to keep everyone alive. But yeah, this fight just becomes increasingly more difficult the longer it goes, and then at the very end, as JB said earlier, it's just incredibly chaotic, and then if you lose a few players here and there, then you just don't manage to do it anymore. So they just need to play really, really clean up until that point, and they should be fine.
You know, I do like the DPS suggestions for strat, like, you know, we're taking care of like orbs at the end of the fight, and DPS is like, hey, you just want to kill the boss at the end? You want to just you just want to ignore everything else and just slam this guy like right at the end? You think that would work? And I appreciate, you know, I do appreciate that. Sometimes it's just like, yeah, you know what? Like, it's, you know, we got 10% left on this dude. What's the worst that could happen? Let's just blast this guy. I got cooldowns coming back up.
I mean, they have 3 warriors. They have execute, right? So.
But yeah, I do. Those are the kind of things that you on progress. It is really hard sometimes. Like you do see the boss get down into execute range, and you know you're like, oh, it's I don't think if we don't throw that orb off the edge, like we probably won't wipe, right? Like there's probably enough time. We've got some immunities in the raid. Like I'll just sit here and tunnel. This should go okay. And it's tough to figure out. There is a point in the fight where it's worth just saying like, okay, the boss is close enough to dying, just ignore everything else and burn him. But it's usually a lot lower than, you know, that percent is usually a lot lower than you'd like it to be. So
definitely.
All right, well, stop me if you've heard this before, but we are taking a short break on polls, probably to discuss some strats here. I imagine that they've hit that kind of wall at the end of the fight where they're wondering how exactly, you know, what's going wrong. Why can't we close the door on this? And so probably do a little investigation, figure out what kind of cooldowns we got available, if they should be taking a different tack for the remaining for the end of that fight if they need to switch anything up. So we should. Last time that they took the break, we had like I think a little 30-minute break before you and I jumped on, and I believe they then had on their next poll their best attempt by like 18%. And if you subtract 18% from their current poll, the boss will be dead and overkilled by like 15%.
Wow,
So,
I mean that would be a good kill. Do you think
that
it
would.
drops more loot if you overkill it that much?
I do think that we could be onto something here where if you can slam the boss super hard on the kill, maybe you get a little bit extra.
Damn. Well, let's hope that happens. But yeah, I mean they're doing a really good job. I do think it's gonna go down any second now. Before we jumped on, they also talked about, like I was listening in a little, and they talked about the casters being like lucky charms. And the first two casters, Mr. GM and Steakloins, of course, they got the 3 first kills, which Ariana said it was 3 points for them. And I do have to disagree with this one because the first 3 bosses are much easier. So I do think they shouldn't be counting as like full points. And this boss is going to go down like really early in our shift. So I think we are the lucky charms here and we should get like double the points.
That's true. That's a really good point, actually. That is a big true. The first like 3 or 4 bosses here, not 4 because this is number 4. The first 3 bosses are worth 0.1 at best. There were, in fact, Terragru might even not count because you get anima buffs.
Maybe even minus points.
Yes, in fact, all the bosses, as far as I'm concerned, all the bosses should have been one shot. And if you were casting and it took more than 1 attempt to kill the boss, you lose points for that. And since Echo actually did have 1 wipe on both, I think I and the 9, that's actually negative points. When you net it all out, it's actually negative points. Now, for those of you that are in chat for free stuff, and I know there's a lot of you because I happen to hang around some chats for free stuff too. We are doing giveaways throughout this Race to World First. I believe it's for, and I'm sure production will correct me immediately if I'm wrong, I believe it's for every boss kill. We're giving away stuff. And so on day 1, this is especially titillating because there are a lot of boss kills. And so it's going to be for the entire duration of the race, and every boss that dies will be doing a giveaway. And it'll be cool stuff. You can see here at the bottom of the screen, we're giving away supplements like gamer fuel type stuff, you know, the stuff that you need to eat to maintain the top of your performance. So ELX, I know you've seen Gingy eating this stuff. It's responsible for 90% of the mass that guy carries around. It's like 10% weight training and then 90% ELX, just taking him to the next level. We've obviously got like Blue Mic and some Logitech gear that you've seen all the raiders playing with. It's great for top performance, and it's, again, you know, 10% player skill here that you're seeing on these boss kills, and then 90% the equipment that they use. And then we've got some backpacks that are great for travel, and it's actually some of my favorite stuff that I've received as free swag from different companies is the stuff that allows me to carry around my gear, because
Agreed.
It can be really difficult to like shove a laptop in a bag and be confident that it's not gonna fold in half.
Yep. And I feel like it's always the laptop bags and those kind of like really sturdy bags that I usually don't buy myself. But if I get one sent by, like, you know, swag, as you mentioned, then I think it's like so useful. And then I think to myself, why don't I buy this?
Yeah, why don't I spend money on this? What's wrong with me?
4,
3, 2.
Yep, I agree.
So useful.
All right, so hopefully we had a little break here where we ironed out some of the strats, and now we're gonna get a kill, and it's gonna be like really clear. I'm calling it now. Not only is this gonna be a kill, it's gonna be 1 death or less. Nobody's gonna die. Nobody's gonna die until at least 20%, and I think we only have 1 death, and it's gonna be a kill.
Okay, I like it. I'm gonna go with 3 deaths. Actually, I'm gonna go with 4 deaths, but it's still gonna be a kill.
Okay. I'll take it. Okay. So one thing that's, you know, obviously something you like to pay attention to early on in progress is the raid comp that groups use. And as we discussed a little bit when our shift started, you're not necessarily bringing, at this point in progress, you're not necessarily bringing the 20 strongest classes or players. Sometimes you're trying to get certain comps in for loot, or there's certain bosses that you don't need. You know, like we saw Echo 4 heal, I believe, the first 3 bosses, even though most guilds will probably, I think, 5 heal, based on what we've seen from other guilds. I think those will be for your average guild. Those will definitely be 5 heal bosses. In fact, I think I saw 1 kill with a 6 healer comp on the 9.
Wow.
Yeah, I think it was actually one of the, I think it was maybe Blood Legion or something. It was like one of the really early kills yesterday on the 9. I think they had a 6 healer comp. So, but when you're in the position of Echo, aiming for a world first, you want to make sure that you can try to squeeze as much loot out of these bosses that's useful for your DPS. And so you're going to try to get as many DPSers in here as possible. Now, this is the first boss, I think, that Echo has finally conceded that maybe we need some more healing. And so they're bringing in the 5 healers. And I noticed one thing that caught my eye as a healer is that they brought a Holy Priest in for, I think, the first 3 bosses. Sure, and I assume that was just either Ryson or Zalia doing, you know, carrying the heals. Like when you bring double Holy Pally, double disc, there's not a lot of HPS in that comp. So I imagine one of the disc players was probably just moonlighting as Holy to carry some of that load. But for healing it and doing it with classes that are not especially well known for HPS right now. So definitely making it difficult for themselves, but hopefully it pays off in the loot department.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting to me as well, because I was watching Limit as well yesterday, and they seem to be running no Rest of Shamans on like barely any bosses.
Yeah, Mavie was like on the bench,
like priests. Yeah, so I was like, huh, interesting, because I thought Shamans are actually really good still, and they also have like a decent amount of utility cooldowns like SLT and Ankh Totem and so on. So I was surprised about that, and I'm not sure. It might be like damage reasons, because I'm pretty sure Paladin and Priest do a lot of damage while Shaman kind of doesn't. So maybe that was the reason I was thinking, but yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, no, it was that was very surprising. We've seen Mavie. In fact, it's kind of gone full circle now, because I remember back in Nathria we saw, or even I think stretching back to Nyalotha, we saw Mavie in for a lot of kills where you were like, wow, they're bringing a shaman on this. Like, that's actually, And now we're going the other direction, where now you expect to see Mavie in on all their attempts, and then when he's sitting, you're like, wait. This is not how this works. Okay, so there was, I think, my one death that I said that we would have. And so now if anybody else dies, I look ridiculous. So we've got 33% now, where I need the boys to step up and make me look like a genius. All right, there goes our Bloodlust. It's actually a rule that nobody can die during Bloodlust.
That's a rule indeed.
That is a rule. So...
Ooh, the full moon proc as well. There we go.
So for at least like 25 more seconds, we're invincible.
Oh no. That's,
okay.
Looks like a dead mage.
All right, so let's see if we. I think the 10% rule for comms is a good one.
Yeah, I
if
like
we can get
that
back
too. Like
down,
if they reach 10% to switch to comms, I think that's definitely good. Because who wants to listen to us when we can listen to them when they're killing a boss?
That's right, and we can listen to the palpable disappointment in Scripe's voice.
Oh no, Jimmy.
Oh man, yeah, this is rough. And you're seeing here, this is one of those. It's one of those moments where you see which classes really have good defensives and which ones don't. And there's a reason why we've seen Roger die a few times here as this fight gets deeper. And it's one of the reasons why hunters are a little bit more difficult to bring on progress, is they just don't have a lot to save themselves from dying.
Yeah, they really don't. It's mostly like the permanent incoming damage, right? Because they have the immunity that is really nice, but you of course cannot just spam this immunity, right? So a class that has like more frequent damage reductions is obviously going to be nice for a boss like this, where you constantly take damage. Also, you know, like Demon Hunters with Blur and stuff. But the reason why Jimmy went down is because he was just out of range. There we go, going into
barrier as well. Fuck it.
Trade me scares.
I don't have it. I just did the previous order.
Okay.
You don't have the bow. Okay. Rise will barrier only, and then everything you have left.
No, I have
bombs.
Oh, here's the it's fine.
Okay.
Then please.
Alright, Frago outside.
Okay, soul ship. I go after later, yeah?
And
Instantly.
Yeah, yes, do it, and then run to the thing. It's like, look at the thing on the top.
It's on yellow.
On the entrance of the room. Entrance of the room in 2, 1, knock. Anything you have now? Just nuke. Push dodge. Anything you have, guys. Any tonics, hellstones. Cloak, perfecto. Cloak.
Yeah, come on.
Come on.
Nice, man.
Dude, we got to like 25%.
I'm sorry, boys.
Again?
That was.
I get
that was
nothing,
fucking,
dude. Stroll game.
Oh, there's my bloodshot triple set.
So, well, I mean,
Okay,
the
so I
excitement there,
called it,
Vitalia,
but
do you see it?
yeah, okay. So I called the kill. I was maybe a little aggressive with one death, but I was excited. You know, I could sense that the kill was imminent, and I maybe I overplayed my hand a little bit on that one. But yeah, you know, this it's a theme that we've seen the guild get better after these breaks, which is good. I mean, it's what you want to see. We had 2 kind of distinctive breaks on this boss, and each time that we came back from the break, there was considerable progress, and that bodes well going forward. That when you take a moment to kind of stop and review the logs and maybe chat with some of the maybe you have like a weak aura that you're crafting up, and then you're able to just make that last push afterwards. Like, that's a good feeling as a guild to know that, you know, that you can kind of have that break and then come back and blast it. So
Yeah, for sure. And they're immediately moving on here, just instantly clearing the trash up to the next boss. They, of course, did have somebody, I assume, who was staying awake the whole night, watching Limit, see what they were doing, see if there's anything they can adapt with their strategy. Of course, they also have already figured stuff out for themselves, but it's always nice to see what other guilds are trying and see what doesn't work for them and see what works for them. So I would assume that they have some information already. And the boss also did get nerfed too, Soul Render. The chain damage got nerfed, which probably should make the boss quite a bit easier. And if they manage to kill Soul Render pretty quickly, then that's gonna like push them ahead quite a bit, because I do believe Limit was stuck on Soul Render for quite a while.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I know that it took a while to get the 4th kill last night, and I wasn't able to keep track of which boss was being worked on.
Yeah, it was
at
Soul
that point.
Render, yeah.
Okay. So, moving on to Soul Render, this is going to be a fight that is so guys. So for anybody that was not kind of keeping up with the race last night, we had our first big sort of hot fix in the middle of progress last night, because Soul Render, as explained by Blizzard, a lot of times when Blizzard does like hot fixes, they don't necessarily add a lot of like editorializing about it. They don't explain what's happening. They just give you the, you know, we're nerfing such and such by 5%. But this time Blizzard actually released a little blurb with it that said, okay, so on Soul Render, there's an overlap of 2 abilities that is causing excessively high burst damage, and people are, it's basically just killing people every time it overlaps. And so they nerfed each of the abilities by a bit to make it less punishing for why the for the overlap in those abilities. So that was our first big hotfix that came in, was for Soul Render. And ideally this is one of those benefits that you get for being an EU guild, is that you get to wait and see if a boss is bugged, and you let NA, you know, bang their heads on it for a while, and then Blizzard comes in and hotfixes it, and then EU shows up on its first day, and it's like, I don't understand, this boss is working fine for me.
Yeah, that's definitely a little bit of a positive thing for EU guilds, even though of course they would still rather start earlier, right? Global release when? But yeah, that's definitely a little bit of a positive thing for the EU guilds to make up for that delayed start. But yeah, let's talk about Soul Render a little, since this is the first time we see it here for the Echo broadcast. So Soul Render does have a lot of mechanics that can be incredibly dangerous. Specifically, we have that dance that everyone knows from Heroic as well. So you see that the blood basically cover 3 of the 4 like pizza slices you have basically, and then one of them is free. Sometimes you only have 1 spawn, and then sometimes you have like 4 or 5 spawns in a row where you just have to dodge them continuously. So that's like one of the main abilities. Yeah, there we go. Tormented Eruptions is what it's called. You can see them dodge it right here. Then there's some overlaps that can be pretty dangerous that we talked about earlier as well, with just the overlaps in damage, but then also overlaps with mechanics like the dance. So if you have the chains, for example, which is also pretty difficult to deal with. You have those chains that spawn close to Garrosh in the middle, and one player has to click on a chain and then carry it away to break it. There you go. You can see it displayed right here. It does quite a lot of AoE damage, so you don't want to break them at the same time unless you have huge defensives available. But if you don't break them in time, then you basically just wipe. So that's one of those really high incoming damage mechanics that did cause Limit and the other NA guilds to wipe a lot on this boss yesterday. And then of course we also have the ads that you have to deal with here. The Mythic mechanic actually involves the ads. On Mythic you have this one ad that does not spawn on Heroic. It's like a bigger HP mob that has an aura around him that makes all the other ads immune to CC. And the way you want to deal with this is you basically just want to keep that big ad away from the small ads, because otherwise you cannot interrupt them, you cannot see them, and you don't want that, right? So you want to see where it spawns. That's why usually we also see a lot of decays in here as well. So you have the grips to make sure they're out of the circle, and then you see them. You focus the mythic boss or the mythic mob, and then you go back on killing the other mobs.
And yeah, this is a tier where, you know, speaking of DKs, this is a tier where we had a bit of a shift in the tanks that we've seen guilds bringing. And I would say that this is maybe the most interesting tier that I can remember in terms of tank selection, because you're really not seeing tanks brought for buffs at this point. You know, usually we've seen in the past, very notably, like Limit last tier brought a warrior, and that was, I think, a lot for just the support stuff that the warrior could bring for the raid, you know, between like Battle Shout or Rally or things like that. And then you've in the past frequently had a Demon Hunter. If Havoc wasn't good, you would have a Demon Hunter tank to provide Chaos Brand, or maybe a Brewmaster to provide Mystic Touch. And this is the first tier where we're seeing 2 tanks that aren't really doing anything for your guild in terms of like adding damage, or at least not in an aura type of way. And you have a Paladin and you have a DK, and I think the tanks are actually, I'm guessing the tanks are super excited about it, because those are probably 2 pretty fun tank classes to play. And a lot of times tanks just get stuck playing like, okay, dude, none of the other monk specs are good. You have to be Brewmaster. And it's like, okay, fine, I guess. But I think people actually like playing Blood DK, and people like playing Prot Paladin. Those are, I think, tank classes that have fun abilities. And I think you feel like, especially, I know Prot Paladins can do pretty good damage. Blood DKs have a lot of utility. I mean, Prot Paladins have a lot of utility as well. And so I think there's a lot of fun buttons to press, and I think the tanks are probably having as much fun this tier based on class selection as I'm guessing they've had in a while.
Yeah, I think so for sure. I think a big reason for this as well, that the classes that actually provide buffs are not that bad this time around on the damage dealer side, right? Like the Arms Warriors are really good. Havoc Demon Hunters get buffed a lot, so that's really helping out the tanks, that the DPS specs of those buff classes are not bad, and you don't have to be called banner on details anymore if you play a warrior or like shout. Yeah. Well, so even 3 warriors, and I think the reason why they bring an enhancement shaman is just for the warriors, as far as I'm aware, because of Wind Fury's totem. So yeah, they're even bringing a whole class to buff those 3 warriors.
Yeah, like in some ways, I'm like, wait, are we watching retail? Or are we watching like, classic again? And this is a really good throwback to days when you had your nice little melee groups, and I'm here for it. Obviously, we had this range dominance in the Nathria tier, and you just, as a melee,
and in all other tiers.
And then, yes, excuse me, I don't mean that to say that that's like only a Nathria thing, but the most recent tier was certainly no different than other previous tiers where you just had a lot of range specs, and the question was only which of the range specs are we going to stack. And this tier we're seeing a lot of melee and a lot of different kinds of melee. Honestly, like you're seeing, it's not just that you're stacking like one DPS, like one of the melee classes is really good. We've seen. I know in watching between Echo and Limit, I've seen warriors, I've seen rep pallies, I've seen enhanced shamans, I've seen monks, I've seen DHs. Like they're representing pretty much, sorry Feral Druid, but they're representing, and Survival Hunter, I guess, most of the melee specs in the game I've seen at some point in progress. And that's a very different kind of comp than we're used to seeing.
Yeah, I really like it. And I think the only class that we don't see as much that we saw a lot in Castle Nathria is DK, right? DK was like the only melee class that was basically stacked even in Castle Nathria, and all the other melee classes were just kind of sitting or just providing buffs and that's it. And now it's like the other way around. Now all of the other classes that weren't so good are now stacked almost, and the DKs are nowhere to be seen, which I think mainly the reason for it is that they nerfed their shell quite a lot. So that's like a big reason they're not seen that much. And I also think their damage is not that great compared to other melees. So the reign of the DKs is no longer, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's definitely not seeing anywhere near as many red classes in the raid. And I think you're right that the reason why DK got the nod over other melee last year was simply because their group-wide, or raid-wide, excuse me, AMZ, was so good for damage reduction to the point where it was kind of like bringing another like half of a healer. So anyway, for this poll, we're gonna cut to comms and listen to what the guys are talking about here. This should give us an idea of which mechanics they are paying attention to throughout the course of this fight, and kind of give us a sense of how they're handling maybe like the new Mythic ad and who's doing what on this fight.
I was thinking probably not there.
We need to boss them too.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna be full pumping boss the entire time.
Yeah, I will do the same until I know the timings.
What about the MZs, brother? Oh wait, that's changed. Never mind.
You guys should be getting reminders of everything, and also Grab's gonna put it on the note, I think.
Yeah, I'm still fixing the note, yeah.
Yeah. But on this fight, there's like 100,000 raid CDs on every chain, so I'm not gonna say them, yeah. Otherwise, I'll be machine gun ramming.
Backup would be in this.
All right. Well, rather serene there. Now we did see, so the one thing we could glean from that is apparently they're going to be slamming every raid cooldown in the game when chains are popped. And you did hear there Chris Potter talking, and he's been, there's been a lot of emphasis on out of the raid leaders. And obviously the two most well-known at the moment would be Max and Scripe. But Potter has a very similar role for Echo, where he's doing a lot of the coordination of their healer cooldowns. And that is, another evolution of the sort of meta of raiding, I think, where if one raid leader is good, is like 3 raid leaders better? And if you have one guy that could be dedicated to just like calling out generalized mechanics, but then another one specifically assigned to calling out raid cooldowns and, telling people that who needs to be maybe bopped or spell warded or things like that. I think it can be very beneficial. The more things you can take off the plate of the DPS players in the raid, like the more that you can ask them not to use their brain for anything other than DPSing, the better, the outcome.
It's so funny that you talk about this because as they were discussing like healing cooldowns and what they're gonna do, Jimmy just opened up the dungeon journal, looked at the loot, and he was like hovering the items that drop on this boss, and he was like, "Oh, I need this," and then he looked at his items. Perfect.
Yep, that was exactly what when we would do these in-person events, I would walk around to the computer to see what guys were paying attention to before pull, and you'd have like Roger and Scripe looking at logs doing stuff, and you'd have the DPS, and they just have their sims open. Like, what about this piece of loot? And how much damage would I do if I got this trinket? And what about this weapon?
Perfect. All right, we have a ready check. So that was actually pretty fast, right? Considering that usually when you get to a boss for the first time, especially if it's like a little bit of a more difficult boss, you do want to, like discuss everything, assign everything, but you can tell that they already have figured out everything beforehand. So now they only had to get the different players in and did get some last minute calls out before they're pulling. So not too long of a downtime here before they're going in. And again, this is the boss where they can really make up a lot of time if they manage to get this boss down fast, because the NA guilds did use a lot of time on this one yesterday.
Yeah, and this is, I think, a point of emphasis for Echo. Certainly, when they gave up their crown of World First Guild back in BFA, they had a string of World First kills, and then they finally got knocked off. And I think a big part of the reason that at least they felt was that there was an excessive amount of time spent doing non-pulling stuff. And whether that was like making weak auras or talking about strats or whatever, it seemed like a lot of time doing other things besides just pulling the boss, especially in a tier in Nyalotha where we saw Limit. It seemed like Limit was just pulling like every boom, 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 just rattling out pulls. It seemed like we had a lot of pulls from Echo, who was Method at the time. They spent a lot of time in between pulls, and there were a lot of breaks to the point where it kind of became a meme. And that's obviously, we've seen a redistribution of the responsibilities in the raid. Obviously, Scripe stepped back as a player in the raid to be a raid leader. Potter doing the same, and we've got now more, I think, dedicated weak aura guys that are responsible for taking care of those weak auras, so that they're not having to have guys like, I know the last event I attended, we saw like Nagi and I think Miris have to try to make weak auras like in between pulls. And that obviously took more time away from pulling. And so I do think Echo has made a very concerted effort to offload any responsibilities that raiders would have to people outside the raid, so that hopefully you can be taking care of these things sort of in parallel with the people raiding, so that when you get to a new boss, you don't have to spend 30 minutes talking about it.
Yeah. There we go, Remnant of Ner'zhul, first pull coming in for Echo here. We could quickly talk about their lineup a little bit as well, because they did switch up not quite a bit, but they did switch up something. So first of all, the most important thing is that we have now 2 Blood Decays, I believe. Nagi usually is a DPS player, but I do believe he's actually playing Blood here. So they have 2 Blood Decays. Miras got in as well on his Windwalker, I would assume, because Windwalker is incredibly good on the damage on these adds. A lot of people saw the Windwalker damage on this boss and were like, oh my god, this is completely broken, we need to nerf Windwalkers. But the thing is, they're really just, they look so good because they're doing so much damage to the adds. So it's basically, I don't want to call it pet damage because the adds have to die, but you basically want to have a lot of damage, and the adds, you just need to have enough damage to kill the adds. You don't want to like overkill them, and all of the rest of the damage should be boss damage. That's why you don't see them stack Windwalkers. That's why you only see 1, because 1 Windwalker is enough to deal with all of these adds. You can see Miras just popping up to like 24k DPS because he was just popping those adds. And all of the other classes are responsible to just do boss DPS, because the enrage on this boss is not something to scoff over either, because we did see some of the NA guilds actually reach the enrage when the boss was still on like 20% HP yesterday, but that was before they actually nerfed the incoming damage of the abilities.
I do appreciate how hearing the Windwalker explanation from a Boomkin main, you were very careful about the words you used there. It's not pad damage. The ads have to die. It's important that the ads die. So it's not pad. It's not really cheating. It's a very important job to blast the ads.
Yep. And yeah, there was also a hotfix with the Windwalkers. There was like some issue with Windwalkers as they could somehow do quite a bit more burst damage with their like spinning crane kick or something. There was something wrong with it. So that was definitely boosting Windwalkers too. Now that they fixed it, you can still see it's still really good though. Like it wasn't just a bug that was making Windwalkers so good. It's really just their kit, like their whole kit is set up for having this burst AoE, and it just lines up really, really well with the ad spawn on this fight. So that's why Windwalker is incredibly good for this ad damage, as well as also Red Paladin. You can see Red also doing quite kind of a lot of damage here as well. Nagi going down. They don't have a battle rest available, unfortunately. So let's see how long they can still go for. But I mean, for the first try, this is a really good try. They're doing really well.
Yeah, you can see the mechanics here, and this is a lot of this fight is just this movement portion, having to be very mobile and making sure that you're paying attention. You see in here the brands, you need to get these out of the raid. So this fight has positional requirements that can be kind of difficult. You have to juggle the ad placement. You have the normal ads that you would see on like heroic difficulty, and then as you mentioned earlier, you have the addition of a mythic ad, and you don't want to stack those things together. So you're trying to coordinate where you put ads, where you put brands, making sure that you're not standing in one of the slices of the room that's about to get obliterated, and then making sure that the ads die as quickly as possible. And so it is a fight where there's a lot of things that are positionally important. And we now see now go down, and that's usually not a good sign for the rest of the poll. And speaking of the tanks, we did see Nagi on I do believe a Blood DK there, and that's a role that he plays for Echo in a lot of progress fights, where as a DK he has a lot of tanking experience, and a lot of times Blood DK brings, we talked earlier about how Prop Paladin and Blood DK have a lot of utility for tanks. They can do a lot of cool stuff in raids. And Blood DK especially, like with Grip, is a class that can act as almost like a half DPS on raid fights. And you can bring it in and use it in an off-tanking type of way, and especially on a fight where you need to be able to move ads around. Having somebody like Nagi that can come in and play tank very capably and use that class if the DPS, if you can otherwise meet the DPS check, having the Blood DK in there to help facilitate moving the ads around and stuff can be very useful. So that's a swing role that he's played in a lot of other tiers as well, and seeing it here again. So definitely something to keep an eye on. If the enrage timer is going to be super tight here, that may not be like a luxury that they can afford, but if you can get away with it, it's really nice.
Yeah, definitely. And we also just saw how they plan on handling this mythic mechanic, right? So basically the way it works is that every time the Maelstrom ads spawn, you first see the normal ad spawn, the ones that also spawn on heroic and normal modes, and then afterwards you see where the mythic ad is going to spawn. You have like this animation, and then afterwards, like I think like 2 or 3 seconds afterwards, the mythic ad spawns. And this mythic ad, as I said earlier, has this circle around it that makes the ads immune to CC, and therefore they are trying to hard CC the normal ads when they spawn. You saw like in caps going out, and any sort of like hard CC that works on the ads is really good. And then when the mythic ad spawns, they're trying to typhoon or grip out the other ads that are within the circle of the mythic ads, and then they focus that one first, and after that one is done, then they grip in the other ads, the normal ads that they had CC'd before. That's why Roger Brown was looking at the CC break on details just now. He was because apparently a lot of the CC got broken, so he was just checking. So who is doing this? And apparently a lot of the Moonkins were just like firing them.
Wow, that's actually crazy. You know, I
Weird.
couldn't have guessed if you'd have said who's breaking the CC. I'd have gone, I don't know, like probably the melee, just doing melee things. Definitely
Jimmy
not the
actually broke
definitely
free
not
a
the
lot,
Moonkins.
so Jimmy on his Demon Hunter somehow broke them as well, but.
And that's such a Moonkin answer. Like it could be the top 3 CC breaks could all be Moonkins, and it could be like it could be Jimmy at a distant fourth, and you'd be like, well, Jimmy broke one. I don't. It's like a problem of the whole raid. You know, we're all kind of responsible for it.
But yeah, it looks like they're definitely trying to figure that out with the CC break. They don't want to have any of that happen anymore, because it just gets so much more difficult if you have those normal ads cast, because the cast that they do actually targets a random player, and if it goes through, it just like does a burst of damage, but it also does splash damage around the player. And that's really bad when everyone is focusing this mythic ad. Like everyone is stacked up. So if one cast goes through, it does like a huge amount of damage on literally everybody if you're not spreading. And therefore you definitely don't want to have any of those casts go through. So you just want to have the CC not broken, basically.
And we're seeing another 5 healer fight here. And, you know, I think it's interesting because I would say that in a typical raid tier, your average amount of healers would be 4. That would be sort of your standard raid comp would be 4 healers. But it seems like so far on the first 4 bosses of Sanctum of Domination, that 5 healer is looking like the standard raid comp here. And it's looking for, you know, any of the healers out there that have been sad that maybe you couldn't get a spot in the raid. This may be a great raid for you to get in for progress, because it's looking like people are going to bring a ton of healers to these fights.
Yeah, I think I even saw 6 healers yesterday on some of those guilds, on the NA guilds. Again, I think because the damage wasn't nerfed yet, so they needed those 6 healers. But yeah, still have 5 healers. That's still more than usual. Usually the bosses are 4 healers, and sometimes you just try to go even less than that if you can afford it. So seeing really early 5 healer fights is pretty crazy. Like this is only the 4th boss in the raid, and you already have those 5 healers. And as JB mentioned earlier, 6 healers on the 9 as well, which is just the 3rd boss. Yeah, it's a lot of damage, and people were worried during PTR testing that, oh my god, the bosses are not enough damage. This is gonna be a 2 healer raid. Turns out they did buff the damage quite a lot to not make that happen.
And you know, one thing that's especially interesting here, if you we can't see it because we're watching Deep Shades here, and I don't know. It's very embarrassing as a DPS player if you ever have healing meters on your screen. That's a very, you know, you don't care about that as a DPS player, so we can't see them right now. But
correct.
You will notice if we see healing meters here that the Disc Priests are doing a not fantastic amount of HPS on these pulls. And one of the big storylines I think that came out of Heroic week was that Disc Priests are just not HPS machines anymore. Like that's not really their role in the raid. And there have been a lot of previous tiers where Disc Priest was, if not just the outright best healer, because of shielding that allowed them to preempt damage, which is always a great way to do well on the meters. You know, Disc Priests have had a lot of tiers where not only are they just really good at HPS, but they also contribute damage and raid-wide DR. This tier, they're not really doing a lot for you HPS-wise compared to other healers, and they are strictly there for like the damage output and the barrier that they bring, and obviously, you know, Priest brings PI, which is near and dear to so many of us. And so this is a tier where we're starting to see that, you know, really the guilds showing that they don't value HPS necessarily. That's not a thing that you bring healers for. As long as you have sort of enough healing from your raid comp, it's not a big deal that you have like the highest HPS healers in the game, the throughput healers as they call them. It's more about do my healers give me the tools that we need to kill this boss? Damage obviously is a great tool, and paladins and disc priests have that in spades. And then the raid-wide damage reduction that those classes bring is super important. And sort of the other tools, especially like paladin, gives you things like bop or freedom or sack that can be really big for these fights. So you know, we are seeing another tier of Pally and Disc Priest, and I do kind of wonder at this point what it would take for those classes to get dislodged from their raid spots. All right, and we're going to shift into raid comps here.
I had to break it earlier.
Yeah.
Okay, we have 2 rests soon. It's fine. Keep playing. No.
Let's rest now. In 20.
Yeah, I'm not taking
dude,
it.
just we're gonna fall behind.
Oh, I didn't
It's fine.
It's not that.
And just die. Just die.
Yeah, put the gateway on focus, because that's why I was slow. I was literally trying to...
Yeah, same. The creeps are like super...
spam it.
So can I go?
Yeah.
It's like super important to get them faster, because we have like also healers running out there. Like if they're delayed, we lose a shit ton of damage on the small areas if they are not creep fast.
Yeah, every time the big ad dies, immediately.
Well,
All right.
well, I guess the voice comms.
Yeah, cutting the comms is
first.
banned now.
Yeah. It's definitely banned. This is not giving them any sort of luck whatsoever. But I wanted to quickly mention one thing, since you talked about healers not doing a lot of HPS anymore. I did want to say that it's obvious that you don't need the HPS anymore, because you just have every single damage dealer equip a 30 leech domination shard. So
that is very true. I actually made a pitch back in it was a very short-lived pitch, but I made a pitch nonetheless in the last BFA MDI when corruption was a thing, and I was like, do you guys think that if you wore all leech corruption that and they were like, stop and shut up. So wherever you're going with this, shut up. And I was like, okay, just checking. So
I like it though. I like it.
It was when it was kicking around in my head, I was like, hey, maybe I could maybe I could use some other trinkets and stuff if you guys were healing yourself. And they're like, I can't even believe that would come out of your mouth. And I was like, you're right. I'll stop.
I actually have the 30 speed domination shard equipped right now, because I mean it's one of the 2 shards I have, and I would prefer
2 shard gang. Let's go.
Yeah.
All right. Well, while we're between pulls here, we can talk a bit about some of the other features of the stream during this Race to World First. And we will be doing a 3x legendary bundle. And I like legendaries.
Me too.
And each bundle will contain a complete Logitech and Blue setup, including a mouse, keyboard, mouse pad, headset, and microphone, aka the full package. This is everything you need, other than a computer. This is everything you need to be a successful raider and streamer and whatever else you want to be in life as well. We have a Couturix. That's a word that looks foreign.
Backpack.
A Couturix, but it's a backpack, and the name of the backpack, I don't even want to attempt that because I'm gonna butcher it.
Me neither. That's why I was waiting for you to read it.
It's like attached. I'm just gonna copy him. Hold on, I'll put this in chat. Yeah, it's this chat. It's the backpack that we were talking about earlier. You saw a picture of it. It was nice looking. Attaché there.
Oh wait, that's kind of French. I mean, it was all.
That is kind of French. Yeah. So but it was. You saw the picture of it. It was nice. So that's the second part, and then the third part is the ESN bundle, which is 3 ELX flavors, 3 IGF flavors, 2 shakers, and a cap, which is all of the food needs that you could ever possibly have. I don't think you'll ever have to eat anything ever again after you get that bundle. You just sip off that for the rest of your life. And then finally, we have a CurseForge pillow and CurseForge Premium as part of the giveaway. So just an insane amount of swag that we're giving away during this Race to World First. And the only way that you can win it is by sticking around in chat and rooting for
chat bag. Yes, that's what we're gonna call it from now
Chad
on.
bag. All right, so we have an early death here from Narco, which a lot of times we see Narco. You know, one of the storylines that we commonly see from Race to World First is that people meme on Ret Paladin, but then Narco somehow manages to slip his way in on like the last boss, like every time. Like after spending, you know, a lot of times you'll have these like sad montages of like Narco being out of the raid doing like arenas or keys or something, and it's like, oh man, another tier where Ret Paladin, you know, isn't gonna get used. And then like on the last boss he like shows up and everyone's like, oh my god, Narco's back in again, how does he do it, how does he keep getting away with it? But this time Ret Paladins are like, actually we're bringing them for the early bosses, and that bodes well. This is, you know, really this could be the first melee tier that we have in a while, and it's great news. Like honestly, it's been one of the sad points of raiding, I think, is that melee have become such a liability in the last few tiers, and you know, to the point where you actually have to just straight up have like a limit on the number of melee that you bring. Like, we can't afford to have more than 6 of you standing around the boss. It's too crowded. One of you get out of here, and that doesn't feel good as a melee. And so, you know, seeing all the melee classes that we have in for some of these early bosses is a very good change of pace.
Yeah, I agree for sure. The only thing that I am always like a little bit worried about is when Blizzard tries too hard to make stuff anti-ranged, because there's so many abilities that are by default anti-melee, because melees have to be in melee range. So obviously you're much more restricted to create abilities that are not anti-melee than to create abilities that are not anti-ranged, right? So it's just really hard to design bosses like that. So once in a while when the melees just have enough, right? And that's what it felt like in Castle Nathria. Usually melee have less raid spots than ranged, almost all the time. Like almost every single tier you have more ranged than melee. But if it's not too one-sided, then the melee are like okay with it, right? But in Castle Nathria, it seemed like they're having enough of it. So they complained a lot. And then I was worried that Blizzard maybe goes too hard on trying to make ranged bad, and that usually results in just really boring boss design, you know, like stuff like quaking abilities or boss, I don't know, you have to like move all the time or something like that. So there's some abilities on Sylvanas that are kind of like anti-ranged with this quaking that it is essentially. And then you also have the boss just go untargetable, which is worse for ranged than melee because ranged are casting spells, right? So if you're casting like a Chaos Bolt and then the boss gets untargetable, then you probably lose more damage than a melee just losing a bunch of melee swings or something, right? So yeah, and those mechanics are not really fun in my opinion, but yeah, we'll see how it is on Mythic.
Okay, well let's cut to comms this time, and we're gonna do it a bit earlier this time so that they don't instantly wipe as we cut into comms. Oh, well, hang on, wait, hang on. I may have spoken too soon, but yeah, let's cut into comms now and see how they're dealing with all this chaos.
And starts.
Poison. No, never mind.
Mini sprint tournament over the gateway. Nice, perfect. That's good.
3.
Okay. Run. Oh no, sorry, my bad.
1.
To kill this guy.
Oh, that was outside. 21.
4.
I roared this. I guess it.
Oh yeah, good call.
I didn't see 2. I think
into chains. It's gonna be
not good.
Roger.
Kill him.
Let's see. Roger, deep shades.
Delay,
Kill the big guy. Kill the big guy. Watch out. Okay, nice.
No, where's me? Oh, we don't have.
We have Eng from Satsi, but 2 healers down.
we're going 2 here.
Nah, it's fine.
It's just really like when we fall behind, it's really hard for me to see.
Are the timers wrong, or are they not consistent?
I mean, I was waiting for cones when you said with the third set of chains. It said cone for me, but it never happened.
Yeah,
you said like delay.
Yeah, I heard.
And then it
I heard Misery and SK earlier that they're not consistent. Yeah.
All right. Well, it sounds like they're dealing with timer issues potentially, which is a big a huge relief, honestly, to anyone in the raid, because anytime somebody's like, yo, were the timers wrong there? I'm like, that was the I was thinking the same, that I played perfectly and the timers betrayed me. And it's funny that you should ask if the timers are wrong, because that's exactly what I was thinking, is the timers were the problem with that pull. And if we fixed that, then I wouldn't have died. So.
But it's actually a good point to talk about timers, because that is something that people who are not part of the World First race, they don't necessarily experience the same thing with the timers just not being there, right? Like, for these World First guilds, they don't just install bigwigs and it has the perfect timers for Mythic already, right? Like, that they have to code all of that stuff themselves. They are writing the timers, right? They're the ones who are writing them, so we have the timers afterwards when we get to the boss. But they're the first ones to experience it. Of course, they can test it on PTR, but on PTR, the timers are not set, right? Sometimes they change the timers when the boss comes on live. So even if you can change them up a little bit before it goes live, you still might have to change them on the fly. So that's why they have some people outside of the raid who are not only raid leading outside of the raid, but also writing timers, writing weakeras, all that kind of stuff. Like, they're literally just changing the add-on, bigwigs or DBM, whatever they're using. They're just coding the add-on to adjust the timers to whatever they're experiencing in the raid. Someone's just like going through the logs and looking exactly what stuff happens, and then they update it on the fly.
And yeah, that's definitely I think a lot of people take for granted the like bigwigs and DBM add-ons that they have, and how much you rely on accurate information on that, and how weird it would be for you in the middle of a pull if there was a bar that popped up that's like, here we've got this ability coming in 3, 2, 1, and like you pop a defensive cooldown and nothing happens. And you're like, wait, and then like 5 seconds later the thing happens after your defensive is worn off. That would catch you off guard and probably get kind of annoying. And so, yeah, certainly if the timers are wrong here, and we actually heard when we cut the comms, I think we heard Scripe get ready to call for something and then have to kind of walk it back and say like, oh, whoops, sorry, that was the wrong thing. And so it does, it has certainly like a domino effect where if you expect one thing to happen and it doesn't, and you call for certain cooldowns and then nothing happened, and then you're like, well, great, we just used cooldowns for nothing, and now when the thing actually happens we don't have any cooldowns, so now we're gonna have to use more cooldowns after that to catch back up.
Yeah, for sure. Alright, so it looks like we have a Hunter POV here. Hunter also seemed to be doing really well on this boss. I mean, Hunters are known to do well on like any sort of like burst AoE. We saw that on SLG, where you have the Wild Spirits just going down doing AoE damage. But as far as I'm aware, Hunters actually switched to Kirin now. I'm not sure if that's actually correct for all Hunter specs or not. I don't know much about Hunters. Do you know if he's Nightfare or not? Let's see. Does he have Soul Shape?
Yeah, I haven't played with a Hunter in a while, so I'm not sure about that.
I think he just used Soul Shape. Yeah, so he used Nightfare. Interesting. Yeah, because for a while they said that they would go on Kyrian, but I guess Nightface just a play still.
Yeah, Nightface got some good stuff. I definitely, when any of my characters can be Nightface, I sort of appreciate it. I don't know if there's really any class that doesn't like having Soul Shape, even if you've already got good movement abilities. Like that's just a really nice kind of oh crap button, that especially on a fight like this where you may need to move very quickly to avoid getting one shot, and that may be the difference between you getting hit by the I don't want to call it the pizza slice thing, but like I also can't remember the name of it at the moment, so you don't want to get hit by the pizza slice thing.
Yeah, I don't remember the name either, so don't ask me. But yeah, Soul Shape, I actually recently switched to Venthyr, and the biggest point about Soul Shape to me is getting used to... First of all, I had to get used to having it. Like, I was so not used to having a blink that I just forgot about it constantly. And then I was used to it, and now I don't have it anymore. So now I'm like standing in an AoE and thinking, oh, I can just finish this cast and then I will blink out of it afterwards. And then I press the blink button, and then some targeted tiny circle appears, like the Door of Shadows. It's like, oh, yeah, this does not get me out of here.
Yeah, that's really
enough.
like Door of Shadows just feels like Soul Shape, but like worse. Like it just
exactly, yeah.
Soul Shape, but with more steps. And
yep.
Yeah, it isn't great in that respect, but
it is good in Korthia though to get to certain treasures in the trees. So
yep, the
that's
mushrooms.
Nice.
That's all it's for is gathering mushrooms.
Yep.
All right, so I've been trying to keep an eye on the raid comp to see if we've been making any changes. I don't think so. I think we've been pulling fast enough. There hasn't really been any huge changes here. Now, we were talking a bit about comps earlier, and definitely one of the big changes that we're seeing, I think, between tiers is we've only got one mage now. We've only got one warlock, and still got 3 boomkins. So that's
interesting. Yeah,
that's nice.
Because
no shadow
I
priests.
believe Limit had no moonkins actually. I'm pretty sure Limit had 0 moonkins on this fight. So interesting to see the difference in compositions here between the guilds.
Yeah, and some of the range specs that we saw, like I guess I should say one of the interesting things about Heroic Week is if you just look at the damage meters coming out of Heroic Week, you saw like assassination rogues doing ridiculous amounts of damage throughout the raid, and then I think they were followed up by like Shadow Priest, and obviously we see neither of those things here, so you can't always just like look at the meters coming out of Heroic Week in terms of like overall raid performance and go like, oh, that class is going to be brokenly good. Sometimes that doesn't tell the full story. And this is where this fight is. You just get these overlaps of damage that are just like unhealable. And this is where really, we were talking about healer comps earlier. This is where classes like Holy Pally and Disc Priest become potentially invaluable, and even Shaman to some extent. That these classes have ways to reduce the damage taken by the entire raid. And we saw right before they did the first poll, we heard Potter saying that like when you did the chain breaks, they were just going to slam as many like raid-wide cooldowns as they could to try to live through it. And that's where like a Paladin or a Disc Priest is fantastic, is you get ready to take a lot of damage. And in a fight, especially where you might be able to dictate when you take that damage, you just have everybody like I know one of the in Heroic Week, Kel'Thuzad was a fight where there were like pillars that you can break or not break, and if you don't break them, they all do damage at the same time. And a lot of strats was just like, okay, we're not going to break any of them. Everybody stack up. We're going to pop, Aura Mastery, Barrier. Everyone use a personal. If you have an immunity, use it. We're going to drop Spirit Link, and it's just every cooldown you could possibly have in the game. We're just going to push all of the incoming damage into this one window, and then try to use as much damage reduction as possible on it. And that's where those classes, and even more so on progression, where your item level is significantly lower than what most guilds will be doing this at, it can be very hard to live mechanics even when they're just doing the intended amount of damage, not even when you're trying to like game them for cooldowns. And so those classes that can reduce the damage done to the raid are just so hard to replace with traditional throughput.
Yeah, so I'm actually, because I was under the impression, because I'm just reading chat right now to keep up on the actual monk discussion that is going on, and I was actually under the impression that the monk thing has been hotfixed.
Yeah, I saw the patch notes, and I wasn't sure if that. I assumed that was
server reset, because I assumed it was later, but I might be wrong.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I did see that. Yeah, that was one of the patch notes that came out for. Let's see here if I can. WoW hotfixes updated July 13th. So yeah, the monk one fixed an interaction between Storm, Earth, and Fire and Spinning Crane Kick that dealt more damage than intended. Let's see if this mentions anything about when the patch notes go through. Well, I mean, it's listed in the same hotfix notes that the soul render changes were listed as, and
yeah,
we're,
so
I believe, looking at
a hotfix, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So I would assume that went live instantly.
So they did have like, so Limit did have a few tries where the monk basically still was doing slightly more damage than it was supposed to, but at the same time it didn't really help Limit because the boss was overtuned at the same time, right? So once that hotfix was in, where the boss got nerfed and the monks got fixed basically, you know, in the end they didn't really have an advantage for it, because in the end it's the same damage that you can do to the ads now than they did as well with the Limit kill as well. So should be the same thing for both.
And you know, you have to assume that like Trill is kicking himself that he showed his hand when the boss was broken, and he's like, why couldn't I have just not done anything on this boss fight until they hotfixed the boss and then shown everybody what Windwalker can do on the ads? Instead, I showed everybody what kind of broken DPS I can do when the boss was unkillable. And then they hotfixed my thing at the same time that they hotfixed the boss.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I mean, I guess partly was fixed because of Trill for sure. But the other thing, because I played some PvP, some Arena, and this was hugely impactful in Arena because the monks were just going in and they were just like one-shotting people left and right with this clever use of game mechanic, whatever happened there with the monks. And I figure like a lot of people actually complained about this for the PvP players, but then again, they don't ever listen to the PvP players. So
Yeah,
maybe it was Trill after all, right?
It was definitely, like, you know, we just saw, in fact, some hot fixes this week where notably coming out of Heroic Week, we saw Fire Mage and I think pretty much all of the Hunter specs doing not great DPS, especially single target. And one of the hot fixes was that they were going to buff some of the damage abilities of Fire Mage and Hunter. And the PvP community instantly was like, are you kidding? Like, these are some of the most broken PvP classes right now. And you're just giving them like free damage. And so immediately after the patch notes came out, like a day later, Blizzard was like, oh, and by the way, we're not going to implement most of those in PvP. So it was definitely one of those things where there can be large discrepancies between the viability of a class in Raid versus Arena. And it just so happened that some of the best PvP classes also happen to be the most underperforming Raid specs. And that is a very difficult problem for Blizzard because, you know, they do have some knobs that they can turn that are specific for PvP versus Raid. And sometimes they are forced into a corner where they just have to straight up say, like, this thing is going to do 50% less damage in PvP than it does, you know, outside of PvP. But I think for the most part, they try to keep stuff consistent between PvE and PvP content in terms of damage and healing. But yeah, some of the classes right now, very different realities between whether you're in a Raid or an Arena.
Yeah, that's definitely sure. And I mean, the whole reason I'm even mentioning this at all is because some people like compare players to one another and say, oh, this player is better and the other player is better between those like world first guilds. And in the end, they're just all incredibly good players. And I don't think comparing the skill or, you know, calling one player bad and the other one like much better or whatever is something you really want to do, since they're all just so good. I mean, Miras is literally like an MDI world champion, has been like, I don't know how many MDIs he's won, but a lot of them. And he has been, you know, playing so many different classes, so many different roles, and he's just an incredibly good player. Of course, Trill is insane, and he has like 1 billion achievements for himself as well in PvP and PvE as well. So obviously they're both just incredibly good players, and I don't think comparing them makes any sense. They're just both good, okay? So let's just be nice.
Realistically, when you get to these world first guilds, the individual skill of the players is not that low. I mean, like, comparing player to player, not that I want to denigrate my own game here, but World of Warcraft does not have the same type of skill ceiling that some other types of games have. When you compare World of Warcraft to like a game like StarCraft or something, the difference between the best players in StarCraft versus World of Warcraft is much smaller in World of Warcraft. There's just not that much more you can do to be a fantastic player in the game. And so when you're talking about the individual skill of players in these guilds, they're largely interchangeable. You could take a lot of the roster of a guild like Limit or Echo or Pieces, or even like Fat Shark Yes, who doesn't raid quite as much as some of the other World First guilds. You could take a lot of those players and just like shuffle them around, and you would have a lot of the same success as a guild in terms of player skill. A lot of what you see, a lot of what separates guilds in the Race to World First is less about the individual skill of the players and more about the strategy that they come up with. As a guild, the ability to execute on their boss fights, the way that they handle mechanics, the preparation that the guilds undertake leading up to the Race to World First. So the logistical elements of the guild. There's so many other things that are probably more determinative of your success as a guild in the Race to World First than comparing your individual players to each other.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And at some point, as you said, at some point you just cannot get better because there's a skill ceiling that is pretty, I would say even pretty low compared to other games. So at that point, you just look at other things that players can be good at, right? There's people who are really good at shot calling, people who are really good at figuring out what to do in a certain boss fight, how to handle a mechanic, just like really smart giga-brain people who, just come up with strategy decisions. And also, it's also about comps as well, like which comp is best in this fight, which spec is gonna realistically be good, because a lot of the min-maxing when it comes to DPS is not really known to the players beforehand, so they kind of have to come up with all of this stuff themselves. But yeah, enough talk about that. Let's just listen in on the comps because they have a really good try right there.
Or something.
It'll be after.
Alright, Roger, Deep Chase, Rebus. Get ready for the CCs. Roger in 2, 1, break. Personal, Deep Chase in 2, 1, personal, guys, break. Rebus, break. Good shit.
Teeth, Pop Narco.
Go on top of the ads with the brand now. New brands are coming. Brands, go.
Yes.
I did.
3.
Yeah, we're safe here. We're safe.
We're basically safe, yeah. Watch the pulse though. One more time. And immediately go deep off the ad again.
Grip the ads.
And new chains are coming soon. It's Phil, Maris, and Swag. Get ready.
Big one, right?
Finish the big ads. And then on top of the chains we gather, on top of the ads we gather.
I don't
chains
have any
coming.
personals. You might have to sack me, Japes.
Phil, Maris, Swag. Because that's also Ank Totem. Fuck it. Okay, Phil breaking in 3, 2, 1, go. Maris in 2, 1, go. Swag in 2, 1,
4,
go.
4.
Go 4. Make sure, fuck it. Okay, it's fine.
Watch it.
It's good. Alright, ads coming soon. Get ready to CC them.
That's me, yeah.
Stay alive, Swag.
Yes, thanks for that.
Nice. Go CC the ads. And go on the big guy. On the far left.
Me.
And kill this big guy.
I taunt here, so you go on grip.
After this big guy is dead, we're gripping to the middle. Watch
one.
The
single on far.
Alright, easy.
1.
Alright, we're gripping and gathering on top of the ads and using everything we have for the chains. It's going to be Canix, Narco, and Frago breaking. Get ready.
It's single on the far.
Go on top of the ads with the brands. Breaking and Canix, Narco, Frago. Canix, get ready in 3, 2, 1. Chief Devo. Canix in 2. Narco in 2, 1. Go. Rise and barrier if you can. Frago in 2, 1. Go. That's a sprinter on top of us.
Go with
Dance here.
What?
The brands.
Yeah.
The boss.
3.
Okay, CC. Mini rate to sprinter.
1. 4.
Okay, mini sprinter for sure on top of us. Go. Oh my god.
1, I think. 2 or 1. 2 maybe. 2.
Okay. One last
If
one.
you can.
4.
Come. You know these chains, yeah? You play them?
I think so.
Start.
What's anyway?
You don't have to sign, yeah, just blast the boss. Just blast the boss.
3.
3. Easy.
Wait,
what's anyway?
And then move out of this. Oh, fuck me.
It's fine, dude. We're gonna kill that. It's develop better.
Bro, these.
No.
Route 2 ramps into.
Alright, so you're seeing the enrage timer.
Damn, well that was... I mean, how many tries do they have? This is so fast. They're progressing this fight so quickly, actually. It's so good. So they basically just have to optimize their boss damage at this point, and then they got it. it did seem like they're missing quite a lot of damage. So, but I mean, they're probably just focusing a lot on the ads right now because it's the first few tries they're doing. So a lot of people are using their cooldowns on the ads, using their stuff on the ads, maybe not min-maxing their DPS as they're dodging, whatever. So just some optimizations on the boss, and yeah, they should have it.
I mean, that's I think typically the way you should design sort of your progression through the boss is if a fight has a DPS check, then you basically test how hard that DPS check is by like trying not to hit, you know, you say play safe, do the mechanics. If we hit the enrage, we'll worry about damage after that. You know, if we hit the enrage, we're doing great. Like you can fix damage at a certain point. You can't fix like screwing up the mechanics all the time and still killing the boss. Like that won't work. So you make sure that you've got your mechanics clean, that everyone knows the job that they're doing, and that you've got the strategy figured out. And then once players know what they're responsible for during the fight and they're comfortable with where they need to be standing, when they need to be using like defensives and what their job is, then they can focus on optimizing DPS. And you know, we were talking just before this break to comms about the things that separate guilds from each other. And one of the things that, you know, as we've seen more and more out of the raid leading, one of the things that you really want to be able to do as an out of the raid leader is let the players in the raid focus on exactly what they're there to do. And it's one of the great parts about having a shot caller that is really good about holding your hand, because I want, and I don't even mean this to sound as like condescending as it is, but I don't want my DPS players to have to think about anything except pressing their buttons. Like if I'm in a raid, I want my, you know, like my boomkins to only be thinking about like, when am I going to convoke next, and is my CA going to be up in time for the next wave of ads and stuff. Like I only want them to think about how they can do the most DPS as possible, and then the shot caller tells them when it's their turn to do something, so that they can just be in their own little world thinking about how I'm gonna, you know, min-max my damage. And then when I need to pull you out of that to be like, yo, you got to go do a thing, you know, then you say like, hey, it's your chain, go grab it. And then the DPS player is like, oh, okay, I'll go do that. And then as soon as they're done, they go right back into thinking about DPS. And that's why you let your raid hit the DPS check, the enrage timer, is because the more pulls you can do, and when you get those mechanics down, your DPS then are comfortable enough to just focus on DPS, and you'll meet that enrage check sooner than later.
Yeah, I mean, that is literally an ideal scenario you just talked about. I would love for that to happen, that I can just look at my weaker S, you know, so how long till in-card, and then I look at the boss timer, so when do the ads spawn, you know, like that's perfect. So I do think, as you mentioned, having these outside shot callers is just so nice. For optimizing your damage, making sure you get the most damage out. So yeah, Moonkin's still playing. I'm not sure if all of the Moonkins are still playing Night Fae, actually. I saw 2 of the Convokes coming out. I guess all of them are still playing it. Interesting, for sure. I wonder if they're not switching at all to Venthyr, or if that's just something they want to do later on. Maybe they decided that Night Fae is just like a better covenant for the first few bosses, or it's just easier to use. Who knows? But yeah, definitely just using all of those cooldowns at the start. Bloodlust as well, still, because again, boss damage is what they're missing at this point, right? Here's how things work when it comes to ads in any sort of boss fight, right? If you have any sort of ads, there's only a certain amount of damage you can do to the ads, right? And sometimes they don't need to die within 5 seconds. Sometimes if they died within 30 seconds, it's still fine, right? So you just have to kill them before they reach the middle, basically. That's the timer that you have to beat with those ads. Of course, the faster the ads die, the less interrupts you have to do, so that is something you have to worry about a little. But those the cast is really long, so it's really easy to interrupt, and they also can be stunned as well. So I don't think you're ever gonna run out of interrupts for these ads. So at that point, you really just have the timer of them reaching the middle, which takes a really long time. So at that point, you don't have to overkill the ads. You can just use most of your cooldowns on the boss because you have these monks and the red paladins that deal with that, right? They're just like cleaving them down, whatever, and you can just single target the boss to make sure you get the most out of it. And that's what it looks like they're doing now, because the ads seem to be living quite a bit longer, as you can see. The trial before, where they reached end rage, the ads just immediately died. Like everyone just, you know, tried to get them done as fast as possible, and now they're living for quite a while longer. But you can see that it doesn't matter, right? As long as they don't reach the middle, it's fine.
Yeah, and in some cases, it can even be helpful to leave ads up. If they're not doing anything dangerous, there's plenty of classes that can build resources off of multiple targets. And you don't have quite as many classes these days that have, like, priority cleave, where more ads allow you to, like, funnel a lot of damage into one target, like the boss. But there are, you know, especially a lot of the dot classes can generate more resources by having more targets to keep their dots up on. So again, you know, we talk about the things that separate guilds. One of the things that a guild like Echo is always going to be looking for on progress is making sure that they're doing damage to the things that need to have damage done to them. And not everything is an equal priority target. And as you mentioned, not everything needs to die as fast as, you know, as it can. And so figuring out how to optimize your cooldowns and where your DPS, when your DPS should be popping, will allow you to squeeze out a lot more damage and meet that in rage check.
Yeah, definitely, and it looks really clean again, this try that they're doing right here. We did see Gingy's Convoke broke one of those SCs, but it's not too big of a problem. They got the Mythic ad down, and then they can grip in the other ad, so it wasn't too big of a deal. They are just now AoEing the rest of the mobs down. They still get a few chains that they have to go through, and the chain seems to be the most crucial moment, right? You can see the chain spawning right now. The first one's being broken. That's where they stack those defensive cooldowns. You can see the SLT being popped by their shaman as well to make sure everyone stays alive. We see the DK bubbles as well. The AMZ being popped here, and yeah, it looks fine. I mean, they're really handling the chains well. As long as they beat end rage, they should have this in the bag. And I mean, which try is this? I think it's like the 4th, 5th try. They're having some really
5.
incredible progression here.
Yeah, this is fantastic progress through the boss, and you know, as we mentioned, it seems like, yeah, if you can survive that chain, which is where, as you mentioned, we're getting all the defensive cooldowns. This is actually just this is like literally every raid-wide defensive in the game being popped at the same time, and it has to feel so good standing in the middle of all those effects. Just like, I got my barrier, I got my AMZ, I'm in Spirit Link, like I could, you know, an actual atomic bomb could drop on my head and I'd probably live through it. And so it is, that's a lot of times what these guilds have to contend with on these early bosses, is that their eye level is just, I mean, like they just don't have that much stamina. I don't think a lot of people watching really appreciate how much worse this eye level is than what most guilds will see these bosses at. These guys are probably running, you know, when you consider that Mythic eye level is like 252, and these guys are like, we were kind of oohing and awing when we heard that Goop had 236 eye level, I think. So this could be like 10 eye level below what some people will probably be doing this boss at. Probably at least 6 or 7 lower than what a lot of guilds will be doing this boss at. And that's just a ton of stamina and DPS stats that you're missing. And so you have to get really creative with how you start living stuff that you would be able to live through with higher eye level. But when you're lower eye level, it just things that shouldn't be that dangerous are that dangerous. And so the things that sort of artificially inflate your health pools, like barrier or AMZ or Aura Mastery, become crucial.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, like a lot of people really don't think about that, because a lot of people, when they think about the difference between, you know, like the World First Guilds and them, they think about, you know, they are doing all these split rates, they have the more damage and whatever. But a lot of the split rates things that they're doing is pretty low item level, right? For Mythic. It's normal mode items, which are 226, and then you have the 239 item level heroic items, which they can be trading, of course, which is really nice to get the set bonuses from the shards. But the shards are also really heavily RNG, and the World First guilds can't actually get more of the shards than any one of us, because the shards are not tradable, and the shards drop only once per boss lockout. So even if you do LFR, normal mode, heroic, and mythic, you will only get 1 shard per boss, and you only have the chance once. So it doesn't matter which difficulty you do, you have the same chance, and therefore none of these players actually have more shards than we do, except, you know, the ones that got lucky. But that could happen to any one of us as well. So yeah, from the DPS, from a DPS standpoint, they really don't have that much more than we have, and also HP wise, of course, they also don't have as much more than we have either. So that's why they have to do these like really fancy combinations of defensives, which is crazy to see already in such an early boss, right? It's the 5th boss that we see here, so yeah, it is crazy to see that you already have to optimize it, and that's promising, because I personally love it when you have some earlier bosses that are more difficult, because then you don't see like all of them just being like rolled over and then they're like on Sylvanas, right? So I like when there's some bosses that are a bit more difficult early on as well.
Yeah, and I guess part of the most surprising thing to me is that a lot of these bosses on Heroic were not especially dangerous feeling. Like a lot of the early bosses, I think, did just kind of get rolled over in Heroic, and there was no indication that they would be especially difficult on Mythic, like any more difficult than you would normally see. And a lot of times we have had tiers where the first 4, 5, 6 bosses were all bosses that died within, you know, half a dozen pulls, and you didn't really start getting any kind of time spent on a boss till like boss 6 or 7 or something. But here we've seen right out of the gate guilds wiping on, like, you know, the eye, you know, having to spend 5 or 6 attempts just to kill the second boss of the raid, and seeing some healer heavy lineups here. So it makes for a very interesting race to world first. It's terrifying as somebody in a more casual guild, and I am not looking forward to what I suspect will be a very long tier of progress while we learn the mechanics of these bosses.
Yeah, that's why I always like casting a race to world first, because I'm in a 2-day raiding guild, but our raiding guild is pretty, like, we're pretty try hard, and our officers are like coming up with all of these spreadsheets beforehand, and they figure out exactly how each boss works, and then they're like figuring basically everything out for us. They even tell me when to press my roar and when to like press my cooldowns, so I don't have to think for myself at all. They're just figuring out everything for me, which is perfect, by the way. But yeah, so I like having these casts where I'm just seeing the bosses already beforehand, and then I just look at the spreadsheet, and then I'm good to go. Like, I really don't have to do any sort of research or anything beforehand, because casting the world first race is more than enough for me.
My like in a similar way, during Heroic Progress last week, you know, playing Ventir Holy Paladin, and most of my research for the bosses was me opening up Warcraft logs and finding which Paladin had done the most HPS on that boss up to that point, and then copying their Ashen timings. So I would just look and it would be like, okay, they Ashened at 1:30. And the problem is that I didn't know what they were Ashening. I just knew when they did it. And so at 1:30, I would just guess and be like, I think it'll be important to put it here. And then I'd stick it someplace, and the boss would instantly move, and a new phase would start, and I would go, that makes a lot more sense that you would Ashen over there where the ads spawn, and my Ashen's here in the middle of nowhere. And so, yes, like, one of the things I'm doing during this Race to World First is seeing where the Ashens get placed, because then I will be doing that during our Mythic progress.
I like it, but it's okay. Ashen's not like a big cooldown or anything. So
No. Yeah, if they move out of it, I've actually seen like people when you pug as a Ventir Holy Paladin in Mythic Plus, like you drop your Ashen and they say like, oh dude, pug tanks just immediately move out of it, to the point where as a Paladin, like you're like, you know what, I have a taunt. This guy's coming back into my Ashen. Like I don't. We're doing it here now. Like I'll taunt the boss if I have to. If he kills me, fine. I'd rather die than waste my Ashen.
That reminds me of the wild spirits of the hunters. It's just like a circle of like burst AoE basically. And at the start of Shadowlands, it wasn't that visible. You saw it. There was like a blue outline, similar to like the Starfall outline, but it wasn't that visible. So hunters constantly complained that the tanks can't see it. They're moving it out of my wild spirits. So Blizzard changed it to be more visible. And the tanks, now it seems to be as if they're moving it out on purpose. Like all the tanks I see are just wild spirits. Oh, I'm just gonna move over here. It's like,
Yeah, that's what was it? There was some mechanic where I'm trying to remember what it was that you actually it benefited people to stand in one spot, and it was like the best thing of all time when I was playing Druid because I could like bait them into standing. Maybe it was like a trinket or something you could drop on the ground, and you would. I mean, God, I can't remember what it was now. Yeah, it wasn't that. I think it was in BFA. And there was something that you had to like collect on the ground, and then you could put your F-Flow on top of it, and the tank would go stand in it. And you're like, I tricked you into getting healed, idiot.
Idiot.
I don't remember what it was. Maybe it was like corruption or something that did it, but
it was probably the eye corruption because people always stood in it as long as they could.
Yeah, probably yes. Probably yes. I actually have a weak aura that there was a very popular weak aura for that for the thing from Beyond that made like a certain sound effect, like a sword ringing sound effect, I think. And I just so happen to have that same sound effect for wings procs on my paladin. And every once in a while, I'll have somebody in chat just like I'll get a wings proc, and someone in chat will be like, "Dude, you just gave me like PTSD." Like, I haven't heard that sound effect since my thing from Beyond Weak Aura. I had forgotten all about it. I heard your wings go off, and just instantly in my mind, I was like, oh, thing from Beyond.
Yeah, that was actually the time, like this whole corruption time. I swear to God, sometimes, like in real life, I heard something, and for like a split second, I was like, thing from Beyond. You know, I was like looking around, I was like, wait a second, I'm not, like, I'm in real life. It's all good.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was not a good time. To be fair, looking back, a lot of people said that they liked corruption. I personally was never a fan, and even now, looking back, I'm not a fan. No. But a lot of people looking back say that they liked it.
No, it was. I mean, it introduced some, like maybe the most broken characters have ever been in terms of like power creep. So if you just like doing absurd things on your character, I'm sure corruption was good for that. But in terms of like balance in the game, it ruined all of that. Corruption was so imbalanced and so broken for some classes and so for other classes.
Yeah.
And you know, we saw on Progress in Nyalotha how difficult it was to tune around corruption, and how bad it felt for raiders, where you know, if you got one of the good corruption effects out of your first cache, you were virtually guaranteed a raid spot because the corruption did so much damage that it didn't matter. It almost didn't matter what spec you were, like what class you played. The corruption did so much damage. It's like, well, you're in. It's like, well, I play, you know, like enhanced shaman. It's like, I don't care. You're doing so much damage with your corruption. You're in. It doesn't matter. It feels really bad as a raider when that much emphasis is placed on, you know, I know the term borrowed power gets thrown around a lot, but in that instance, in a very literal sense of borrowed power, that you just get a certain corruption, you get lucky and rolled on your gear, and now you're broken and you get a raid spot. And if somebody didn't get it, and you know, there's been a little bit of that this tier with the shards, as you mentioned, of domination. I actually saw Lorgok's tweet, and he said something like, "This is why I have 3 boomkins, by the way, because my main got like 2 shards that are worthless, and like my 3rd alt druid got 3 shards of a set." And
he rerolled to that one, right? He's got 3 unholy shards. That's so lucky.
Yes, and that's that's the kind of stuff that has to be enraging as a world first raider, that just sometimes you get lucky and now your gear's insane.
Yeah, that's definitely. I think the whole shard system, I'm not the biggest fan of it because of just how heavy RNG dependent it is at the start. Of course, later on, everyone's gonna have all of the shards, so it's not gonna be a big deal anymore. But at the start, for most people, the start of the progression is the most enjoyable part, where it really matters how much damage you can do and how good your class is and stuff. Everyone wants to have a raid spot. So if you're really unlucky with the shard drop, that just feels so incredibly bad, especially for these world first raiders. So yeah, not a fan of the way the shards drop. I mean, I'm not a fan of the whole system in itself, but the way the shards drop is just especially unfortunate with all of the RNG that is involved with it.
Yep, and it's one of those things that's, in the grand scheme of things, it's probably really only a problem for world first raiders, because I'm sure you'll get all your shards, you know, in a fairly decent time frame, and like a month from now, nobody will care what shards they have. You'll have the ones you want. You'll have your set bonuses and stuff. But
I hope it only takes a month, because
yeah,
I only have 2 shards, and there's.
Well, yeah, no, I'm in the same boat. I only have 2. I'm hoping that like once you start raiding, my hope is that they drop more frequently in Mythic. Like as the difficulty goes up, it maybe increases the chance to get a shard or something.
Apparently, which I mean, it is good that it doesn't, because otherwise it would feel weird. But yeah, it's still bad.
But yeah, you know, I imagine a month, 2 months from now, nobody will remember that shards were annoying. But for these guys, where the only thing they care about is, you know, the performance of their character in the first 2 weeks of the tier, then shards may make or break, you know, the entire tier for them.
Yeah, definitely. Well, let's look at how their try is going at the moment. I mean, they're doing a really good job. Boss is on 50%. They have 1 death, though, without a battle rush to get him back up. So, considering that they reached the end rage earlier, it is a problem, right? It looks like they're also struggling a little bit to keep... Oh, no. Okay, so we see some more deaths coming out here. There's another overlap going out here with just the chains and some more AoE damage coming in. And yeah, this is going to be a wipe. I don't think they're going to play much longer, considering that they know how the boss works, right, at this point. Sometimes when you're in early progression and you haven't really seen a face yet, or you're still trying to get used to something, then you will just continue to play even if you have a few dead players, because you're not intending on killing the boss anyway. You're just trying to see more, getting more practicing, right? But they saw the end rage, they know how this boss works, they have figured out everything. At this point, they just want to kill a boss. So as soon as there's some dead players they can't get rest back up, then they're just going to wipe as fast as they can and get a new pull going.
Unironically, I think what they need right now is a break, because we've seen good things happen coming out of the breaks.
Too.
We just take a little 5-10 minute here, you know, use the bathroom, grab a drink, come back, boom, instant boss kill. That's what the doctor. I would love nothing more than for a redemption arc of taking breaks. Like, after all of the memeing that went down for taking breaks, I would love nothing more than for a race where after every break that Echo took, they came in and they killed a boss, or they shaved like 20% off their best attempt. And then after the end of this tier, now we have a complete 180 on break taking, and it's like breaks were the savior of this tier. In fact, I recommend more breaks.
I hope so too, just because like one thing that is always, that's something people don't really think about, like the fact that these players are playing all day. Like, they're literally playing, sleeping, playing, sleeping, and that is so incredibly exhausting to complete focus all the time. Because not only do they have to play, they're not just like sitting back in their chair and like playing a little. They're like full focus, trying to play their absolute best, and that is really exhausting. So having some breaks once in a while where they get up, get some fresh air, get some water, some snacks, whatever, like, I think that's actually incredibly important and healthy, and I do hope that it actually pays off for them. And it looks like they are taking a little bit of a break. Some people are getting up out of their chairs, walking around a little. You can see Mira is just getting up, Gingy getting up. So yeah, there we go, you called it. The break coming in.
Yep. All right, well, speaking of breaks, I think the casters will take their cue from Echo here and step out for just a sec, and we'll be back with you in a moment. And welcome back to Echo's Race to World First production. If you've been paying attention to the stream here, you'll see that we are on a bit of a break. This one actually not for strategy at all. I'm being told that we are installing a new AC unit in the room because apparently all this gamer energy that they're generating is just too much for the current capabilities. So they're having to install more air conditioning. I mean, you see a guy the size of Gingy, like you can't, as an organism, a living organism, you can't be that massive and not also just generate like a sun's worth of just radiant energy around you. And so it's like they're just fighting against physics right now in that room, and you gotta throw more air conditioning in there, I guess. How could you possibly prepare for that?
That makes sense. Yeah, it's physically impossible, I think. So like, I totally understand why this break needs to happen.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, I am all in for that one shot after the break. I think the players are ready. I think everyone's ready to just get in there and kill the boss. And it will be more caster points for us too, because we talked about this earlier. Whichever casters are on during the boss kills, they get a point. And the more points you have at the end, the better. So we'll see who wins the competition in the end. And we already got one, because we already got the kill from the 4th boss before. So there we go.
Or maybe that's even worth 3, actually.
True.
Yeah, I'll have to double check the sheet for that kind of stuff. Also, we ran a little screen in the break here, a reminder that we are doing a charity promotion here for RAD, and we have, you saw the charitable giving breakpoints. I know the community is a fan of breakpoints, and so we've got different tiers here of rewards. When we donate $1,000, you get an Echo merchandise discount code. If you've been paying attention to social media at all in the last day, you've probably seen some of the guys wearing those very swaggy zip-ups. And so you can buy those and some other things for, I think it's a 10% discount if we hit $1,000 of donations. And then we've got several other not prizes, but sort of rewards here for unlocking different amounts of donations. And all of these are good, but you know, we talked a bit briefly among the production team here. The one that I'm most looking forward to, $25,000, is public weak aura release. And if you guys have ever seen Echo weak auras, you would understand that $25,000 is actually a steep discount for that weak aura package. So if one of you out there that's doing well in life would go ahead and just get us a good chunk of the way towards those public weak auras, I would really appreciate it. There's a link under the stream for that charity donation. So if you've got some extra cash and you'd really like to just have the weak auras that these guys are using, that are, I'm sure, top notch, go ahead and drop a little bit of money. I will thank you personally, and everyone else will know your name. You'll live in infamy forever as the guy that got everyone easy kills in Sanctum of Domination.
Yeah, it's always nice to see the support of those really good causes here. And then on top of that, we see those really cool challenges to promote it even more. The players being willing to just, get pies thrown into their faces for a pretty low threshold as well. Zalia is just going for it, He's just like, people are probably asking him, so how big of a threshold do we need for you to get a pie thrown at your face? And he's like, oh, I'll do it for free, like $5. I don't know.
Yeah, it's actually, I'll be curious to see if we get a pie in the face no matter what, no matter how much we get donated. All right, well, as we mentioned a bit before we took the break, Echo has shown fantastic production coming out of the breaks that they've taken so far. And the other breaks that we've taken have been for strategy-related matters. This one was for the air conditioner installation. And in some ways, I wonder if that's even more impactful than strategy.
It could be.
Like, I got to imagine that having the briskness of a new air-conditioned room is going to give a bit of pep to the guys there. So, it's performance enhancing almost.
Yeah, I think so.
Get the temperature correct and good things happen. And we didn't make any comp changes, did we, coming out of this? I think I still see the same healers.
I don't think so. Yeah,
still
I
two
think we
blood
still have the
DKs.
same damage lineup and the same healer lineup. I really think they like the comp. That's also something that is not usual, I guess. Like usually when you see a comp at first, they try something and then they adjust things pretty quickly. But it's an early boss, so I guess it makes sense that they don't have to adjust the comp a million times, because there's probably a lot of different comps you can kill this boss with, right? This is not a super hard enrage fight. They did wipe to enrage earlier, but that was really just because it was the first time they saw the enrage. They focused on the ads, on the mechanics, on everything like that. So I do think they believe that they can beat the enrage pretty easily, and therefore they probably don't need to make any sort of adjustments with their comp, and they can just run whatever is best for loot, probably.
That makes sense.
3 Moonkins just, you know, I think there's boots that drop on this boss, like domination socket boots. So maybe that's something that they're looking out for, and so on.
I like, I think there might be boots that drop. I don't believe for a second that you don't actually have like a printed out sheet next to your computer of like exactly which bosses drop which pieces.
Jimmy also looked at it earlier as well. Like he opened it and he like looked at those boots, and I was like, oh yeah, those drop here. Yep.
Yeah, for I know in American football, we got a lot of EU viewers, so I'll qualify. In American football, I know that the quarterback frequently has the plays that they'll call on like a little wristband that is just strapped to his arm. So when they get into the huddle, he'll like flip open his little wristband thing and look at it and then go back to calling the play. And I guarantee every DPS player has something similar, like a little cheat sheet. It's like, this is the boss that I care about, and they reference it frequently. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the comp, right? If we're still at the point in the raid where your comp is being determined mostly by who needs what off the boss, which may be why we're seeing so many boomkins here, that they have something especially valuable.
Yeah, but that's why I guess the reason why Limit didn't have so many Moonkins is maybe they already got lucky. Like all the Moonkins got lucky and got their domination socket boots from Heroic or from, you know, like another difficulty. And I do think when it comes to the domination sockets, of course, it is better to have like the higher item level piece, but most importantly, you just need to have one, right? Yep. Just having the socket, having the ability to put a shard in there is the most important thing, first of all. And then afterwards, when everyone already has the socket, all of their players have like leather boots, then they can think about optimizing their item level afterwards. So maybe that's something that happened for Limit, that they just, all the Moonkins just got the boots already, so.
And I can't remember, the leather gets BOE boots, right?
I don't actually know that. I don't know what BOEs are leather BOEs.
I think they got the boot. And that's another thing that changed from Nathria to Sanctum is that there are now only 2 BOE pieces for each class.
Yeah, there's less. Yeah.
And so that was a big deal in Nathria. You could buy so many BOEs for your character. And a lot of the BOEs were, I think, anecdotally, a lot of the BOE pieces were good for classes. They had stats that I think a lot of classes liked using. And so I think it was a fantastic tier if you were one of those folks that like to just sit in mythic raids farming trash for BOEs, because there were a ton of them to get, and they were incredibly valuable because there's no more Titan. That was one of the drawbacks of BOEs in the past, is that if you really wanted to get a BOE worth using, you had to buy like a Titan forged one, and those were going to be super expensive. But there's no more Titan forging, and so a BOE is pretty much a BOE. Like maybe you could get a socket on it, maybe you could get like a leech or avoidance on it, but most of the value of the BOE was just in the eye level, and all the eye level was equal. So it was a very good tier for those people that just wanted to spend gold on their gear.
Yeah, I'm definitely not one of those people. I never have gold, so I'm really glad when BOEs are either too expensive for anyone to buy, or the guild bank or it's so cheap, the guild bank can just say, you know what, we're just gonna buy this for you.
Wow, let me know which guild that is, and I may be apping. If there are guilds out there that are just buying BOEs for their raid roster, it may be time to swap.
You just gotta learn German, but German is not that difficult of a language, so.
For free BOEs, I might be willing to learn German.
And we have good beer too, so.
That's true. You're
like a
a very
win-win,
strong
right?
salesman. This is very good guild recruiting, I have to admit.
There you go.
All right. Well, unfortunately, I don't think this will be the fabled kill after the pull.
It was close though.
Or after the break.
They're getting, yeah.
But yeah,
Just
I mean,
the AC has to kick in, you know. Like it takes a while for you to like feel it, you know.
You know, if I had to kind of guess, I think there's like sort of stages to progress like this, where if you have an enrage, you say, okay, let's do all the mechanics perfectly. And don't worry about DPS. Let's do the mechanics perfectly. And if we don't beat the enrage, we'll worry about the enrage after that. So they've gotten to that point. They've hit the enrage, wiped to it with like, I think it was like 10% or something left on the boss health. So now you come back and you say, okay, damage is a problem. Let's figure out how we fix damage. Well, probably to fix damage, you have to start being a little more aggressive, maybe taking bigger risks, maybe using cooldowns a bit more aggressively, and maybe you don't have perfect timings on things that you did when you did the enrage pull. And so now maybe we're seeing them have to kind of relearn some parts of the fight, refigure out when they're popping stuff to make sure that they're getting the maximum amount of damage. And so the fight's going to be a bit riskier, a little less clean in order to make those DPS checks. And so now we're kind of seeing them working through what they're going to have to do to fix the DPS for the enrage.
Yeah, I definitely think that, I mean, there's always some optimizations you can do, right? I think these World First guilds can squeeze out so much damage by just like min-maxing stuff, like changing some cooldowns around, switching, I don't know, like certain PI targets, or maybe even changing the strategy so certain range classes don't have to move so much, and so on, right? Like there's really like a lot of stuff you can do. I don't think they're at the point yet where they have to like really min-max everything, right? They're still at the, like they're only 9 pulls in, right? So at this point, they are definitely like at a stage where they think they don't have to min-max everything. They're just gonna have, they need like a clean pull, basically, I think, still. But if they get to a closer wipe, again, to Enrage, then they have to reconsider, you know, maybe changing up some classes even, or changing up certain cooldown timings, whatnot. But yeah, I don't think they're at the stage yet where they really have to squeeze out every little bit of damage.
All right. Well, this will be pull number. So we've had 9 pulls. This will be pull number 10. And let's see. Actually, so I was kind of confused. I know Warcraft Logs has been tracking a lot of the sort of statistics around guilds as they kill these bosses. There's some really handy information regarding what comps people used, the average eye level of the raid when they killed the boss, how many pulls. Unfortunately, I think you have to like opt, if I understand this correctly, I think you have to like opt in sort of to that as a guild, where I think it's competition mode, it looks like. Either log publicly or enable competition mode. And I think Complexity had it up last night. I swear I remember seeing these stats for Complexity last night, and I'm not seeing them now. So I don't know if they like disabled it or what the deal was. So I can't see how many pulls that limit needed for Soul Render, I don't think. I don't think that information is on here, or at least I'm not seeing it. But I would be curious to see kind of how the guilds are stacking up. So far, Echo has been amazingly efficient through the first few bosses of the raid, and I think it was a one-shot on Terragru, and then 2 pulls needed for the kills on the Eye and the 9, and then obviously a few more needed for Ner'zhul, but still pretty good pace. And now Soul Render, obviously we're getting very close to a kill, but I would be curious to see how many pulls limit needed for that.
Yeah, I do think they needed like 3 or 4 more pulls for the boss before this one, Nersul, right? Yeah, I think Limit had like 16. So Echo did have a few less. And under Massey, I mean, on this boss, Limit for sure is gonna have more pulls, but that's, I mean, that's because it was basically overtuned for quite a while. So yeah, you can't really compare this boss specifically. You can definitely compare the other bosses a little, but this specific boss is just going to be taking less pulls for any of the EU guilds, basically, just because the boss has been nerfed after Limit has already used quite a few tries on the boss. So yeah, I mean, this is really the chance for them to catch up if they kill it soon. We didn't see Limit actually pull Painsmith on stream. Apparently they did that off stream.
And I'm wondering
they did a lot, I think.
I'm wondering if that's what, I saw that I think you had to opt into that Warcraft logs logging of your pulls, and I'm guessing that maybe Limit disabled that specifically for their Painsmith attempts, so
maybe,
that they could, so people couldn't see how many times they were pulling it and what their percentage was.
Yeah, and some people are upset when those world first guilds like don't stream certain attempts, but in the end, these guilds choose to stream this, right? It's like their decision if they stream something or if they don't, and it's just good for us that they decide to stream. I mean, in the past, none of this has been streamed, and it just makes sense to not stream certain stuff. Like, for example, at the very end of your day, if you reach a boss for the first time and no one else has reached it, then it's a big downside for them to stream just like a few pulls, because that's like really valuable information that you get at the start, right? You see the HP of the boss first of all, see if there's anything that Blizzard tuned differently maybe. You can see, if there's any timers that have been changed, any abilities that do a lot more damage than you maybe thought they did. Maybe the spiked balls have a lot more HP than you thought, and so on, right? So that information is actually incredibly crucial to figure out your strategy beforehand. And if Limit said, you know what, we're pulling this boss only a couple of times, and then we go to bed, then it makes so much sense for them to not stream that information, because it's just so crucial for figuring out strategies, figuring out comps, figuring out how to handle everything. So keeping that private really does make sense for them.
And I do laugh at times when people in the community are like, "Oh, they turned their stream off." That's, I don't even know what the complaint is at that point. Like, it's dishonorable, or you brought shame on your family or something. It's like, dude, they're here to win the race, okay? Everybody that's doing this is here to win the race. People started streaming because it was good for your career. Like, there's a lot of these guilds where the only way to ever have a lifestyle that you can participate in a race to world first is to generate income through streaming, and what better content to stream than the race to world first. And so a lot of these world first raiders realize, like, yeah, if we stream it, we can make really good money, and it's not necessarily that much of a disadvantage to stream progress, especially if we sort of all agree to stream it at the same time, at least a gentleman's agreement to all stream it. But if you thought that streaming it would actually cost you the race to world first, you'd be insane to stream your progress. Like, why? Nobody's gonna, after the end of the tier, be like, well, they lost, but at least they streamed it, and that counts for something. Like, nobody's gonna care. If you lose, then what was even the point of streaming? Like, great, we streamed us getting second place. Fantastic tier, guys. So yeah, if anybody thinks that they're giving up a significant advantage by streaming something, then by all means, like, turn your stream off. Like, I don't want to see anybody losing because they were creating content.
Yeah, definitely agreed. And I think the guilds know this too. That's why they choose to just hide some stuff. I mean, almost everything is public at this point, right? Like, we can even see the logs nowadays, the casters. I think this has evolved quite a bit. Like, first, some guilds did not stream their comms. They were only streaming their progression, but not actually comms, because comms does actually show a lot of insight into strategies that you maybe don't actually see by just watching. Then some guilds had their assignments not shown in game, like the Exorcist notes. They basically had them hidden somewhere on their PC, so they don't have to show it on stream, and so on, right? Like, a lot of guilds try to hide as much as they can, while still streaming it. And the longer it has been streamed, the more guilds actually showed us and the more information they have been giving away, which is nice for us, but of course it does hurt them more and more. So whenever they do want to keep something private, I'm totally like all for it, like go for it, right? If there's like something you don't want to share or something that you think is going to be a huge disadvantage if you do share, then yeah, I'm not going to be the one to blame them. But it looks like Echo has a really good try. Unfortunately, they have 2 people that here, 1 warrior and 1 healer. It might still be doable, but they have a chain spawn here that they have to deal with. You can see the chains are there to be picked up. So this is going to be another crucial point where there's huge AoE damage coming into the raid. Let's see if they can survive this. A lot of people actually going down by these chains, and yeah, you can just see how much damage they're doing.
And is this this timer in the middle of Jimmy's screen? Is this the what's this time left timer? This is a big. There's a very big cast bar.
I'm not sure if I saw it. I saw the pools timer that just basically counted down the seconds for the pools to spawn.
Right. Well, so I'm trying to see. This is one of the fun games of being a caster is that you know that there's information on somebody's screen somewhere, but it's different on everybody's screen, and so you're looking around for it. And in this case, I'm trying to find if there's a pull timer. There's probably one on, or if there's a combat timer, there's probably one on details somewhere, but
combat timer, yeah, it must be somewhere.
I was trying to see how long into the fight we were at that point, because I'm not sure when this enrage. I'm not sure what the timer is on the enrage in this fight, which is what I'm curious about. What we're trying to beat here, and this is the problem where on any fight where you have a very hard DPS check. You never want to have deaths on any fight, like that's never good, but especially on a fight where you've already hit the enrage once and you still have, it's not like Echo hit the enrage with like 1% left where a few things breaking in your favor would have been a kill. They hit the enrage timer with a good chunk of the boss's health left. So they have to make some, significant adjustments to how they're going to do that. And when you have that much difference between between the boss's health and the enrage timer, then having someone die, especially midway through the fight, is like, you never want to throw away a pull where 19 people are still alive, but at a certain point, it's like, if we were that far away from hitting, from killing the boss at the enrage timer when everyone was alive at the end, then having someone dead halfway through the fight is just like, that's, let's just wipe and go again.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, I mean, this fight does seem... It looks so good for the first few tries, and now it almost looks like they're like doing worse now, right? But the reason why that is because at the first few tries they focused so much on mechanics that they handled them perfectly, and then they ended up wiping to the enrage. But now they're switching that focus to actual boss DPS, which causes some of those wipes, because of course all of a sudden you have less damage on the ads, you have people maybe not going all the way across the platform to see an ad over there because it costs you a lot of damage, right? If you really don't care about boss damage and you just play the boss fight, you can do a lot of things, right? You can just, I'm gonna walk all over there to see this mob or to interrupt the mob. I don't care about boss damage. I'm just going to do this to make sure we're progressing further. But of course, if boss damage matters, then that's not something you can do anymore all of a sudden. So that's what's happening here. Like, this is why we see some of those wipes or some of those deaths from players that we didn't see in the first few tries. So they're not actually degressing. They are still progressing, just in a different way, right? They're just trying to get more boss damage in.
That's what a great perspective. Look, they're not regressing. It's just progressing in a different direction.
Exactly.
You'd make a really good raid leader, Nagura.
I used to do a little bit of raid leading, but I'm just really bad at pressing my DPS buttons in the correct order while also telling everybody else what to do. So yeah.
I have the utmost respect for every raid leader. Like,
me too.
Watching like timers and calling stuff out when you're in the middle of trying to do your own stuff is like, I'm very surprised it took this long to get out of raid leaders.
Yes.
Because if I did a single raid as a raid leader where I had to be playing a class and calling stuff out, I would be like, no. Like, get me out of here and let me watch somebody else's monitor. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, but it is true. Like, the people who can call everything and at the same time really do like a lot of damage, or even tanks or healers sometimes. Like, how did I even see stuff? Like, I remember I had Sloot as a raid leader for a while, and Sloot was just tanking this like huge boss model. It was like covering half his camera. He didn't see anything, and then he had to like call out abilities and like positions for the ranged DPS. And I was like, how do you even do that? How do you even see anything?
I distinctly remember the first time that it really occurred to me the perspective that a tank has on a raid fight, and it was I was watching Rignoros do Blackhand progression, and he was backed up into a corner because the boss did like a knockback, and so he was scooted all the way back into a corner, so his camera was like shoved up into his character model, and then the boss was standing directly in front of him, so it was actually just an entire screen full of the boss, and you couldn't see anything else. And I was like, this is miserable. Like, how does anybody do? And I was like, wow, I forgot. It's like it's a tank. You don't have to do anything in the raid. Like, you just let the other tank know when it's time to taunt swap. But like, yeah, if you were actually trying to call anything out, like pay attention to what was happening in the raid, it was literally impossible to do anything. You couldn't see anything except the boss.
Yeah, definitely. It's once in a while you get one of these bosses where you have to stand all the way at the wall as like a ranged or a healer, and then you have this like first person perspective, and it's just so bad. I remember like Star Augur was one of those bosses in Nighthold, where in the first phase you had like the walls were still there and then they disappeared after. And so you were just standing all the way on the wall and you literally just couldn't see anything. And then you had to play these markers, like the mythic mechanic, where you have to find your partner with the same sign over their heads. And it's like, I can't see anything other than my own character, and now you want me to find another person with the same marker. So yeah, and this is apparently a tank's life all the time, so I don't envy them. Yeah.
Now we've switched to Gingy's POV, and I'd like to take a moment here to appreciate Mike's raid frames here, because there's a certain plague that I've seen in raiding recently, and it's people using class-colored unit frames, but also using color scales for losing health.
I've seen that and I hate it.
And so like when people start losing health, their health bar turns different colors on a scale from like green to red, or from like yellow to red or something. So like as you get lower, you go like orange and then red. And I don't even understand the point of having class-colored unit frames on progression where everyone's always missing health all the time, because it looks like you're in a raid full of rogues and DKs and maybe boomkins. And so it's like, pick one or the other. Either do this like Gingy has right now, where it's class colored all the time, or use a single color for all raid frames, knowing that they're going to all be different colors all the time because people are going to be missing health. But doing both is like defeats the purpose of either of them.
Agreed. It's the worst if you don't know what class. I mean, I understand that you as a raider, I mean, you know which classes, like which player plays what class. So I guess if you see the name of the player, you know what class it is. But I feel like if you're just glancing over the raid frame, it's so hard to see, you know, what class it even is. And then you also want to see where the person is. I don't know. Like, I think it's just incredibly confusing. And especially as a caster, if you have to figure out the setup, or you have to figure out which person just died or whatever, then all of a sudden it's incredibly weird if a person has this like color scaled raid frame. And I'm just always like, no, come on, change it up just for me.
Yes. Like I do kind of want to do like a UI makeover. Like I want that to be one segment of Race to World First, where
I like it.
We do like pimp my UI And I commend, especially a lot of times DPS players. They have no need for raid frames because they never look at them. They put them as far off in the corner as they possibly can without being accused of turning their raid frames off. Like they'll shove them down in a corner that they never look at. They'll probably put their camera over them, things like that. But their raid leader will get mad if they actually disable their raid frames. So they have to leave them on, but they clearly don't care about them at all. And so I want to just I want to do a thing where I'm like, look, man, let's spend a little bit of time. I can make you like raid frames. Like if you would just invest a little bit of time into them, you could appreciate what a raid frame could do for you. You just have to, like give it a little bit of love.
Definitely agreed. I would love that segment. But let's look at the boss a little bit here. We saw one wipe earlier as we were talking about bad UIs. One wipe happened where the ads actually reached the middle. And again, it looked like one of those pulls where you're regressing. But the reason why that happened is because they were relocating their offensive cooldowns, very likely, right? So they used to have a certain amount of cooldowns on that ad spawn, and they tried to move them away onto the boss. And turned out they couldn't because the ads reached the middle and they wiped. So at that point, there was too much damage that they actually relocated to the boss. So they had to change that up again. And now we see a lot of deaths coming in by just random. Hey, what happened? I think
it's the chain. They're breaking the chain.
The chain didn't get pulled.
I thought they broke the chain there because I saw the chain income. I saw a message on Gingy's screen about chain incoming.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was the chains breaking or if they were too late on one of the chains. Because if you're too late, then you basically just wipe.
Yeah, maybe that
then Garrett's gonna cast Hell Scream or whatever. And I think that maybe was it, but not sure. Either way, they're just trying to really min-max all of their cooldowns at this point. Try to use as little offensive cooldowns as possible for the ads, so they can have everything for the boss. And yeah, it seems like they're struggling a little bit with that, with the CD timings here.
Yeah, this is I mean, it's a fight where it's like it seems like there's not a lot happening on the health bars until everything happens at the same time, and then it's like, oh god, everybody's dying. So yeah, just I think it's gonna be one of those fights where if you can just survive like kind of that last chain break, then everyone's just like boss, like just burn it now before he does another chains. So yeah, maybe I could see this being a fight where you'll just know that it's the kill, like 15% before he's gonna die. Like it'll just be like everybody's alive, ads are under control, like this is it. But let's take a moment now, while we're getting excited for this next boss kill. We have hit our first donation tier, so we've hit the $1,000 mark for charity. Congratulations, chat! You guys are incredible. We've hit the $1,000 mark, so we've unlocked a promo code for Echo merchandise, and if you enter, the code is RAD10. Let me see, is that showing up in chat? I'll type it here just so that I know that you guys see it. All right, the code is RAD10. If you put that in on the when you go to purchase Echo merchandise, you'll get a 10% discount, and then you get, it's 100% Echo merchandise, but only 90% of the cost. And so for those of you that are min-maxers, you will see that this is fantastic. Excellent use of your purchasing cooldowns. And you will also get really nice, comfortable Echo gear that you can wear around, and everyone will be very impressed with you.
And like I just saw this right now that we're actually flying the top donator +1 to the next World First event. Like that is so amazing. I'm actually really sad that we casters weren't able to fly to Switzerland as well to be there in person with the players. So yeah, I'm really jealous that the top donator +1 more person can actually be flown out there next time. Not sure where it's gonna be, but hopefully it's gonna be in an amazing place like Switzerland again. But I did hear that Switzerland has some bad weather at the moment, so hopefully that gets better soon.
What I would like to see, I'd like to see some fantastic gamesmanship here. And I would like to see the top donor be a member of Limit. And now Echo is required to fly them out to the event. And then there's going to be a Limit player that just sits in on all of the Echo stuff. And like all you got to do is spend a few $1,000s, and now you got to fly on the wall of Echo's production.
Oh my god, I like that idea so much. Somebody go tell Limit that's what they have to do. I mean, it makes sense. It's literally the only thing you can do at this moment.
Yeah, I mean, like this is an arms race.
Just sitting there, just like.
Yeah, this is an arms race. Like every tier, we're seeing a way to one up, you know, your competition. And what better way to one up them than to actually just send someone to listen in on everything that they're saying in person? I can't think of a better competitive advantage.
True. It's the biggest five-head thing I've ever heard, actually.
Yes.
You should be the one figuring out strategies for your MDI teams. I don't know what they're saying. Just I'm gonna rethink this leech idea you had earlier.
Yeah, it's making a lot more sense now, right?
Yes.
All right, so it looks like we're taking like another little break here, and this time it's not for AC. This time it is to discuss strats. And certainly at this point you kind of have to be concerned that you hit the enrage check, and then we've talked about why they're struggling to get back to it. You've had to change your strategy a bit to try to increase your DPS, but it has to be frustrating to get to that enrage fairly cleanly and then struggle this much to kind of get back down to that point. We haven't really seen like another attempt, I don't think, get in what I would call the kill zone. So a pull where we were like, this could be the one. It seems like they've all started falling apart kind of midway through. You've seen the deaths during the big damage overlaps, and for one reason or another, each of these pulls seems to kind of fizzle out early on. So there probably needs to be, maybe you start going back the other direction where you're like, okay guys, I know I told you to do more DPS, but like maybe let's do one more of those pulls where I tell you to focus on mechanics, and let's see if we can hit the enrage check again just to see what it feels like, because that was nice, and then we'll go back to focusing on DPS.
It is possible. Like sometimes when you switch up too much, then all of a sudden, everything is completely different. You don't know what you did before. Everything is going out of control. So it is possible that they maybe try to focus too much on boss damage, right? That's also possible. If they're min-maxing it too much, then the mechanics are just not working out anymore. Then that's the problem. We do see Phil going down. Unfortunately, they had to use one battle rest. That means they have no more rest for 3 minutes 30, which usually is a problem. I think their mage is actually playing Frost Arcane. Not sure. I'm not seeing the mage and damage meter, unfortunately, which is, not something you're used to. Usually the mages are, all over the damage meters. But with those fire changes coming in and all the mages switching to either Frost or Arcane, some bosses are looking really good, but others, they're not looking that good. And the biggest loss, in my opinion, for mages is they don't have Cauterize anymore. The amount of times Cauterize saved a mage's life is unimaginable. So not having the Cauterize...
Yeah, that's what mages need, is like more ways to stay alive. Like certainly, let's shed a tear for mages who now, instead of having Cauterize, only have, Ice Block and Alter Time and...
Two ice blocks even, right?
Yeah, excuse me, 2 ice blocks. Yeah, certainly they needed Cauterize to stay alive through these mechanics.
It is true though that I would trade any immunity for a cheat death, because an immunity you actually have to press beforehand, while cheat death you just it just happens, you don't have to think about it.
Yep.
So you just all of a sudden your feet are on fire and you're like, oh, well.
I guess I died to something.
Yeah. Huh.
Yeah, nothing. I don't think anything drove home more how durable fire mages were than doing arena last season. And you'd get a mage down to 10%, and you'd be like, aha! And then something would happen. You'd be like, what does it take for this guy to die, man? I've killed him 6 times, and he's still alive.
And then they also had this
and then
huge
Dream
legendary
Prod.
shield. Yeah, and the pot, yes. Oh my god. And then there was this bug at the start of Shadowlands where the nameplate of the pot was behind the sky, and you couldn't click it unless you had a macro for it. So they were actually invincible.
Yeah. So no, let's spend no time feeling sorry for mages and the state of their defensive cooldowns. I think they still have plenty here. Though you are onto something, talking about mage specs. I really want to see a tier where Arcane is, I don't think anybody feels sorry for mage as a whole, as a a class. Clearly they've not spent much time out of the meta recently, but Arcane specifically, I feel like it's never really gotten its day in the sun, and I would love to have a tier where Arcane was the spec, because in my opinion, I think Arcane is the coolest, like, spell wise. Fire and Frost are like neat, but Arcane is just like kind of a different thing, and I think it's really cool, and it's a type of magic that is not much represented. Boomkins kind of have the Arcane thing going on, but otherwise that's kind of a thing that's like just Arcane mages, and their spell effects are pretty unique, and I'd like to see a tier with Arcane mage being the one.
Yeah, I mean, Arcane mage really is this. I think not many mages actually like playing Arcane, but I just like to see them just stand still and just, cast those missiles, and at some point they're just popping off. I actually played Arcane with Brian on like beta or alpha, I think. It was like a really early on, and they had this really broken legendary that has got nerfed since, but you had this like pretty long setup. And then all of a sudden, your like missiles did a lot of damage. I'm not sure, you were like a crane barrage? I don't know. It was like a really long setup, and then you managed to do like a huge amount of burst damage. And most of the time it didn't work out though. So he was like doing tank damage all the time, and then he was like, okay, this is it. And then he like pressed his button, and like the pack exploded. But it only happened like once every like 20 pulls or something. So it was like really exciting whenever it happened. But outside of that, he was just like, yeah, he was like healing the mobs basically.
that was not a very good hype segment for Arcane Mage. Yeah. He ran around most of the time. He did tank damage. He pressed some spell that started with Arcane. I don't remember, missiles, barrage, something. Once a dungeon, everything would blow up, and then the rest of the time we made fun of him.
That is very true. That's how it happened. But again, this was in beta. Like, this was a long time ago. Arcane is different now, and surely it's very good at this point. Surely. And a lot of times in a tier, Arcane will have like one fight or something that is like really good at. Like, it'll have the Arcane Mage fight. Mm-hmm. I think the most memorable one was the what was that second boss in Hellfire Citadel, where it Hellfire
was
Citadel. What's that again?
It was the boss that went up in the air.
Isn't it the Archimond raid?
Or Fel Reaver? Was that Fel Reaver? Yeah, Fel Iron Reaver. And the goal was to kill him before he even went up in the air. If you had like enough Arcane Mages, you bring I
remember now.
You bring like 27 Arcane Mages, and then you just everyone would pop their.
True, like the legendary ring as well. Yeah, true.
And so those are the types of fights that like Arcane seems like it's really good for cheesing when you need really heavy burst damage. I also remember that Arcane was really popular for Black Row Cold cheese, where you could spell steal the buff off the mob in there, and then you take the Arcane Mage and kill bosses in like 20 seconds. So they always seem to be central to some cheese strats, but they never seem to be like a legitimate class to just play all the time. It's always like, look at this cool trick my friend can do, and then it's like, all right, that was sick. Now respec back to fire.
Yeah, now that you talk about it, I think I also remember, because I think mages did play Arcane in Hellfire Citadel. It was like their main spec. And I remember they had this crystal. They had to cast on the crystal.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
They were doing more damage to it, and then it like cleaved on the targets around it. And I remember, like, they were always so upset about the tanks moving it away. It's like, my crystal! And it was like this tiny crystal that was like really hard to see. And the tanks were like, what crystal, dude? And they did like no damage if you dragged it away. It was really unfortunate for them.
Yes, very unfortunate.
Yeah.
All right,
that seems to be a common theme for mages. Like, they have a lot of things that are like targeted, and if you move it away, they don't do any damage, like Flame Patch and Frozen Orb and crystals. Like, this must be a mage thing, I guess.
Yeah, they do cry a lot about movement. For a class that's that mobile, they do cry a lot about other people moving.
True. Alright, so it looks like they're having a pretty clean pull so far. They still have their rest available at this point. You can see they're still trying the same thing, right? You see that hard to see coming in on the ads. The ink caps, I don't even know what works on these mobs. Are they humanoid? Like, do you just get all of the normal CC, or are they undead?
That I'm not sure. One of the nice things about playing Holy Paladin in a raid is that nobody ever asks you to do anything besides heal, because you're melee and like all of your CCs suck anyway. So as a paladin, like you're pretty much free. They never ask you to do any mechanics that require movement, and your boss damage is really good. So nobody ever wants to ask you to do something that would take you away from just continuing to do like damage. So you can ignore pretty much all the mechanics in the raid that require someone to do anything, because it's like better use of your time to just keep DPSing and healing. So that is another one of the reasons to be a paladin.
Yeah, I like it when I feel the same way about like interrupting, because usually like interrupting is like the damage dealer's job, but not the Moonkin's job, because Moonkin has a 1 minute cooldown on interrupt. So you cannot be assigned to like a regular interrupt. You're only like the backup, like all the time. Like you're just a backup interrupt. So I don't need like a focus macro or anything. I don't need to like worry about like any sort of weak auras that show me which person interrupted before me, all that kind of stuff. Like I don't need that. At some point, someone just calls Nigura Solar Beam, and I'll do it. And outside of that, I don't have to worry about it. So I'm a big fan of that too.
Yeah, and in keys, it's like even easier in keys, because you like solar beam at the start of every pull. Like you group it up and then you solar beam it. So you just like get your interrupt on cooldown immediately, and you're like, I couldn't even interrupt again if I wanted to. So
exactly, yes. All right, so this poll's still looking good. They still have, they've one battle rest available in a minute. They have two, so still looking good on that. The ads are kind of close to the middle here. They have to get them done fast. I don't know if, oh my god. Okay, they're really cutting it closer with those ads. I think there was like a pretty unfortunate overlap as well with the dance. So that's something you have to look out for as well, right? If you have the ads grip to a location, because they have the 2 blood decays for the mass grip. So if you grip them somewhere and then you get the dance and you have to move, well, then you know you're just not.
Then you know.
Location of that again, right? So that's definitely something you have to look out for as well. And I think I saw on Limit Stream, I actually saw that they were delaying certain casts by taunting the boss from one side of the room to the other. So they basically had him on one side. The tank taunted him to the other side, because while he was walking, he wouldn't cast anything. So they could delay a certain ability by like up to 6 seconds. And that was incredibly crucial for them to not have one of those overlaps happening. So I wonder if that's something that Echo is doing as well with, you know, just delaying some of those boss abilities by taunting the boss around.
Yeah, that would be, spell queuing would be interesting to try to get a favorable overlap in the abilities. And that's, you know, it's honestly like little things, you know, again, going back to what we were talking about earlier, where player skill, like individual player skill, is often one of, in my opinion, the least important things when you talk about what separates these guilds. And you occasionally have like moments of insight like that, where one player will realize like, yo, this boss only casts abilities when he's actually attacking. If he's moving, then he doesn't stop to cast. We should exploit that. Like we should use that to our advantage to try to get you know, better windows for his timings. And a lot of times having a light bulb moment like that can be the difference in whether a fight is really difficult or things end up being like very manageable. And it's those types of things that when you have players that are a lot of times very knowledgeable about game mechanics, not just with their class necessarily, but just with the game in general, and how the, you know, particulars of an enemy work. I still remember a moment like that. Speaking of Limit and their tanks taunting like that, Lighty, one of Limit's tanks, had what I remembered was one of the biggest brain moments in the MDI, where we did the cannons in Toldagor, and Lighty happened to know that if you hit more than 20 mobs with a thing, it starts splitting damage after the 20th mob. And we could actually get better damage with the cannons by pulling more things in, and it made it start splitting the damage on like the 23rd target. And there was like some breakpoint where if we fired the cannon on 22 things, it would kill them, but if we fired it on 23, they'd stay alive, and it was like crucial to doing the pull better. And that's just the kind of stuff that, like, who knows that?
Yes.
How does that even occur to somebody? But okay, so this is the type of pull where this looks really good right now, but with 2 people dead at this point, this like sucks. Like, this looks good, but it actually sucks because you're doing the fight otherwise pretty well at this point. This is an encouraging pull, but you know that you're staring down the enrage right now, and having 2 people dead, especially 2 DPS dead at this point, is like, this pull is like snake bit at this point. But and then you wipe anyway. But yeah, this is the frustrating part about this fight now, is that a lot of times the success of a boss like this, when you have an enrage timer, you know early on in the pull if it's not going to work. If you have a few people dead, you can absorb 1 or 2 deaths throughout the fight, but if you have a person dead for any appreciable length of time, like, it's just, there goes the pull. And so you can't really make plays to save it later on in the fight. When we saw progress on like Ner'zhul, we saw a lot of times that as the fight would progress, they would lose people, but you knew that as long as enough people stayed alive at the end of the fight, you could kill it. You could limp to the kill. And I think, in fact, Echo did kill it with, I don't know, like 3 or 4 or more people dead on the kill. But for a boss like this, everybody has to be alive, or at least alive up until like the very last part of the fight to burn it. And if somebody does die, they can't be dead for more than a few seconds. And so it is unfortunate that you just need to play clean all the way through.
Yeah, definitely. Also, one more thing to note as well is with their triple warrior lineup here, triple warrior and enhancement shaman, I should say, because that's a pretty big DPS boost to the warriors as well. They have quite a lot of execute, right? So if they manage to get into the last execute phase, they will, do a lot of damage. I mean, they already do a lot of damage before execute, because especially, I mean, Revis is just, known to be this incredible warrior player who's just always doing an insane amount of damage. But yeah, if you get into that execute, the faster the better for these warriors to just finish off the boss with their additional damage. And yeah, just need everyone alive to get there again with their new optimizations of cooldowns, right? It seems like they have figured it out now. It seems like they know exactly which cooldowns they need for the Ets and which other cooldowns they can use for the boss. And once they have figured out the, keeping everyone alive, they can definitely kill it. So I think any pull now, really, any pull could be it, as long as they just manage to stay alive while doing all the other things that they have to do. It's easy.
And I can't remember, did Limit do their heroic splits before they killed this boss? I was seeing chat talk about that.
I think they went to do splits because they reached the enrage on this boss pretty early, like, because they had so many healers because it was overtuned, right? Like, it was overtuned. They managed to reach enrage, but the boss was still like 30% HP or something. So they said, you know what, let's just get some gear. So they did some normal mode split rates, I think, yeah. And then they came back after.
And that'll be a thing, again, it can be difficult to compare boss kills head to head. In this case, Limit fought literally a different boss for the first 20 some pulls that they did on it, and then it got hot fixed and they killed it 3 pulls afterwards. But you're also talking about, when you compare a guild that has done its heroic splits to a guild that doesn't, or that hasn't done its heroic splits, then obviously you would expect to be much quicker through boss progression on a fight that's a DPS check, if you've already done your heroic splits. So Echo may realize that this is going to take longer for them and be less forgiving, but they want to delay as long as possible doing those heroic splits. The further and further back you can push that heroic split, the longer you can wait to kind of break the glass on that before you do it, the better, because you're still not entirely sure of which classes you want to be funneling gear to, and who you want to prioritize on your heroic splits. And the longer you can wait to make that decision, the better.
Yeah, definitely. The one thing I think the reason why they did normal mode first was because of the shards, because they're boss specific. Like it doesn't matter which difficulty you do, you have the same chance on the shards, and they're not tradable, and they're the same item level, right, or the same rank. So they did normal mode, and as far as I'm aware, if there was a person that did not have a certain item domination socket slot yet, like for example, this boss drops boots, right? So let's say one of the Moonkins didn't have the boots yet, then they would just swap out that person, and then later they can do a funnel raid for them if it's needed, right? So that's what limited, and I thought that was really smart, right? Because then you still get the shards for everybody, or at least most of them, and if you did, if you need to do a funnel raid at some point for somebody, they can just do that later.
Yeah. Can you get shards from LFG? LFR?
I don't actually know about that. I know you cannot get the Sylvanas bow, like the legendary, but it is possible that you get the shards, because you can also get a shard from the raid, from the world boss. So, and it's like similar to like LFR, like difficulties, I guess. So it would make sense that it also drops in LFR.
Well, I want to see LFR splits from the guilds.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking forward to now. Okay, so where is Zalia's battle res tracker? There it is. Okay, so we got one battle res and another one coming up in a minute. And really, I think the focal point of this fight at the moment is making sure those ads are taken care of, and then no one dying on like the chain breaks. And if those two things, like I think if you can manage those two things, get the ads dead quickly and everyone survives, this right here, this chains break, if you can survive those things, then I think you're set up spectacularly for success here. And so this is very good. All the ads are dead, everybody's alive, boss is at 50%, and so this is what you would expect a kill to look like, setting up like this. This would be sort of a textbook kill at this point in the fight. And I don't want to caster curse it, but what else am I here to do besides caster curse things? So last time I called a kill, they killed it. I'm gonna call the kill here. We're gonna go 2 for 2 on the day.
Does it count if you do it mid-try?
I'm not sure, but I'm gonna allow it.
Wait, is this Zali? Are we seeing Zalia's point of view right now?
Yes.
Because he's got this color-coded thing that we talked about earlier, and
he does.
Like here's the thing, right? Zalius is like really good player, so I almost want to say that it's okay to have for him, but I just can't. I mean, look at it; it's so bad. Like, why?
I'm gonna recuse myself from this conversation. I will not be involved in any Zalia slander. So when this gets clipped and sent to him, please end it right after Nagura's comments and let it be known that I didn't say anything about it.
Well, let's move on. Unfortunately, one of the Moonkins went down here in the dance. Did get the rest back up, so we're all good. Zalia got his deserved innervate. Right there.
All right, and we still have 1 B-res, so this is it. We still have 1 B-res,
yes.
And you can absorb deaths on this fight as long as you can pick them back up. As long as somebody gets back up very quickly, it's okay. And then I think we're basically gonna have like 1 more nasty chain overlap and a phase of ads needing to die. And if we come out of that cleanly, I think we're looking at a kill.
Yeah, so we see the ads just being dealt with right now. You can see they're still really high HP, but that's because they're just passively cleaving them down. You see they're using all of their CCs, like the Typhoons from the Moonkins. They're just knocking them back, just keeping them on top of the boss, just slowly cleaving them down. I would assume it's mainly just mirrors cleaving them, and it's just a passive cleave that you get from hitting the boss. Now we get the crucial chain spawn, alright? So these 3 chains are actually incredibly important, because this is the end of the fight. This is the point where you're just running out of defenses, running out of health stones, health pots, whatever. So this is where, if it goes well, and it looks like it is right now, then we can definitely be looking at a kill here if they manage to beat the enrage. You can see everyone's so low, but they did manage to recover now. And now we see the dance. All of the chains have been broken.
I think
They
this is the
are
kill.
gripping in those ads, and it's looking really good. Yes, it's
I think
definitely
this is the
looking good. They're still trying to min-max their boss damage.
Yeah. Let's switch to comms.
Definitely like to listen to comms, so let's listen to what they're saying.
And 3,
I need
2,
every button.
1. That's a link. Jimmy Darkness.
Every button.
Drago in 2, 1, go.
Let's do it.
3.
Narco in 2, 1, go. Narco. Mini watch it. Hey, rest mechanics and go.
Cover
Okay,
last
should you drag the last side? Yeah, that's it.
No,
Hey,
reflect
can you
Drag the
drag
boss out,
away?
maybe? Drag the boss away.
Drag the
Boss away.
Oh, wait, we got ads. What the fuck? Leader?
Sorry.
So confused.
He killed the ads.
Go on the
I guess.
big ad, I guess? Go
Or
on the
do we
big ad?
ignore the ads?
I think we need to go on the big ad.
One.
Go on the big ad.
Yeah, yes, I guess.
It's 20 seconds actually.
I think we're ignoring these ads.
Yeah,
Two.
ignore, go boss, go boss, go boss,
Go boss, go boss, boss, boss.
40. It's 8:20.
4.
There's an ad that will cost you.
Okay.
1.
Rise and barrier.
Rise and barrier. Personal fault.
3.
Dropped all the other ads. Or CC. Okay, there's CC.
Why did we get ads here? We should not
Why
get
is this
ads here,
bullshit?
no?
Yeah. What?
Just
I don't know.
Alright, you jinxed it, I guess.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So I'll carry that one. That's my bad. I'll write a little apology note to the guys for that one. What was concerning to me about that is the total sort of confusion when the last wave of ads spawned. I would figure that there would be a more definitive game plan there, and that it sounded like they had no idea what they were going to do with that last set of ads. Like, it was coming out and it was sort of like, we do go boss, maybe big ad, definitely go boss, wait, do the ad. Like, that's, you would think at this point in the fight that you would know sort of exactly what, like, I don't think that some, you know, if you had a fight where there's like maybe spell queuing issues, like if it's one of those
Yeah, that's what
bosses.
I'm thinking, right? I'm actually thinking that because the boss's position, like if you move it around, he actually apparently is delaying the spell casts and the boss queues, so maybe this is not always happening the same way with the ad spawn. That's what makes me believe that they didn't know what to do there, because they have reached Enrage quite a lot of times at this point, so I figure if it would always be the same timing, they would know what to do, right?
Yeah.
So I think it probably is random, or at least not random, it's just like different every time, at least a little bit different. So I guess that's why they were confused there. But I mean, next time they won't make the same mistake again for sure.
Yeah, because that was the type of reaction you would expect to see the first time you got to that phase of the boss, where you're like, oh, there's ads here? Okay, let's, I don't know. The you know, we're on pull 15. We've hit the enrage timer once, and we've gotten sub 10% a few times, and so to have that reaction at that point, yeah, it would lead me to believe that there's some RNG to how the mechanics come out at that point, because otherwise you'd expect them to have, you know, full certainty of like, okay, we know that these ads come out now and everyone stop and burn the big ad and then go back to the boss, or, you know, something. But it was clear that like nobody there knew exactly what they were doing.
Yeah, so looks like we're gonna have a short break here. Yeah, we see the break timer up there. It's not a long break. Still 140 left. Again, it's just one of those breaks where, you know, you just get up, you just, you know, get your stuff done, get some fresh air, get some snacks, whatever. Just the healthy breaks. Let's just call it healthy breaks. And this might just be what they need, because it did look like that they were still missing quite a bit of damage though, right? Like, even if they didn't have this confusing call, even if they would have went on a boss, I still think they wouldn't have made it, right? Because the boss was on like 15% HP, 15-ish. So that's like a lot. So at this point, I'm wondering if they maybe have to switch, just like maybe they are at this point of their progression where they really have to really min-max their damage quite a lot, and maybe even switch out some of those classes that are underperforming on boss DPS. Because of course we see the damage meter for overall DPS, but when it comes to boss DPS, it's quite a lot different. We can actually just look at the logs, right, and see how the boss DPS looks like. I would assume that the Moonkins are not doing a lot of boss damage, just because they play Night Fae, so they have Convoke, and Convoke hits random targets, right? So I guess they could always time their Convoke to always use it on the boss where the ads are not up, but I'm not sure how that works out. Like, I'm not sure the timing is there, and yeah, I don't know. And having 3 Moonkins maybe is something they have to reconsider, but let me just look at the logs and see if I'm not talking out of my ass here. Maybe the Moonkins are just stopping at boss DPS, who knows?
Yeah, well, it's, you know, I am curious what they're talking about on this break, because I do wonder, was this them just addressing that particular situation? Was that just like a, you know, timeout? I didn't even know that could happen. Let's talk about what we do in that situation. Or were they making some higher level sort of decision of like, do we keep this comp? Do we try switching things up? Something like that. So I did, you know, I still feel like they're within the realm there of killing it. I feel like if they had a concrete plan of what to do when those ads spawned right there, I feel like that still could have been a kill. It felt like the raid was paralyzed for a few crucial seconds of people not knowing, do I start working on the ads? Do I keep going on the boss? And I think if everyone had just confidently done one thing there, almost no matter what that thing was, I think we could have potentially seen a kill. But hopefully they have a plan of attack if they see that same lineup again.
Yeah, I mean, it really doesn't look like they're planning on adjusting anything. So, I mean, at this point, I'm probably just wrong, and they know they can kill it, because otherwise they definitely would be, you know, like, switching out some players. But I guess the break is not over. Like, Deep Shades is still walking around, you know. So at this point, even though the break timer is over, the actual break is still not over, because it seems to be that they do have something to discuss still. Some... Yeah, I would assume it's just changes to boss DPS, because it really seemed like there was quite a bit missing. And even if you... Because we saw some deaths happening, like Kanix died like a few times, and then some other people died a few times, but they had battle resets for all of them. So everyone was alive up until the very last point with the ad call. And yes, they lost quite a lot of boss DPS because the call was wrong, and the call was to go on the ad, but it was not like 15% boss HP that they lost by switching. So yeah, and they know that, right? They definitely know that they're still missing boss DPS. So I would assume that they're just figuring that out. Looks like Roger Brown is actually deleting his PI whisper.
Oh no.
So apparently they're min-maxing their DPS a little. Apparently there's another class that gets more DPS from PI on single target over the hunter.
No.
So someone else is gonna be getting that one.
What a sad day.
Who do you think is getting PI here? They have 2 PIs available.
Yeah, I think they, I was trying to check logs for Echo. I don't think, unless they've switched the account, I can't see an up-to-date log anymore.
Yeah, me neither. I think they're actually not uploading the logs until they have killed the boss, I would assume.
Well, so what I noticed was it was Zerwo doing the uploads, and I'm not sure that we have Zerwo in the raid anymore, and I'm not sure that he may have been the person uploading to that account. Because yeah, shortly after Nerzul died, we stopped getting up-to-date logs on that. So yeah, I would be curious to know some things like that, like who's getting PI now, like who gets the big benefit from the haste of PI, and whether they are saving that for like for ads, or whether that's going into boss damage or what.
Yeah, I mean, the most important thing is the toys, of course. Coin of Many Faces. It hasn't been used yet. What's he saving it for? if I have Coin of Many Faces ready and I'm raiding, I am going to be using it immediately to get it on cooldown, right? Because it's a 24-hour cooldown.
Yeah,
so
it's a big one.
Jimmy just saving it for maybe some later bosses.
Except for that blessed period on around Halloween, I think it is, where coin.
Oh, yeah, that it's only an hour.
Yeah, you can use it just like all the time, and
yes,
that's a very good time of the year.
I love it.
What else does he have? God, so many transmog toys here. This was one of the biggest losses of, I switched over from NA to EU this expansion, and a lot of the stuff I didn't care. People are like, oh, did you lose all your mounts in transmog? And I was like, yeah, but I don't care. I'm a druid, who cares what mounts I have? But losing your toys, that especially, there's a few game changer toys that you can. Some of them are, Coin of Many Faces. It's fun, but at the end of the day, so what? Losing Katie Stamp Whistle and your turnip is actually devastating. Like that really sucks. Those should transfer across region.
It's funny that you say that because I always called other people's like, do you have a turnip? Because I didn't have one. And I'm like, do you have a turnip? Do you have a turnip? And everyone, was like having to put turnips for me because I'm a moonkin. I need my astral power. And I was constantly like annoying people for it. And then just like, this is not even long ago, just like 3 months ago or something, one of my moderators said, you know what, you probably do have turnip. You played in MLP. You must have it. And I'm like, nah, I don't have turnip. I've never farmed that. I don't have it. And I was like adamant about it. I was like, I don't have turnip. And then at some point he was like, come on, check. And I was like opening the toy box and I had it this whole time since MLP and I haven't used it once.
Yeah, that's where you do some stuff like, I'll check after stream, and then you check offline and you see that you have it, and next stream you say like, just as I suspected, I don't have turnip. I looked and I don't have it. But I did farm it, so.
Some other similar situation actually happened recently too. I don't know what's going on with me recently, but yeah. So I was streaming, just randomly doing quests. To my guild, actually, to my guild mates, and then I was opening up my spell book and I just went through looking for something, and then he was like, wait a second, open up your spell book again and go all the way to the end. So I did that, right? And he said, wait, you haven't learned fast flying. And I'm like,
no.
What? I have fast flying. What? Surely you don't need to learn it. Surely it's just like an automatic thing. Like you don't actually have to go to the trainer and learn it. And he's like, oh, yes, you do. So I'm like, nah, surely I'm fast, right? And then he's like, okay, just mount up. And then we're going to do a race, okay? So I mount up, we fly in the air, we start doing a race. And yes, he was indeed quite a lot faster.
Wait.
It turns out I didn't have fast flying this whole time.
So this then also demonstrates to me that you don't track movement speed on your character frame. Because if you had that, then you would just be able to check when you go into flight form. So this is another thing now.
Wait, why would I track movement speed?
Because then you know if you're fast or not, and it can be helpful for deciding some things. Like, for instance, this came up recently on the skip after dealer in the other side. When you take that green portal thing and it flies you back, there was speculation that if you did certain things before you took the portal, you would actually fly faster, and you can verify that. It's one thing to just kind of eyeball it and be like, I feel like I fly just as fast with or without it, but if you track movement speed, then you can...
No, but the movement speed of your character is not related to how fast you're flying within like an in-game flight
it
path,
updates.
right?
No, it updates. It'll show you how fast you're moving on that. When you,
Is it the same with like Inspires when you like fly with the angels?
I've never checked, but I'll bet it will. I bet it would tell you how fast you're moving.
I'm not sure I believe you here.
Maybe, but it does if you check that. Like if you next time you go on the other side, if you download an add-on that tracks your movement speed and you check it, you'll see you are actually going faster.
I could say I will do that, but you would know it's a lie.
I would.
So yeah, it looks like they are still, having one of those famous breaks, figuring things out, just waiting for the AC to kick in, for the ELX to kick in as well. I would assume they got some Gingy juice distributed among their
You know what they're probably
raiders.
doing? They're probably inventing a new flavor just to kill Soul Render. And it will prominently feature watermelon, I think. Or no, it would be a redder fruit. It would have to be a fruit that's very red because of Garrosh. What would be the reddest fruit? Like strawberry or cherry would probably be redder.
Yeah, like a cherry. I personally don't like cherry though, so
yeah, I don't either.
Certainly they wouldn't put that in if the casters don't like it, right?
That's true. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know, but something distinctly red to match Garrosh. And then you call
Chat can help us out there.
Then you call it like
tomato.
Hell Scream something.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, maybe you could make a play on like maybe you could make a play on like Hell's like cream, like something in cream.
I'm not sure about that.
Like strawberries and cream. Hell's cream. I should work at a someplace that lets me name things.
You totally should, yeah. Those were some really good ideas.
That is.
I agree, yes.
Did you see how it's just in like 15 seconds we went from like concept to finished product?
Yeah. I mean, I don't even understand why you play games for a living. You should be.
That was insane.
The product industry.
That was insane.
You should, yeah.
I can't believe we got that.
I would totally vouch for you.
Nobody would believe that I came up with it that fast if I didn't do it on stream.
True. That's why we're streamers, right?
That's right.
So as soon as we do something cool, we have immediately a bunch of proof and people that cheer us on for it, right?
Yes. People wouldn't believe how good I am at this kind of stuff if I wasn't streaming it. They'd assume that
exactly.
that I copied it from like somebody else or something. But no, this is you guys are witnessing genius like in real time here.
All right, so it looks like we got some pulls going on right there. Let's go. So, of course, we don't really know what they changed, but we do see some like a tome down there. Oh, they actually, I think they switched out a Moonkin, didn't they?
Oh no!
They got I called this. I did call this, right? I was like, get out with the Moonkins, and there you go. They actually benched Lorgok. Interesting. So they actually benched the probably highest geared Moonkin. So I guess they wanted to just bench one Moonkin because Moonkins are underwhelming in boss DPS, and
they brought Flex in.
They have to bench Lorgok.
They needed more memes for the boss.
Yeah, Flex is in now. We have that second mage. And yeah, even though we don't see the mages, because we were talking about this earlier, right? We were maiming the mages a little bit, that they're not visible on the damage meter and stuff, but getting in another mage just probably means that the mages are really good on boss DPS, right? So even though they're not visible on the damage meter, that doesn't mean they're bad, right? This is always something that people in Twitch chat, they always think, oh, the best player and the best class is always the one that is on top of the damage meter, which is like almost never true on a fight where there's ads involved, because again, you just need to have enough damage for the ads to die before the bad thing happens. You don't need to overkill them. Like, you don't need to kill them in 2 seconds. This is why they are hard to seed first. Then you just grip them onto the boss, you just keep knocking them back, and then you just slowly cleave them down, because there's no rush, unless they reach the middle, of course. So as long as you have enough AoE damage to deal with them, everything else should be boss DPS. So having more boss DPS by bringing in a second mage that might not be good on the ads, but it's better on the boss, is totally making sense.
Well, I like that chat immediately informed us that it's actually just that Lorgok's had PC problems. And this is one of my favorite parts about being a caster, is the lengths you go to explain something. You're like, oh man, they set a Boomkin and they brought in a mage. And maybe it's, yeah, Boomkin probably just doesn't have the kind of priority damage that you need, and mage. And then chat's like, actually, he was abducted by aliens. And you're like, oh, yeah, no, that makes a lot more sense than...
I like it.
Yeah, no, that's good.
Yeah. It was weird because Lorgok, we talked about this earlier, that Lorgok has so much gear. So I was thinking, really, that's the Moonkin they're going to be benching? Like, the one with the most gear? Okay. But yeah, that makes a lot more sense that he's having PC problems. Lorgok is not actually at the venue, I believe.
No.
So, Yeah, some issues at home, I guess.
No, could you imagine the problems they're having issues cooling off the room with just Gingy in it, and if you put Lorgox in there, like, my God, it would just be an actual furnace. Yeah, that was actually. I'll tell you what, we had we had the bathrooms at the venue for the Race to World First, and a bunch of dudes at a Race to World First all slamming like protein shakes all day, and then using the restroom is like, that's not an enviable. That was one of the low points of the casting experience.
I can't even imagine. I mean, the last time I was at a venue I was in London. I was casting for Limits and Pieces, and they were in this like basement studio, and there was, I mean, there were ACs, but they were like these portable ones, and it was like this heat wave. It was like July or June, I don't remember, and it was this heat wave. And in Europe, we usually don't have like ACs built in, just because usually it's not that hot here, right? But then you have like this week of the year where all of a sudden it's incredibly hot, and then you're just, you know, you're just like sweating your life away. And this was this 1 week where I was there, and they had AC units. But the thing was, they didn't care about the casters, they cared about the players. So they put all of the AC units into the player booths, and the caster booth was somewhere else, and we did not have an AC unit. So we were just sitting there with the lights on us, you know, and we were just sweating. Like, there was no AC, it wasn't a basement, so there was like no air either. We were just like dying in those caster chairs. It was beautiful.
That actually does sound really terrible. And I can't believe they did that to you.
Right?
Yeah. And to think that anybody would prioritize the players over the casters is just like, what kind of like, you know, B-tier production are you running? Like, do you not understand who the stars of this are? Like,
right? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Okay. Well, hopefully lesson learned. All right, so we've got Soul Runner down to 20%. We've got a healer dead. This may not be the worst thing, assuming, oh, now we've got some more deaths coming in. Unfortunate. But you could, assuming you've survived the last chain break, you could probably have a healer dead and still kind of make your way across the finish line here. But deaths this early, very unfortunate. Especially when one of them is your tank. That usually does not bode well.
Yeah, they also... Did they have a do they have a second? Oh no, this is the mage. Okay, I was a bit confused with the class-colored names, because Jimmy has the class-colored names and not the class-colored health bars. But sometimes a mage looks like a windwalker a little, so I thought they brought in another windwalker, but no, it was just like the mage, the two mages. So again, still just a replacement for Lorgok because he's got PC issues. Other than that, they didn't change anything as far as I can see. But we did see one of those like tomes, like this, what is it called? Like the thing they put on the ground so everyone around it can change talents.
Oh, it's like a pedestal or something.
Whatever it is,
yeah,
it was
group-wide tome.
Placed, yeah, group-wide tome. It was
Codex,
placed,
that's it.
And Codex. There you go. So I would assume that some people did adjust some stuff, right? Like there has been so much adjustments to like talents or soul binds or whatever it was that they changed, presumably to just, you know, min-max their DPS.
One of the things I do appreciate this fight, you know, not every fight can you build the group exactly the way you want to, because sometimes you have like, you split the, you know, on a fight like for instance, you actually have like two different groups that go away from each other, and sometimes you have to build the group according to the positional requirements of a fight. But on this particular fight, at least, the groups are built around range versus melee, and so you can pretty much tell where somebody is, like whether they're a melee or a range, by looking at the raid frames. And so like on Zalia's frames, you can see here that the tanks and Miris, Narco, and Roger, now Roger being the odd man out here is ranged, but those are all melee. And then the second group is your melee group with the enhanced shaman in it. So pretty much the top half of Zalia's frames are people that you know will be melee, and then the bottom half are people you know will be ranged.
So you can actually do this group division thing if you have 5 healers, right? Because if you have 5 healers, you actually have them fill a whole group, right? But when it was like the 4 healer meta or like the 3 healer meta, then you couldn't do this anymore. Like you had to actually switch, like put the healers in different groups, because otherwise the people who were in the healer group would never receive healing. This is scientifically proven that healers do not heal people in their own group, because usually other healers don't need healing because they heal themselves a lot, right? So the healers just look at all the other people who are not healers, but so they just kind of ignore the group that the healers are in. And if there's like one poor damage dealer that sits in a 4 healer group,
he dead.
You get no healing.
Yep.
So yeah, it works out with 5 healers though.
And the other thing is that like a lot of times when I'm in a group that is entirely healers, then I feel at liberty to make fun of the raid among my healer brethren. Like I can type in party chat and be like, these guys are actually brain dead. But if there's even one DPS in there, then you can't type in party chat anymore, because it's like, this guy will rat us out. And I don't trust him. We have an outsider among us. And then you can't like, you know, make fun of your raid anymore. But if it's all healers, then you can say whatever you want and everyone will be like, true, these guys are so dumb.
Yeah, I mean, I remember being in that healer group for a while, back in my really old, like years and years and years ago, when I was still going for World First. I used to be in like the healer group all the time because I used to be a backup healer, but most of the time I played Moonkin, but sometimes I did play that Dresser Druid. So whenever I did play Moonkin, I was also in the healer group with 4 other healers, and Salia was one of them actually. Salia, the person we're watching right now, he was one of those healers, and they only talked about transmog. That's all they talked about. Their chat, the group chat was just filled with transmog talk throughout all of progression. And I was just sitting there and I'm like, because I don't care about transmog, I'm not a transmog person. And I was like, come on, can I get in like a different group maybe? Like, can I go away from these healers? Like,
you know what I think you have actually described to me is code language, and you just didn't pick up on it. I'm gonna guess
that is very possible.
I'm gonna guess it wasn't actually transmog. My guess is that like when they talk about shoulders, they're actually talking about melee, and when they're talking about like cloaks, they're talking about ranged. And they're probably like, dude, those shoulders are so dumb looking. And you're like, why do these guys talk about T-Mog so much?
You know what? You're onto something. That must have been it. It's the secret healer language, yeah. Yeah,
that's actually huge. That's actually a huge brand. I'm gonna start doing that now. Shoulders, man. All of my shoulders are terrible looking.
I need to like recruit some different shoulders.
That's right. That's right. Hey, any shoulders looking for guild out here? All right, so we've got come back to the boss for a sec. We've got again the slightly different comp here. Apparently Lorgox had PC issues, so we brought in another mage. So a slightly more well-rounded range comp. Got the boss at 60% and still have our B-res available. Another one coming up in a minute and a half. And as we mentioned earlier, this fight appears to be boiling down to pretty much being able to survive the chain breaks and then making sure the ads are taken care of in a timely fashion. I've noticed that they tend to, it seems like they tend to let the ads group up before they really do anything to them. And it turns out that they all get closer to each other, you know, as they approach the boss. They get naturally closer to each other. And then as they kind of converge, then you pop everything. So I think it looks really scary at first because like no damage is happening to the ads. And then all of a sudden a ton of damage happens to them. So it's a little nerve wracking. And unfortunately we have Phil go down. He's picked back up. So now we have no reses, but another one coming up in 40. And this will be poll number, where's the poll counter here? 16. So I think if the boss is dead before 20, that's respectable.
For sure, yeah.
I think if it starts going above 20, you gotta kind of start wondering if you need to consider it an emergency of sorts, enough that you that you start going like, okay, we got to get past this boss. Like we got to do whatever is necessary to. You can't be stuck on this all day.
So they're actually at a really crucial moment here with the chain spawn happening. We did see a bunch of defensives coming out, but one person actually going down. Unfortunately, they get them back up here. I think that was actually an Ankh totem because I don't think they actually have a battle rest available, if I'm not mistaken. So, but yeah, everyone's alive, so they can still do this, but they're running out of things at this point, right? They of course have all of those defensives assigned for the chains, but the things that are not assigned very likely are like health stones, health pots, and any sort of like personal immunities or cheat deaths and whatnot, right? So whenever you get to the end of these chain breaks, that's the ones where people do not have their emergency heals available, their emergency cooldowns available to help themselves. So that's where, for a second I thought he's like mind controlled. I was like, what happened? He just turned on all of the like friendly nameplates. Okay, 3 people going down here. Okay, that's very bad.
Okay, that's fair. I'm going to use some technical caster terms here. This is very bad.
Yeah, okay. Well, looked good until that point. They were winning until they started losing.
Yeah, that's, you know, these types of fights, we mentioned earlier that there are some fights where you can have some people die and you can still kind of struggle to the end of the fight. But this is one where anybody that dies, that stays dead for any appreciable length of time, is probably not going to be a kill. And this is a fight that's frustrating in the sense that the sort of danger zones of the fight are sort of limited, so that you go through the fight feeling pretty good for most of it, and then you have the chain breaks and somebody falls over and you're just like, ugh, you're like, man, like why is it it's like everything's going well and then like 3 people are just dead instantly. And that's really frustrating as a healer, because that's the kind of stuff that you want to be able to make a play as a healer, and you're like, just give me the chance, game. Like, please just don't kill people instantly. Please, like, give me even 1 GCD to try to like save somebody. And when you have that kind of burst damage that just like chunks someone from full to dead in 1 GCD, it's like, God, like it's so frustrating that you're not even given the opportunity to try to save him.
So Sally is logging. Oh, okay, so he's just relogging. For a second, I thought he's like logging on a different character or something, but I guess he was just relogging for, you know, maybe something was messed up with his UI or add-ons or transmog. Yes, looking for new shoulders. Either way, we have the Jimmy's POV now, our beloved Demon Hunter, which finally is a class again. I do think Jimmy is definitely one of those players who really likes playing Demon Hunter, but sometimes they're just not very viable, so he has to play something else. It's very unfortunate. Did you guys know that Jimmy actually used to be a Feral Druid main? And when I was in Method back then, he came to us, like he applied to Method as a Feral Druid player, and I remember that we were progressing on, this is like a long time ago, this was Throne of Thunder, yeah? So we were on Lei Shen, and we recruited Jimmy on his Feral Druid. I think, I'm not sure if it was progression or just farm, but he was like actually using his utility, like he was switching out of cat form to do stuff, you know, like help healing, do this, do that. And I noticed this, right? Because I was already like a member, I was a wrestler, a healer, and I noticed this. I was like, this guy is actually using his utility. So I wrote this in like the feedback thread, you know, we had this forum with like trials and like feedback, and I wrote, so this Fragments guy, I think he's really good. Like he's actually like using his stuff. He's like, I know that, I think he's good. And then we like really quickly actually promoted him, and he turned out to also be able to play different classes, not just Feral, even though he was pretty sad when he had to reroll. But yeah, that's the story of Fragments, I guess.
I was actually just having this conversation the other day about how I feel like you can sort of date yourself in World of Warcraft by what you consider to be Jimmy's main class. Because if you have followed Jimmy long enough, you'd be like, oh, well, he's, you know, he originally started as a Feral main. And if you caught up with him like in Legion, it's like, oh, well, Jimmy plays Warlock. And then if you got him in BFA, it's like, oh, well, Jimmy's clearly a Demon Hunter main. He plays a lot of classes, but obviously Demon Hunter is like his main. And so he is just one of those guys that, like, at any given point in time, I'm not even sure what class I would consider to be, you know, his main class. He picks the other classes up so effortlessly that it feels like it's hard to even say, like, what class he feels most comfortable on. But he is, honestly, he is one of those guys that's like, you know, there's that meme of melee players being like AD, where you're like constantly strafing back and forth. Your character has to be moving all the time. And that's Jimmy to like a T. Like when we would be at the events and I'd be standing behind him, it's just his fingers, doesn't matter. It could be an intermission where nothing is happening and Jimmy will be strafing back and forth as fast as he can. And then like alt tabbing to Spotify to like switch a song. And it's 8 p.m. all the time.
Yeah, that is very true. I think that has even become like one of his like signature moves is like the switching out, like alt tabbing to Spotify. That like the faster you can do it, like the better or something. I'm not sure. I'm not sure why that's a thing, but apparently that's a thing. Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of those off GCD spells, alt tabbing to Spotify. So get that one in between casts.
But I mean, I think Demon Hunters, do they play momentum again? Like, do you actually have to fell rest to do damage? Yes, right?
I think so,
yes.
Yeah.
So that's his playstyle, I think. I think that's like actually the most optimal Jimmy playstyle, where you just need to use your mobility to do damage.
Yeah, like honestly, the orb assignment on Ner'zhul, he probably took it up because he was like, I was gonna be running out there anyway. I might as well take an orb with me.
I like it. All right, so this try is actually looking really good. Let me try to find his battle rest. Wikora, do you see it? Oh, it's covered by the Logitech.
Oops.
Unfortunate. We can maybe tell him to move it somewhere else so we can.
Every time Logitech pulses, you can see it for a split second.
So one battle rest left. For Echo here in this poll. So it's looking good. Boss is on 55%. The boss timer is looking good. The combat timer, where's the combat timer? Looking for other things now.
If you check details at the top, it'll show you.
Oh yeah. So it's 3 minutes 28 approximately. Okay, so this is where your second 3-minute cooldowns are coming up. So like the Moonkin cooldowns, he's playing Demo Warlock. I don't actually know what the cooldown timing is for Demo. I know Destra is like the 3 minutes, but I'm not sure if like how Demo cooldowns work. And
I have less
I would
of an
assume
idea
you don't
of how Demo...
know either. But surely chat is going to tell us. So what's the cooldown timing on Demo? Like, do they have 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 1 minute 45? What is it? Some classes have like really weird cooldown timings. I'm just like, how does that work?
Yeah, like when we were doing like MDI with Unholy DKs, it's like, oh, I got 45 seconds. You know, I needed 45 seconds. Like, who has cooldowns on 45 seconds?
Demo is 1 minute 10. There we go. Oh, don't they also work the same way as like they're reducing their cooldown by like casting more or something? Like similar to Combust, something like that, I think. With like a legendary, with like a talent, I don't know.
My knowledge of DPS classes is very strictly limited to the ones that run keys, and I cannot think of a class that is less likely that I have run a key with than Demo Lock over the last 4 years.
I mean, it actually is more likely now that you're running with a Demo Lock. I do think Destra is still a play, but you never know. Maybe Demo Locks are actually seen in dungeons now that they're actually playable. But we see 2 deaths, unfortunately, for Echo here as they lose one of their tanks. And okay, so they're just wiping it up here. They are out of battle rests at this point. And again, at this point, they're just going for the kill, right? They want to have everyone alive. They cannot afford any sort of deaths whatsoever. They need to min-max the boss damage. So having 2 deaths without battle rests just means they're going to wipe it up.
Now, again, while we're doing a little segment of the cast where we show Jimmy a lot of love for his, you know, above average awareness of things beyond DPS, I do really appreciate Jimmy's DPS UI here, where not only does he have healing meters up, which is in and of itself a pretty spectacular thing for a DPS player to have, but then he also tracks all of the raid cooldowns over here under his unit frames. He's got not just the big ones, like not just the throughput ones. I don't even